Well, a very good morning to you all on this fine June the 10th, 2023. Welcome to Daytona International Speedway. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company. I am Brendan Kazmarek, back with the WRL circus for the first time in a couple of races. Ryan West has been here in my stead and will join us a little later on this afternoon. For the morning, however, you get myself and you get Joseph Mudrak. Good morning, Joseph.
Hello, Brendan.
You are also going to get Zach Johnson as our silent partner on production, watching cameras. If you're on the live stream with us on YouTube or Facebook, welcome along. If you're down in the pits and the paddock, a very good morning to you all as well. Thank you for being here. It is a fine day to be an endurance racing fan. Some 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, we're getting ready to celebrate the centenary of the great endurance race, the Grand Prix d'Endurance, that inspired an entire industry, not just of racing, but of automobiles, period. It is a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day here in Daytona Beach. We're on the second of two pace laps, cars working their way through the Le Mans chicane, so named for that very race that'll get underway here in about 2 hours. But happy to say we've got 14 hours of racing to come here in Daytona today. It's a bright, sunny morning. The cumulonimbus that was with us overnight has moved out to sea. Always a chance of showers.
What else
later in the day? But go ahead, Joseph.
Appropriately, for at least about 5 years ago, we have how many? 55 entries in the field.
We do. We do. If only we had a Garage 56.
Yes.
Sadly not. Although we do have a NASCAR Cup car in the field.
I was going to say it's the Chandler School car.
It is. Keep an eye out for that number 45 Kyle Petty car. Keep an eye out for other names across the old NASCAR paddock as well. More to come on that
Kyle Petty?
It's actually Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty does not return here on a one-race winning streak, however. More to come. 2x2 down the front straightaway. The field comes. We will have a camera up at the exit of NASCAR Turn 4 here in a couple of minutes once I have the chance to walk out into the grandstands. It's been a challenging morning, but we are ready to go racing for 14 hours around the high banks of Daytona, the infield road course that hosts the Rolex 24. The green flag waves. It's the automatic Aston Martin on pole. The number 34 Hitman Racing Supra to his right. They go 2x2 down into turn number 1 for the first time of probably 300 or so times of asking. And it's a big jump from that 909. Look at the gap they've pulled right off the bat. The Supra in second, the new generation Aston Martin from TLM USA there in third, and the GTO field with the GTU field in trail, which is not always the case. High banks generally lending itself a little bit more towards a quicker GTO field. Heads down into that international horseshoe. Back at the start-finish line, the general production field takes their green flag. It's a short gap between the two classes of cars, and I think it's going to be the number 44 from PC Racing, that BMW that takes the class lead in GP1, the 984 Porsche Boxster around the outside of the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, who slots into third, and a whole host of BMWs, Caymans, and that's really about it in GP1, actually. There's contact at turn 3. We've had it coming together just at the apex of turn number 3. It's the 164, the number 24 from Montgomery Motorsports. That new BMW 235i is in there. And I think we've had one of the Miatas with significant front radiator damage has pulled off into the runoff just at the exit of turn number 3. Chaos down at the International Horseshoe on lap 1.
Too early for that. It was 14 hours ago in this race. The GTO field, GTU fields have made it through pretty safely, but as you say, coming together in that what is probably put back in the GP2 field, and that is going to make life very difficult for 2 or 3 teams here very early on this one-day event.
Yeah, the good news is it's a long day. The bad news is it's just gotten longer for a few of them. I believe one of them is the number 851 from 851 Motorsports. It's a Honda S2000 that hasn't quite made it into the paved runoff, although I think it's going to be able to be covered under a local yellow. They'll get it up onto a flatbed quickly here and hopefully get that car pulled away without having to go to a full course yellow here in the early stages.
Coming off of the tri-oval banking GTO field, all still fairly packed up. It's a power to weight class, as are, well, really all of the classes. So very tightly packed still coming out of that first lap.
Yeah,
best lap obviously goes to your leader in the 909 for automatic racing. That Hitman Racing car that we saw up against the wall. The kink at the last event has returned. Waving yellow down here at the horseshoe.
Yeah, quite right. Boots on the ground. They've got the wrecker and the flatbed ready to recover those cars. I think we have definitely stayed green, as a matter of fact. But everybody, it's a flat toe to get that car out of there. Excellent work to the safety crews down there, staged at the International Horseshoe. They've done a really nice job to recover that car before the field, the production field, even gets around to complete lap number 1. So under 2.5 minutes to get that stricken Honda S2000 recovered from the runoff there. Fantastic work, and we can continue racing, albeit short. I think 2 cars. I think the only one to get out of that was the Montgomery Motorsports BMW.
Yeah, but there were 2 cars that were off in the runoff. I think Zach is in the process of pulling up a replay for us, but there were 3 cars that were involved in that. One, I believe, was just taken to the runoff in avoiding action. Don't think they made contact with anybody.
No, I think you're right. Interested to see how that Montgomery car goes now. It'll be in a little bit of recovery mode, at least early on here, but they finally got some aero on that car, which I think they told us was coming from back at Barber. It does actually just duck into the pits here, so that'll probably just be a once-over, make sure everything's okay with that car, no radiator damage, no aero damage. It's got a nice wing, a little bit of a diffuser just underneath the rear of that car, and it heads back out on track, having lost, in total, roughly the length of the infield. So let's call that about 45 seconds to a minute. Back up at the front, the 909 automatic Aston Martin, that V8, the naturally aspirated V8, heads out into the infield to begin lap number 3. That car was very, very quick yesterday morning. Did a lap in the 158s in the first session, and then broke in the second session. So may have been doing some low fuel runs and maybe just run it dry, but let's keep an eye on that car. Normally pretty reliable and very much in contention, and at least this weekend so far, it's been quicker than the Toyota Supras that have really kind of dominated the first part of this WRL season. Happy to say we've got replays in the World Racing League for the first time, and I think we're going to have another look at that Turn 3 incident. Nope, Turn 1. Turn 3 incident. There we go. Oh, that Honda S2000 just kind of clattered the back corner of that number 164. So we have a number on that car now as well. And whether it was a dive up the inside or just left the braking a little bit too late on cold tires. Unfortunately, not a phenomenal look there for that number 851. Early contact there.
I mean, you're looking into the sun a bit there, but you'd have to say...
lot, so that's fair. Yeah. But, 53 other cars made it through.
Right. At any rate, we're all circulating again. Never went full course yellow.
Oh, full course yellow. That's because there is an Aston Martin pulled off at turn 2. I think we'll have that on the camera. Oh, it's a 453, okay.
Which will be the Ruckus TLM entry, I believe.
Do have an onboard for that car eventually.
That looks like steam coming out of the front of that car, and possibly a bit of, I don't know if that's tar in the runoff or if that's fresh fluid.
That's a good point, Joseph. I'm not sure. I don't see anything trailing behind the car, but you're absolutely right. There's definitely steam coming out of the front of that car. Now that could be just because it sat stationary. Do we have a replay on camera too, Zach?
Only listed as a...
Here we go.
Well, I guess we do. There we go.
Bright yellow Aston Martin left a shot. Maybe? Okay, we're going to work on it. We had this working phenomenally last weekend for some sprint racing we covered on DriversEye Live. Really just... It was perfect. And we're going to get there today. I promise. But it's a work-in-progress technology for something we haven't had before. So be excited. In the meantime, we'll get there.
Yeah, just ground to a halt.
Yeah.
On the way into the apex at turn 1.
So I did some listening back to last year's race, and one of the points that
look at you doing research.
I know. I'm just tired of listening to other people talk, and just really wanted to hear myself talk.
Yeah, yourself and myself.
Anyway, so one of the points that was made was hot poles are generally acceptable. We will endeavor to do hot poles.
We've got a
situation where that's challenging.
Car skipping the Le Mans chicane.
Yes, we do. The situation where that becomes really challenging for hot poles is the infield of the infield. So anything driver's right on the infield portion of the course because it's really difficult to get the safety vehicles across track from their staging points on drivers left, anything that ends up stationary in that portion of the track is almost certainly going to trigger a full course yellow. So
basically,
despite
what
having
we're looking at now in between the arms, if you will, of the horseshoe.
Yes, correct. And any of the grass, then obviously through turns 3 through 6.
Full course yellow has just come out.
I thought we were full course. Oh, that was a stationary. I thought we were already there, Joseph. Sorry about that. Let's also keep an eye on the number 147 as it pertains to the race control log. That car was seen ceding a position back at the exit of turn 2. So I'm not sure if that car went deep into turn number 1 and was passed on the exit after the incident, or if it made a pass on the way into turn number 1. But that car was definitely out wide at turn number 2 after the incident had kind of kicked off there with the number 453.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is a pretty new spec. It would say it's GT4 Vantage, if I remember correctly. So it will be a professionally manufactured and prepped car, but make the point that we are probably something like 50 hours of running into this, 50 hours of race running, let alone practice and qualifying running into this season. So we're gonna start to see cars have mechanical problems just because components are going to reach end of life.
I mean, we saw that last year with the BMWs here specifically, didn't we?
Yes, we sure did.
I mean, it was most relevant to those cars, but what they found was on newer cars especially, that running continuously for 8 hours at a time, plus all the practice and qualifying that we do, they were sort of rewriting the maintenance manual on some of these cars. It's a different use case. In a lot of cases, it's different mappings, and you're running the cars through different loads with DOT tires. So you're really kind of exploring new cars and how they ought to be maintained. And that Aston Martin, for sure, is in that camp this year that the BMWs were in last year. Right? Recall the GTR 99 car, the Hammer BMWs at the time, the JTR Motorsports Engineering car, all had these massive sensor issues that were tied to both the banking, tied to wet running, and tied in many cases to parts just lifing out before they were expected to, because we have a different use case here. And that Aston Martin, those new era or new generation Aston Martins, definitely going to be part of that same category, I think.
Yeah, you don't really get it's not like a pilot challenge situation where you get 2 hours of running and then you can go in and tighten things up and make sure hoses are tight. Now, you get that only if you've had another incident on track.
Well, and let's talk about this race specifically in that similar sort of fashion, right? Normally here we get 8 hours of running, we get to go check everything out, tighten it up, the same way you do a pilot challenge race, like 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever the case might be. Here it's normally 8 or 9 hours. Today we're going to go 14, right? So a prep of car that is meant to go 8 hours, 9 hours, or if you expect certain parts to only be able to last that long, here we're going to go 14. We're going to run the hottest race of the year. Well, production cars have to go back to Road Atlanta. We're going to VIR. So one of the hottest races of the year, certainly one of the most humid races of the year. We've got the banking, right? There are all sorts of unique demands that this single 14-hour race at this venue presents that we don't get through the rest of the World Racing League season. Right now, 4 laps in, having a problem, obviously not really tied to that, but it is tied to the lifing of parts and some of these issues that do creep up over the course of a season, particularly with a new car. Other thing to worry about as well, in 14 hours, we work on a lap penalty system here in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, right? If you have an issue in the pits or you cop a penalty, you're first given a warning and then your first penalty, right? Your lap penalties begin to accrue after that first warning. And in an 8-hour race or a 7-hour race, you get a warning, a penalty, and then penalties subsequently. Here, you've got to go
Yes.
14 hours without making any mistakes in the pit lane instead of 7 or 8 or 9. So it really is not just on the drivers and the crews as far as preparation, but also in execution down in this pit lane to make sure that, when you do bring your cars in, you're not copping additional strikes. So maybe a few seconds of being extra cautious down in the pit lane, keeping it underneath the speed limit, well underneath the speed limit, not picking up any of those speeding penalties is worth the potential time loss, because you can really start to accrue these penalties as the race wears on, particularly past hours 8, 9, 10, and into the darkness.
Yeah, I mean, this in particular is one of those races. It's a marathon, not a sprint. People are going to be tired towards the end of this race. It's, as you say, it's a long, hot, humid day in Florida, as they basically all are, and you've got to be on your toes for 14 hours here. It's not just that you only get the one Joker. It's that even that is going to be a little more difficult. So those things just kind of compound each other, and it's going to be a really interesting race. It could be one that ends up being decided by penalties.
It always is an interesting race here at Daytona. I mean, we've been here twice now, 2021, 2022, and it has been arguably the best race of the season both years. I mean, last year was a massive charge from the back by the number 983 from W2W in the wet, with a drying track into the nighttime running, coming back from over a lap down on just raw pace in the wet. I mean, it was really a thing of beauty to watch, with all the drama added by the BMW sensor issues and everything that came along with it. 2021, Screaming Goat versus Automatic, two of the stalwarts in the World Racing League, older cars. At the time, the Screaming Goat car was still the BMW engine. This year, it's the LS swap, of course. It just finds a way to deliver over the 14 hours. We've got the weather that always plays a role here. Really just kind of a special race and a special event that always finds a way to deliver. 16 minutes in now to the 2023 run. WRL 14 Hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Joseph Mudrak working out some mic issues just at the moment. He will be in and out once they are sorted.
I would love to go to an In-N-Out.
Ooh.
Well, in the meantime, I don't know if I can.
Ryan West.
I don't know if I can replace Joseph, but I can certainly stand in for him.
You come close, I think.
I mean, I don't know about that. Joseph and I have spent a lot of time working together, and I understand what he brings to the table, and I think he understands what I don't bring to the table. So,
I bring a lot of neuroses to the table.
I was same. Something millennials. Ryan, I was waiting till you got here to say this. You guys have done an outstanding job over the last couple of races as basically a duo.
Thank you.
Yes, I am hopeful that our audience that joins us regularly will be able to echo that, but that the content, hashtag content, that you guys have put together as a duo with your guest commentators and the long form interviews that you guys have done, just a real joy to listen to. I arguably spent more time listening to that on my other projects than I did watching the other projects. So,
well, I appreciate that. If you could say a little more, that would make me feel even better. So if you keep going on this line of reasoning.
We've got 14 hours, Ryan.
Okay, perfect.
Let's pace ourselves.
Happy to hear it.
Yeah.
We've got a car. No, just kidding. Trick of perspective. Cars coming into the pit lane.
Yes. Did you forget where that camera was, Joseph?
No, but I did. It did look like somebody had gone off driver's right in the pit lane. But no, it turns out that I just can't see.
Let's give a shout out as well to the Daytona operations staff sitting over my shoulder here, just in the race control room, for being unbelievably helpful in getting us access to the places we wanted to have access to. I've been kind of hands-off the last couple of years.
It does kind of sound like you're delivering that under duress now, Brendan.
No, I'm really not. I mean, it's Daytona, right? You can set whatever standards and security requirements that you need to and shut whatever you want to shut down, right? You have that ability because you are arguably the world center of racing. But they've been tremendously helpful. We've got a camera in the camera cage down at the exit of the tri-oval. Cars, the fastest they'll go all year, 158, 160 miles an hour on the brakes into turn number one. It's just They've been the best. It's been a great weekend already, and as we get things started here, would love to be doing it under green, but we've got everything that we've asked for here at DriversEye Live. You know, it's been a good weekend for the series as well, and yeah, compliments all around. Except for myself for running tremendously late this morning on setting up cameras.
Doesn't that feel great? I've had to do that a couple times now, and it's like, oh my gosh, everything is awful. Yeah.
Oh my god,
it's the worst.
And it's
props to
already
Joseph
80?
for carrying those ones by himself, basically. My goodness.
It's already 80. It's humid as heck. The sun's coming up, and you're rushing like mad to set up cameras. Soaked. Yeah, Zach, I'll get there.
Oh, hey.
Now that we have Orion, I think I could probably go do that.
It depends on whether or not you have a good microphone on mic 2.
What does that mean? Joseph Mudrock, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds better. Much better.
Oh, okay.
Did you do anything?
It's not in my hub anymore.
Oh.
But the hub's been fine.
Oh.
Monoprice.
Sorry, there's a car trailing some fluid. It's a white Ford Mustang headed down into turn number 4. License plate number. No, I believe it's a 606, which was reported for dropping fluid earlier. Just get that number. It's Core Motorsports. That is a 2012 white Ford Mustang.
Yeah, you see that in that shot. That's a relevant piece of information because the 160 is being looked at the moment for passing that car under yellow. I wonder if that's because that car has ground to some kind of slow to stop at some point.
I'm hopeful here that we're ready to go back to green, and indeed we are. The pace car, Dodge Challenger pace car, pulls off. The green flag waves at start-finish, completing lap number 7, and we can go back to green flag racing side by side for second place, headed down into turn number 1. The Super to driver's left from Hitman Racing. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes to driver's right, that GT4 car, now followed by the Aston Martin from JR3 Motorsports. Normally, of course, an LMP3 competitor. In IMSA has put together an Aston Martin. More contact at turn number 3. It spun around the TLM USA. The red colored Aston Martin. Now we've got 40 more cars to get through here. Hold the brakes, hold the brakes, hold the brakes. And is able to get out of the way, but did it maybe just a little bit too soon. The 45, number 45 stock car had to pull to driver's left to get around him. And now he's going to drop back through the general production field. Headed down into the kink, recovered now for that spun Aston Martin. Is that the 888?
I believe so. I think that would be the only other
red one.
Current one, yeah.
No, it's the 172, sorry.
Oh, okay, so there are more.
See, I've been away for so long, I don't even recognize the numbers and colors.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we had Ryan West here.
If only we did. I am currently attempting to run some technical things on my side, Brendan, if you would be so kind as to check the chat for me.
Yeah, I can do that.
This is a spin and continue for that Aston, but as you say, I believe there was a little bit of front to rear contact that I'm sure will be investigated.
A little bit of drama.
Yeah, I don't think...
Argy-bargy.
This probably goes without saying, but I don't think Race Control Next Door is going to be particularly happy at the moment. That's twice now on restarts, or starts or restarts. We've had contact there at turn number 3. It's just not the norm, and we've gotten through...
Single file restarts for the International Horseshoe is obviously the answer here.
Right. We've gotten away with much bigger fields than this without contact. So, I know, RJ. I know how these things normally work. I think there will be a healthy dose of cut it out and clean things up, guys. And we do have a replay. All right, turn number 3. I think we'll get a second look at some of that contact down there at the International Horseshoe. On the brakes, there is... Oh, yep, caught by... I think that's the Works 45 Audi R8. Yeah.
And this is
73.
This being a big race for the Works 45, especially in the point standings for them, I believe this is a double points, or it counts twice for a race, and they're able to be here all day Saturday. So that would be an unfortunate start for them at what's probably their biggest event of the year, I would say.
I mean, it's certainly, if you can come away with a solid finish, it is a great way to guarantee yourself 2 solid points finishes, right? Some of these weekends can be a little unpredictable. Maybe you have a great race Saturday and a rough race Sunday or vice versa. But if you can really put together a full 14 hours today, the top 3, top 5 finishes, it's a great way to really kind of boost yourself in the standings, particularly if any of your competitors have trouble. I'm sure you guys will be a little bit more tuned into points than I've been, for the obvious reasons.
I have like 1,000 tabs up for each of the classes. So if you need points information, who, buddy?
Into the paddock for the No Lift Racing Honda Civic.
One of the cars that is listed as being involved in that first lap Schmozzle down at the International Horseshoe. I take that back. That has actually been... No, that is correct still. Cars that are involved in that at the moment, as I would not be shocked to hear that Race Control is pouring through video.
Side by side
currently.
for second down into turn number 1. It's Mercedes-Benz versus Aston Martin. Get ready to hear that at Le Mans, maybe not this year, but in the coming years in the LMGT3 era. But at least for now, we're side by side into 1, side by side through 2. It's Aston Martin to driver's left and Mercedes to driver's right, being stalked by a Toyota Supra from Hitman Racing. And it looks like on the brakes down into turn number 3 that the Aston Martin is going to get the better of that NFC Motorsports Mercedes GT4. And those 3 have now kind of found themselves in a little pocket all on their own, about 2 seconds behind your race-leading V8 Aston Martin and just up ahead of the, what is now kind of the remaining TLM USA Aston without any trouble. That number 888 leading the GTR 99 BMW, the Works 45 Audi, and Screaming Goat Racing, the number 29.
Answer key for your timing tower. The entries with a red accent have gone missing without entering pit lane. Entries with a yellowish orange accent last seen in the pit lane, either on an outlap or an inlap. No Lift is, as you see there, is in the pit lane, or at least was last time of asking.
Joseph, I think I'm right in saying you've tweaked the tower again. Is that right?
Yeah, slightly.
Yeah.
Somebody was complaining to me about... no.
Yes.
I was happy to leave it alone, and then somebody decided they wanted to play around with the positioning to make it TV safe. I didn't even know we had a TV deal, but here we are.
I'll tell you what. I don't get the chance to watch these feeds on actual TVs very often. But when I do, they look phenomenal. I mean, scaled up, the graphics on the left, running at like 50, 60 frames a second. It just looks so good. So good. Side by side again for a second. Down on the brakes into turn number 1. JR3 to the left, NFC to the right. And JR3 on the brakes. Gets the move done. And again being stalked by that Toyota Supra. So every time this happens and they hold themselves up down in the braking zone there at turn number 1 and 2, just allows that automatic Aston Martin to draw away a little bit. I think that NFC car is better in a straight line than maybe it is through some of the twisty bits. Certainly gets a good run out of the chicane and down the long run from through the east banking towards start finish.
Frozen Rotor has gone through on PC Racing in GP1.
Yes, they have. That car's looked really quick this weekend so far. That's the number 984, the black Porsche Cayman. Good new look for that number 44 PC Racing car as well. I haven't seen the new paint scheme on the car. Very, very nice.
Oh, is this you're referring to the white and blue wrap?
Yes, the chill out sort of, well, I mean, it is chill out, isn't it?
Yes, it's a good call.
Very smart looking.
Haven't seen that 404 back this year, so maybe that's where that's gone.
It's tragic, actually.
It is a little bit.
I mean, we've still got our nonsense LS swap thanks to Screaming Goat Racing, but that Miata was the MX-5, I guess it was the NC. It looked the part. Just never really had the consistency on long runs. It never really seemed to be super friendly on tires, and that car just never realized the long-term potential we thought it had.
Another skipper in the Le Mans chicane. Looking at a passing under yellow penalty involving the 99 and the 29. Two big hitters in the GTO field. .606 still being looked at for dumping fuel now. That has been amended, so
Yes.
not necessarily a mechanical issue, but maybe coming out of the pit lane. Brake lights being listed as always on for the 116. That 160 for Moorhead has just put in the fastest lap of the race in GP2. Keep an eye out for that entry. What's happened, Brendan? Why have you gone?
Sorry,
Why
no,
have you left me?
there's a lot of dings happening in my ears as you're trying to get your microphone issue sorted, and I am also looking for the FM frequency here at the track so I can tell the fine folks down in the pit and paddock where they might be able to find us if they should choose to leave the facility for any reason.
And then we could direct people on what frequency we were on.
Exactly.
With 5 seconds for station identification.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
Whatever. It's a
seconds,
number.
10?
The seconds are 10.
2 seconds, 10. It's never 2 seconds, is it?
Yeah. What if it was?
What if they told Ted Kravitz to pause for station identification? There's no radio. We just. I believe the frequency is 107.9 locally here at the track. We've been on it in the past. It's a really surreal experience driving around listening to your buddies from DriversEye Live talking on an actual radio station in the car. Equally surreal to hear them on the PA. But these are the luxuries we're afforded at Daytona International Speedway. So if you're out and about, 107.9 ought to be your FM frequency for our live coverage here at the track. And
Hits from the
live
70s,
right
80s,
through the
90s,
14
and
hours.
today.
Right now it's probably the 80s. I don't know that we're going to get to the 90s later.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Briefly
gentlemen,
into the 70s.
I'm going to leave you before that gets any worse, and I'm going to go set up our last camera. I think I've left it in the car, so I'm going to have to go down and then come back up. So,
Unbelievable.
yeah, truly a failure of the highest order as far as DriversEye Live preparation goes. But for now, Ryan West, Joseph Mudrock will carry you through the next 15 or 20 minutes, and hopefully we'll be back up, with any luck, with some kind of a guest here. So keep it right
guests?
here. I just one I've been told is coming to join us a little later.
Okay.
So
Okay, so I
particularly
can
early
stop
this
my futile attempt to make this work on my...
No. Keep it keep it going. Keep it going, because this is kind of a special exception we're making here.
Oh.
Yes.
I think I might know who it might
Yeah,
be.
of course you do. Of course you
Uh-huh.
talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Richard Rudd?
It's not Richard Rudd. We'll come back to that. And I'll come back to that here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Just whatever you do, guys, don't mess this up.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
We're all counting on you.
Thank
I
you.
go into this knowing that I'm about to have a sore back from carrying this entire broadcast here.
Nice.
13 hours and 28 minutes remaining here at Daytona. Welcome, everybody.
Off to a great start.
It has been a great start. It absolutely has. A little bit of a busy work day. This is one of the... I guess I covered Barber remotely as well. But it's very different not being there in person. I miss everybody. I miss being at the track. So we'll just tuck in here for some premium racing action from the world's center of motorsports in the month of June.
It is the month of June. It feels like it should be later in the year somehow.
I don't think anybody either understood or appreciated my bit last month about the month of May going on at Road America. And I'm a little bit disappointed by that, if I'm honest.
I think everybody knows what the month of May is supposed to mean, Ryan.
Right, but I was talking about it at Road America, and that was supposed to be like the joke, and like I didn't get any feedback on that, so I'm a little disappointed.
Okay.
I thought that was a good bit, and it seems that nobody else did. So here we are, Daytona. Got the beautiful Screaming Goat BMW being chased down by the Choice BMW there. That was the white and red as well as black and orange. You just see them leaving shot there as well. Again, the David and Goliath, if you will, of the GTO class with the Screaming Go Racing BMW with the LS swapped engine. Quite a rocket ship on the straights, I'm told, versus the GT4 style BMW M4 of Choice Racing. Usually they can get us an onboard. I'm not sure where we're at for onboards today, Zach.
I think there's been quite a lot going on, so I don't think we have onboard set.
No, that's totally fine. Totally fine. I'm all right with that. We hear Zach typing furiously in the background and telling me to quit asking for more things.
With his clicky keys, mechanical keyboard, I'm sure in tow.
Yes, indeed. Oh no.
Tap 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 tap. Yes.
So we're here at the Le Mans International Bus Stop Chicane. Looking down here. It's weird, this camera perspective doesn't make it look as big as it is on iRacing. And I wonder if it's genuinely not that big, or if I just don't pay attention when I drive it in iRacing. But it looks pretty short in that shot there.
I mean, it's relatively short. We have a track map, too. You can see how long it is on the track map.
We do have a track map.
Yeah, I mean, you're not there for that long. It used to be longer. It used to be longer, and then they basically cut it in half in the year, like 2002?
Something like that. So you can see here that white and red BMW has now put a little bit of a gap. The gap was much bigger going through the tri-oval, over the Choice Racing BMW. Of course, getting caught up in traffic a little bit by the GP3 open throttle racing car. This somewhat of a home race for them here at Daytona, being based out of Jacksonville, I believe. There's the Works 45 going through. So I think people now, after the initial melee, choosing to be a little bit more conservative in traffic, I reckon. As we watch this gaggle of GTO cars, we're able to track it most of the way around the course here.
Yeah, it's also we've also now spread out. You can see that most of the cars are basically, evenly spread. We don't have the collection that we would have had going into turn 3. Screaming Goat, by the way, has gone around the Triple Eight for TLM while we've been talking.
Excellent.
So move them up to 7th in GTO. Teams are still putting in fast laps, still getting used to track conditions. Obviously, like as we said, track is airing out just a bit. So that's given everybody from GTU to GP3 a little bit more breathing space, able to take the lines that they prefer. Fast lap in GP3 at the moment, I believe, goes to the 85. Is that right? He asks in a panic. Yes, it is, by about a full second. So those two team cars are within about half a second of each other. I don't know if we're in a position where we can try to track a battle if we're in the setup process for today, but those two AOA Miatas very close to each other. Yep. Actually, we're on it right now.
Here it is, right here
yes.
in the back. So those are the two AOA Miatas, the yellow and black Miatas here in the back of the gaggle. The black one running behind right now.
Yeah, that'll be the 85, I think. Unless that position has changed on the way into. I think it might have actually. I think that position might have just switched around on us.
Well, the 75 is the one sponsored by Rue Helmets. And the 85 is the one sponsored by Liquid Moly. Well, I know the yellow one is the one that has the Rue Helmets because it's the red outline black letters that really stands out on the yellow car.
Okay.
So I believe that is stayed as it appears on your timing screens at home. Big shout out to James Candelaria and I'm sorry, not James Candelaria. Brian Guidelli doing Race Hero for us. Thank you for building that. I hope he's in Antarctica or somewhere else cool.
Frozen Rotor and PC Racing keep swapping the lead in GP1. They should be going through turn 6 or so now. Are they under our nose in this shot? Unsure. But the 984 for Frozen Rotors has retaken the lead in GP1 over PC Racing, which means that the PC Racing car had retaken the lead from the 984 without us realizing it.
Just trying to sort out some onboards for everybody here. We're doing a little bit of work in the background today. One of the disadvantages of the 14-hour race at Daytona is we really only have one day to get everything right. And that does end up leading to some consternation on our part.
Nah, it just means that you get 14 hours to get it perfect by the end.
Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, I'm being told that the cell signal has deteriorated from yesterday, so the onboards are going to be a little bit less good as somebody runs a little wide there into turn 2.
Yeah, got a little bit of haze down here too, as with the rest of North America at the moment. Didn't realize it had gotten this far south, but here we are.
Can I just say, in my bit of East Coast bias updates, just for the day, I'm only going to cover it once.
There's so many more people on the eastern side of the country than on the western side of the country. We know about your wildfires.
No, they don't, though. But when it's happening to people on the East Coast, it's in the news every 5 seconds. And how awful it is, and oh my gosh, let's cancel all the baseball games and sporting events because it's just terrible for the baby children. Oh my lord, we need to do something to stop the wildfires. But when they happen on the West Coast, it gets no coverage. And people still play sports, and nobody stands up and speaks out about it. It's ridiculous, and I hate it. Okay, that's my soapbox.
Wrong, but okay.
That's my soapbox. No play, no coverage. But if it happens to New York or Washington, D.C., it's a huge deal. Anyway. I imagine that's how people in Vancouver feel as well. Shout out to Canada.
Stratus 58 has put in the fastest lap of GTU.
Indeed.
At a 204.9. So they're still about 5 seconds off of GTO. Speaks to Brendan's point about the gridding.
So that 75 now missing its rear bumper. That is not the first time we have said that. Or at least the bumper has started to hang off the rear end. If you just see it come through shot here, look at that back left side of the car. Yep, that bumper is starting to come off, just as it did at Mid-Ohio. Now, granted, it ran around with the bumper hanging like that for quite some time, but here we are again. I would imagine the clips on the back of that car have really given up the ghost at this point. That could indicate some contact, and as we see here, it doesn't look like the other AOA car... Oh, there it is. Coming up to... Oh, no, it's a different class vehicle. So the black AOA car has dropped back substantially. So may have been some contact there that resulted in the 85 backing up a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be something that I think they're going to want to try to fix pretty early. I don't know if they've got some speed tape that they can put on that to try to, reef that parachute. But
I think the solution, honestly, Joseph, is to take that bumper off. Given my knowledge of the rear bumper on those cars, it is a little bit of a parachute, even when there's the bumper attached correctly. Now, does that count towards WRL's aerodynamic device penalty, though, if you remove the bumper with some damage?
It's going to be at a different weight spec.
Ooh, there we go. That is true.
There's your angle.
Yep, an angle there indeed. I mean, this isn't the SCCA where we're measuring ounces, right? Right?
I mean, are we measuring in pounds? It's still going to be in pounds.
Well, that's fair. That bumper can't weigh more than a few pounds. I would hope that they have some leeway built into that. But maybe not at Daytona, perhaps. So, Joseph, here's a philosophical engineering question for you.
Oh, dear.
Is there a world, at Daytona specifically, where you increase weight
at the World Center of Racing?
Increase power?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that with Screaming Goat a couple years ago. I think that was part of the game there, because any formula where you're performance boxed in, you have to think about, okay, what is what makes sense. It comes to a point also that Brendan kind of touched on. We're not even an hour into this, so I don't know if I want to hit too deep into this yet. But he was talking about the Montgomery car, for example, putting new aero on, and you might come to a high-speed track like this and think, well, why would you put new aero on? That's obviously going to slow you down. Not necessarily, because what you're doing is you're putting aero bits on a brick. Right. And so you may be helping to move around the brick more effectively. It also may just completely be a wash, and what you really just care about is, it's not going to slow me down that much. I would like to move the air upwards a bit so that my car points down a little bit better.
And those things should help you into high-speed braking, for example, into both Turn 1 as well as into the Le Mans Bus Stop International Chicane.
Yeah, I mean, the chicane is a part of the track where you're going to want a lot of stability to feel comfortable there, because you can, for one thing, you can end your race there if you hit that wrong.
Right.
Secondly, it's a place where there is a lot of time to be made through that sequence of corners. It's not a particularly slow speed part of the track, but yeah, we cut to that now. Depending on how much curb you're willing to take and the amount of speed that you're willing to carry through that can make a huge difference, and it leads on to one of the two longest stretches on the circuit. So that's going to carry you all the way down into Turn 1. It's a very, very long drag that you want to hit that just right and carry all the speed that you possibly can around NASCAR Turns 3 and 4.
Are we contractually obligated to refer to any gasoline going into the cars as cans of Sunoco race fuel?
It probably is Sunoco race fuel, frankly.
Well, I did read in the subs, Joseph, and this was interesting, that Daytona does not have 89 or 93 octane fuel available. They only have the good stuff, which was at an eye-watering price when I read it in the subs.
Interesting.
So, I would imagine that a lot of teams have carted their own barrels in to this venue. And it may still be Sunoco at that point, so...
Yes. Just getting information on the goings around in terms of atmospheric disturbances from the YouTube chat. Sahara Sands into the mix into the Florida atmosphere.
I just thought it was humidity.
Maybe
water vapor.
Yeah, what's the visibility look like? I don't know. When I'm looking at these track sides, Brendan, you're there, I'm not. It does look awfully hazy out there.
It's not. It's weird. It's not any hazier than I think I would expect it to be. It's very orange. Like the sky has maintained that sort of orange hue now for.
That is not coming
last
through
2
in the
hours
track
or so.
side, so I'm glad you said that.
Maybe it's just the sun being low, and I think a lot of that is the water vapor, but it really does kind of carry this orange to yellow hue until we get, a higher sun, maybe towards 9:30, 10 o'clock. It did the same yesterday. I have a correction to make. The battle going down to just Turn 1 at the moment features the number 48 Aston Martin Vantage of Junior 3 Motorsports, not JR3.
Okay. Junior the third?
Yes. Haley down at the Junior 3 camp sent me a very polite email saying, "You're doing a great job, however, you're wrong."
Was that an email delivered in a particular form of sandwich?
In a way,
I'm
yes.
Kidding.
Yeah. No.
Open face, maybe.
Ooh. Sandwich without the bread.
Huh.
So Junior 3, can I refer to it as Junebug 3?
No, I think that's just Junior Motorsports. Junior JR Motorsports. I don't know. Do you know how much racing I've watched this year that isn't amateur or club racing?
Yeah, you are
shockingly little.
You are deep in the sauce.
I guess I chose this. Indeed, Zach says I am indeed lost in it. Yes.
It was pointed out, by the way. Yeah, if you page dear colleagues, to the entry list. One of the drivers in that junior, the third entry is one Mike Skeen.
Yes.
And you might expect that they might put Mike Skeen in the car to start the race.
Up until like 2/3 of the way through that name, I was certain you were going to say Mike Skinner. It just absolutely convinced.
The Emperor of Japan, yes.
That's very true.
Not my bit, but a good bit.
No, indeed. A former resident of this area, as a matter of fact. But it's not Mike Skinner. It's Mike Skinner.
The American Stig.
Only for a brief time.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he wasn't the American Stig. He was whatever appropriately unbranded professional driver for the Grand Tour, whatever the name for that would
Sure.
have been.
Yep. Pit stops. First for the number 45. I think it's a Dodge. It's the Cup car anyway from the Chandler School, who I'm hopeful we're going to talk to a little bit later on. They're here with two cars, the M2, which I think is the number 131 this weekend. That'll run in GTO, and then of course at number 45, stock car, which sounds wonderful and like it's going a million miles an hour around the banking, but it's not. It's doing the same speed as all the other GTO cars. And pit stop as well for the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing. Now, they're paying a lot of attention to the backside of that car, and it doesn't look like it's just for fuel.
No, it's a bit early. Even for Daytona, that's earlier than I would have expected.
Well, and you throw the full course yellow in there, and for sure this is a bit early.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen them in a few rounds, too, so that's a rough way to come back to action. Obviously, these cars will all had quite a bit of running on the Friday. Get ready for this. So it's not like this is the first time that car has seen track action in 2 months, but it is the first time that it's seen competitive racing action. The number 48, that Junior 3 entry, has been overtaken now by the 124 for NFC Motorsports. We'll make the point briefly. That is listed as the 124 and not the 123, which makes me wonder if that is a different chassis. Mark Martin of W2W and not Roush Racing says that they would have 25 drums of VP race fuel delivered to the Daytona race each year, and talk about eye-watering, to your point on the price of gas there.
Interesting. I do recall the teams leaving and going to the Sunoco on International Speedway Boulevard with a truck bed full of like 4 drums.
So we were just talking about that, Brendan, before you returned.
Oh, okay.
And that's because I read in the subs that Daytona does not have 93 or 89 fuel available.
Right, okay.
And the 110 and the, like, whatever the other one is that they have was just an obscene price. Like, absolutely obscene. So that does not surprise me at all. But that does confirm for me that it is Sunoco race fuel that we're putting in. And so I will be referring to it as cans of Sunoco race fuel.
As long as they didn't bring their own.
I mean, if they're filling up the Sunoco down the street, you know, I feel like that's where we're at.
I would like to know, even if anyone is so particular in this series, because I'm sure there's somebody, if not multiple somebodies, who is so particular that it's not just the octane that they care about, but also, you know, if they do happen to run on pedestrian fuel, if you like, if they're so particular about the brand as well as the octane.
So
I think I'm right in saying we've dealt with brand issues before, haven't we?
I don't think it was a brand issue as much as it was a individual gas station issue.
A supply issue.
It was
Correct.
Fair.
We think it was an ethanol blend discrepancy. Is that right? We got a car
I
taken
think
to
so.
pits.
That is one of the open throttle BMWs.
Very early pit stall for them.
I think we're going to get a couple of onboards up here.
I hear Zach say, here we go, and I have no idea what we're going. Oh, great.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the open throttle cars. Let's do some digging here.
I'm in the process of getting used to Zach's operating rhythm because I've been...
I think it'll be the 64 in GP1, just to put a period on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, half of the events that I've done this year have been me clicking the buttons and talking to them.
Yeah, I offered Zach maybe we find a way to split production or do something like that. And when I said that, well, 14 hours is a long time to just sit in front of a computer and do racing things, he said, well, I would have been doing that anyway. So
A king
Joseph
among men.
cringing as he hears, "Oh, I offered to split it." Joseph's like, "Oh."
it didn't necessarily have to be Joseph. I would have
okay.
maybe figured out something else. But the 29 has been released from the pit stall. It looks a little lighter around the right rear corner than maybe the way it came in. I don't see anything in the... Oh, well, other than the pass under yellow, down at turn 3, it doesn't have any entries in the race control log. So...
Race control has been... I don't know if they're just occupied with trying to pick the bones out of the lap 1 incident, but race control has been awfully quiet in the last 20 minutes, thankfully.
Yeah, I wonder if some word was passed to the teams down there on the team network to say, hey, cut it out.
Please stop.
Yeah. And we thought that something like that might be coming. It's certainly a less than clean opening sort of stanza to the race, but things really have settled down. Also, maybe a healthy dose of being gently reminded that this is a 14-hour race, and hey, let's take it easy. We've got plenty of time to kind of sort out the bigger issues here, and it appears to be certainly appears to be the case now. Still waiting for some answers, by the way, on possible contact for the number 172 and the 73 that was on the restart down at turn number 3, and the pass under yellow at turn 5.
I don't know if we can track this down because I'm not sure where they are on track, possibly into the West Horseshoe. But the 48 and the 124 have swapped positions yet again, so that podium fight in GTO continues to rage on.
They're on their way into turn 6 now, out of 5 into 6. So next camera should pick it up, and it's still a trio. That trio that was all together when I left to go set up camera 10 is very much the same, just in varying orders.
Yeah, that 34.
They go on to the west, the west banking now.
Yeah, that 34 for Hitman Racing, half a second behind the two of them last time across the stripe.
Yeah, there you see him just going under the Daytona banner there in the middle of the banking. That white Junior 3 Aston Martin sandwiched in between the number 124 from NFC Motorsports and that number 34 from Hitman. Like I said, the better part of the last half an hour or so, just those three in various orders, headed around the high banks here at Daytona. And shockingly, for the amount of battling that they've been doing, not really letting the automatic Aston Martin get away. Some of that, I think, will be traffic-induced from the Aston. Some of that may be just managing that gap a little bit. Really no reason to start to try to push things out anyway at this early stage. Likely to get some full course yellows as the race bears on. And unless it sort of comes to you, really no reason, like I said, to push the pace. That is a pit stop for the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW. That 235i, not the 235IR. That is a road car, I think a 2015 235i, built up for GP1. Something different, very unique in the GP1 class, despite being a BMW.
So
car pulling off down at turn 3. Sorry, the core Mustang is pulling off down the entry to turn number 3, guys.
Which turn number 3? Yeah, infield turn number 3, yes.
Yes, and it's trailing smoke this time. So having dropped or dumped fluid for most of the morning, now it is possibly out of the fluid that it had been dumping, and is now just smoking. Pulled off into the grass, so very, very quickly got off the racing surface.
And directly to the paddock.
Exactly. Hard left turn there into the escape road behind the International Horseshoe. So good work there from the 606 to clean things up, but they're going to have some issues to go deal with down in the paddock, to be sure.
Last time around, that 48 had lost both the second and third positions to the 124 and the 34. 51 for Choice Racing has gone missing on my screen. Why is that?
That is a great question.
That's fallen down the order by quite a margin from 8th place. Is that because, have they been given a penalty? No.
So
No.
the Random Vandals 82 is in the pits. I see them. There's the 5, are they 51 or 511? I think that's a transponder issue because the side of the car definitely says 511. They are in the pits now, just in front of that Montgomery Motorsports BMW.
I don't remember if I said this, but goats are back out after about 7 minutes in the pit lane. So they are still circulating, but that is whatever mechanical has taken them into the pits has most likely taken them out of contention for another famous victory.
Yeah, I mean, 7 minutes is not not uncatchable in
It's
the
3 laps.
Yes. Just be patient there.
Yes, it's 3 laps.
I agree, but stranger things have happened. 99 is into the pit lane.
48 back up into second. Let's see how closely we can track this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is just going to keep happening until they find a way to spread themselves out. That may be on the way now with this initial round of pit stops for the GTO runners. The 888 from TLM USA is into the pit lane now as well. We already mentioned Random Vandals in and out, the 28. That sister car is now into the pit lane, and here we go. Team ACP, the second of the TLM USA cars, the number 172 is in as well. So, let's talk
You
about
asking for a
Supras
reset
minute.
after 1 hour?
No.
Okay.
Let's talk about Supras for a minute.
Let's talk about Supras.
First time they've run here at Daytona. They haven't been the fastest cars this weekend. The Astons have been quick. The Supras generally very, very good on one-lap pace, but the one thing we know about them is that they're very positive at the front end. And if most of your speed around a place like Daytona is made on acceleration, corner exit, and the long, flat-out stretches around the banking, it's really not the kind of place that car is going to have a ton of advantage. And I just wonder if maybe those Supras aren't going to fare quite as well here as they normally might. However, those cars have typically been pretty reliable. And the one thing we won't know yet is just how good they are on fuel. So far, we haven't seen one into the pits yet. We've had stops from BMWs and Aston Martins, the turbo Aston Martins at least, and no answers yet on that Toyota Supra GT4. So let's just keep an eye on them, even as they start to fade. This race may come back to them in time, just based on pit stop strategies and cycles. Wide at turn number 2 for the Aston Martin from Junior 3 Motorsports. They're side by side with NFC down into the horseshoe. They're going to split the number 44 from PC Racing, and it's going to balk that number 34 from Hitman just a little bit. And 888 Aston Martin comes out just behind that 3-car battle. So 3 wide, splitting traffic, trying to work themselves through the lead GP1 runners, and they emerge out the other side, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It's still exactly the way they came in there. Those 3 are just absolutely tied together.
Brendan, I did want to make the note. Obviously, you haven't been with us as much as I think you would have even liked. We have seen Thunder Bunny in particular playing the strategy game quite well and to quite good effect. So I do believe that this could be intentional. Excuse me.
Yeah, I
just had to clear my throat there. My apologies. But no, I think there's a level of that, and I also think there's a level of the BMWs have been here several times in the past, and it could just be an issue of, they haven't quite found the setup window for the Super yet either. But that ends up being a car, Joseph, I think you can back me up on this, that has the fuel economy and strategy game tied down pretty well. We're a 14-hour race here. We're only about an hour in. I think we have yet to see the last of them.
Yeah, I think the thing that has made the Supra most dangerous, obviously it is very pacey, but the fact that it's pacey and it can run the fuel as long or longer than anybody else in the field really opens up your strategy options. And they're not really options so much as flexibility. So you're less likely to get caught out by a bad yellow because you've had to pit 5 minutes before the yellows come out, right? So it's a fast old car. but it's also one that is pretty efficient, and I think it's that combination that makes it so dangerous. And I think you're right, Ryan. I don't think there's any reason to count that out. It's part of the reason why that 34 for Hitman. I think that car looks awfully dangerous, as the 909 has come in for a pit stop, I believe.
I do just want to say about the 34 for Hitman, I am so happy to see that car back out here. That must have been a hell of a job to get that car put back together and ready for Daytona here.
For the uninitiated, would you remind us what happened to the number 34?
Yeah, the number 34 was the subject of a rather unfortunate accident, Joseph, at... Was that Road America or Mid-Ohio?
It was into the kink at Road America.
Road America, that's what I thought. And it was early on in the first day. So they had to pack up and go home quite quickly into their weekend. And that car did not look great. You know, if you lose it into the kink at Road America, that's a pretty high-speed, high-commitment area there. And so the fact that they're able to get that car back out here, it looks like, I mean, it's feasible that they purchased another one, but it's got the same livery, the same number.
It looks identical.
Yeah, I'm very pleased to see that car back out here and running. I also wonder, you know, it's actually a BMW, it's not a Toyota. Oh, we get that. But I do think this comes back to the chassis setup on this. The Supra is more closely related to the Z4 than it is the 4 Series. And I think the frontal area, Joseph, means that inherently it should be more efficient, especially somewhere here where you have so much open throttle running.
I agree with you.
All right, perfect.
Sorry.
I agree with you, and then I leave.
Yeah, just let me deal with one thing, guys.
Yeah, no worries. Perfect. Well, I'll take it then.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about a power to weight class, well, not inherently, but the way things are done here is, you know, a smaller car will have an advantage. It's not how would you put it? It's not performance boxed as a whole car. There are modifiers, but there's no modifier, I don't believe, for size of the car, right? So
correct.
If you've got a big old car, you know, frontal area is not the end all be all, because there's also coefficients in play.
Right.
There's aerodynamic efficiency.
Well,
in addition
I would venture to say that the Supra's better in that regard as well, but I'm not an engineer.
Maybe it does have a, like so many other cars, and being a fastback with as short of a roofline as it does kind of have the opportunity for a big old pressure pocket right behind it. So,
Okay.
Remember, these are GT4 cars, so they're you know, not up and down across the board, but a lot of the GTO cars are basically detuned GT4 cars, which exist with the expectation that they're going to be BOP'd as well in the series that they're used to be running in. So they're not necessarily... yes, they were briefly 3 wide. Is one of those cars taken to the pits? They're not. You're not necessarily going for ultimate, as we have additional cars coming into the pit lane. Some of them GP runners as well, which is a little surprising to me. But this track is obviously very flat out, so maybe shouldn't be. Because those cars are, you know, designed to be run in a BOP class, they're obviously, you don't want to make it slow, but you aren't necessarily optimizing to the nth degree in the same way. You're optimizing more for drivability and consistency, and making a more comfortable car. So there may be areas of, say, aerodynamic efficiency that are lacking just because they can afford to be. So
Okay.
yeah, there's, like anything in racing, there's so many variables in play.
Indeed, there are. Zach, I think this might be a good opportunity to run some fresh farm-to-table ads. That's a possibility here. Okay,
We're being told it's a possibility.
Possibility. There's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance, if you will. Alrighty, so we're going to go to ads here. 12 hours and 52 minutes remaining here at Daytona, the world's center of racing, in the month of June. We'll be right back.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Much like Uncle Cooper, we're happy to see you here at the Daytona 14-hour event with WRL. I'm Ryan. I'm being told that there's a car off here.
It's the MMR Mustang, I believe.
It is the MMR Mustang. So, tough luck for Mustangs today at a track with lots of wide open running where you'd want to have a Mustang, I think. We're also joined by Brendan Kazmarek as well as Joseph Moodrock with Zach on the ones and twos. Welcome, everybody.
Special thanks to play-by-play announcer Ryan West.
Absolutely, man.
I'm calling both games.
Really working on it.
Look who we've got at the head of the field, Brendan, to the point that we were making about 5 minutes ago. The two cars.
Exactly. So, Hitman's in and out. They've...
Are they?
Yes, they are on their...
people.
They are on the way out of the pit lane, having been passed by the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, and that's either the 888 or the 48. I think it's the 48 headed down into turn number 3. So they're basically all three still together, and they've jumped the automatic Aston Martin in the process. Who is...
Lucas Wallet.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be... So the thing that's going to be interesting about that is these cars... This is one of those... Should we ask for disclosure sheet questions? Because I would love to know the difference in fuel tank between those two cars, between those two types of cars, for one thing.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know what different directions Hitman and Thunder Bunny have gone on their cars, because that 111 is yet to pit still.
And
we've gone full course yellow.
Yeah, I think that's going to be for the MMR Mustang down at turn number 5. That car is actually slightly on track. I don't know if you can see it from the angle that the camera is set up at, but the right-hand side
where's the
wheels have
111?
not cleared the white lines. 111... Ooh.
On track. Because if they are able to make it into the pits here, that will be a little bit of a coup for them.
We've got replays, everybody. Let's see here. I believe we're going to watch the stricken MMR Mustang pull off to the side.
Flatbed on the way.
This is the 25 exiting turn number 3. It's the orange and black Mustang there at the back of shot.
It's
It
almost
just
like
pulls
it's...
the anchor right there. Just runs out of steam.
I mean, you can see it as it's coming around the apex. It's almost like it's just shattered a half shaft or something.
I'm actually impressed it's made it as far as it has. For as
Yeah.
slow as it is at the exit of 3 there, to make it round to the almost to the turn 5 runoff, or the access road there is... we almost avoided this full course yellow entirely.
So I would say, Joseph, it's not a bad idea, but also I did used to own one of these cars, and
how did you break
especially
yours?
in WRL trim, I don't think shattering a half shaft is a possibility. You gotta have a lot of power on one of these. I guess if he had run a curb, maybe, but
Curbs,
the rear end,
banking. I mean, there's all kinds
stiff.
of unique loads here that you don't you don't always get.
Pretty stout rear end on one of these Mustangs, relative to the power that it has, at least.
Are we? Yeah, is that still a solid axle at that age of car? Okay.
Yes.
So let's clean up a couple of things here in the pit lane. The 979 Black Forest Racing
Can't even have an ad to throw to anymore.
Was sent down the Rolex chute, as they call it, into the paddock, pushed there because it was dead stick, and now has come back out of the paddock into the pit lane, where I assume it's going to receive fuel and a driver change. But it was a very, very quick visit into the paddock. Second pit stops from both of the Random Vandals cars, the 28 and the 82. The 82's already been sent. You've got GTU pit stops. The GP1 second place car, I think it was the 44, is in. 89X Camaro is in, I believe, for the first time.
Yeah, we know that car
talked
can go
about
for
them.
a day and a half on fuel.
Yeah, I actually meant to bring them up early on in the show today as a sort of a dark horse.
Well, no, the dark horse isn't here.
I don't follow.
The Mustang.
No, right. Yep. No. I did, but we were a little behind, so I didn't get to talk about the 89X. But they're into the pits for the first time after an hour and 15 minutes. I have not seen the Thunder Bunny car.
The 118?
Yeah. Well, no, the 111. Oh, they were in under the first full course yellow.
Indeed, they are. That is their strat.
Quick yellow flag here. That we are back to green before we even got the field fully formed up. The 111 is going to lead us back to green flag racing. Joseph, you mentioned the 118.
I sure did.
Yeah, so they
have not taken the green flag.
Yeah, that's because they were in an incident yesterday down at the exit of the kink. It looked like maybe they dropped a wheel and spun to driver's left and in the wall fairly hard in that braking zone to turn number 5. And unfortunately, I think that car is going to be a non-starter basically all day today.
I'm trying to get a handle on what this is going to do, this quick yellow, what that's going to do to the 111, because having not been able to make it into the lane, I think they're going to be, I think they could lose about a minute worth of time here on balance.
Well, if you're going to lose a minute, this is the type of place to do it, with a 14-hour race, of course.
Yes. Okay, 909 back through on the 34 and the 89, having pitted as we mentioned. So the 34 has not leapfrogged the 909 as we initially thought, or if they have, the 909 has gotten around them on the restart, basically, gotten the jump on them. 701 up to the point in GP1 around the 147 from Moorhead, so that is shaping up to be a good battle. And Stan's Racing, I believe, is taken to the pits during this caution. And that has taken them out of the lead in GP2 in that 198.
I did want to make a note on the Random Vandals front, especially Random and especially Vandals, or indeed theft. Did you see on Facebook this morning, Mo Dadka's rental car was stolen from the hotel?
Huh.
So,
has anybody seen one Cole Lofsgaard?
I mean, I couldn't possibly comment. But no, it sounded like it wasn't a particularly nice car either. Somebody stole his rental 530i, which is a pleasant vehicle, but not certainly something I would think of as, like, just stealing outright. So Mo undoubtedly dealing with that headache this morning as well, in addition to having to, put in some stints here in a 14-hour race. Looked pretty decent, he and Cole Lofsgaard did, on their Lamborghini Super Trofeo debut a few weeks ago.
Yes, and then I have completely failed to follow up on any of that. I assume somebody else has watched.
Oh, okay, not a problem at all.
More Super Trofeo than I have.
They were 2 times the recipients of some unfortunate last lap melees in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but pace-wise, they were right there. Coming up front, I think a podium was in play, at least top 5's in play both days. So a strong result for them. I'm sure not the result that they were looking for, but still able to, I think, show out well and really kind of show that if you're a top-tier driver in WRL especially, that kind of puts you in the upper pantheon, and you're able to compete toe-to-toe on pro weekends. So very happy to see that for the both of them.
Yeah, I understand we've got replay of one of the NPO ones dipping tires down in the West Horseshoe, just giving us an illustration of how hard these cars are pushing. Even if you're in a 3-car class, there's still something to be fighting for.
Gonna pick it up here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, a little slow into the corner. That'll be the 100 for L2 Motorsports. It just come out of the pit lane, so possibly on a driver change. And they're just going to swing it. Yeah, just a really slow entry into that corner, so keep an eye out for that 100. Running third in GTU, but we know the GTU class is capable of throwing up surprises aplenty.
Gentlemen.
Scoundrel.
Can I introduce a guest?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this all-star racing team.
Yeah.
Because the number, I mean, when I was looking at the entry list, their list is number 5, and I don't know, I kind of feel like I would have expected them to be listed as number 1 looking at the list. I don't know.
Yeah, right? It's almost like we prepped for this, but we kind of knew this was coming. All-Star Motorsports down in GP1. It's a BMW. Got in touch with us last night about having a quick chat early on this morning as we get things underway here on DriversEye Live. And I'm happy to say now that we're joined up here in the booth by Steve Park. Good morning, Steve Park.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. And I've just been having a ball, and this WRL series is new to me, and it was funny. We were in the drivers' meeting, and they had asked, "Is this anybody's first time?" And I raised my hand, and it was kind of weird but funny.
Yeah.
Where, you've raced your whole entire life with NASCAR and everything else growing up, and you're a rookie in WRL.
Sure. Yeah. I did some research last night, and you're new to WRL, not new to road racing. We'll touch on that in a second. You're not new to Daytona International Speedway either, where I think I'm right in saying you return on a 1-race winning streak at the Speedway?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. We last race I ran here, we ran on the little half mile on the backstretch in the open wheel modified NASCAR modified series and wheel and modifieds, and we won the race. So
you did.
It was I had time off. I had retired from NASCAR. I kind of worked all the way up to the NASCAR Winston Cup or Nextel Cup, and then on my way down from the pinnacle of racing, I raced back in the truck series for Brennan Gaughan, and then moved back into like it was the Busch East or the I forget what they call it now.
K&N, I think.
K&N.
Is it K&N?
You're exactly right. It was.
Or Menards East. I don't know. There's so many names.
It was K&N when I was there.
Gotcha.
So, and then finally stepped out of the race car, and I was out of the race car probably for about 5 or 6 years. And when they made the announcement they were going to have a modified race here at Daytona, I was like, growing up in modifieds and winning so much in modifieds, which actually propelled my career to going to work for Dale Earnhardt.
Sure.
I said, man, I just, with my kid, I would love to, in the history books, be one of those guys that was part of that modified race at Daytona. So I called a couple good friends of mine up in New England and begged them to see if they'd bring a spare car down for me to at least participate in the race. And got a great car and a car that had won in the past here or had won in the modified tour in the past. And we unloaded the car. The car was pretty fast, and we found ourselves running second with 1 lap to go. And I think everybody remembers the night I got into the back of Mike Stefanik. The guy in third was pushing me hard on the last lap and got me into the back of Mike. Unfortunately, Mike and Julie are great friends of mine, and with Mike's passing and getting into the Hall of Fame, that's a pretty great accomplishment that he deserved. When the smoke cleared, we came out, crossing the white flag and checkered flag and won the race. So, what I love is I've never won the Daytona 500, but when people say, "Oh, have you ever won a Daytona?" I just say yes.
Listen, they can't take that away from you.
No.
It might have been one very small part of Daytona a mile away from us here, but it's still a Daytona win, and it counts.
Yeah.
You have the chance for a second one today. You guys are down in GP1 in the All-Star Racing BMW, I think it's an M3, right?
Yep.
Yep, M3. Your first time in the World Racing League, first time, not road course racing, but like this, endurance road racing, right?
Yep.
I don't think you ever got tied up with the Rolex 24 or any of that back in the old Grand Am days. So why road racing now? You've been out of the car for a while, but we find you here anyway.
Yeah, well, it all starts with All-Star Racing, the number 5 car, and Kenny Hendrick, the owner. Me and Kenny, through our NASCAR days, growing up in NASCAR, we became good friends, and we've remained good friends. And last year, he came down here with Almonte Motorsports and ran in the endurance race and enjoyed himself with the WRL so much that he decided to go out and buy a car himself. And got the car prepped and got it ready to come down here, and then he was looking for a lineup of drivers, and he called me and we talked, and he said, "Oh, what do you think about coming down and running WRL in Daytona for the 14 hour?" And I was like, "You know what, Kenny, I had owned the battery and lighting business for the last 10 years. I just sold it in September, worked it till towards the end of the year, and so now I'm kind of fully retired, raising my son, doing a little fishing, and now I'm here at the WRL with Kenny and All-Star Racing, and one of the 3 drivers with Kenny and Ryan that are going to run the 14 hours and hopefully get to the end tonight."
Very cool. Very cool.
Brendan,
Go ahead, Joseph.
I was just going to make the point. Some of us with shorter memories, including myself, might forget that Steve's not a bad road racer in the first place.
I was just going to make the point. You have a road course win to your name, do you not?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah.
I won at Watkins Glen, which was actually, I'm from New York originally, and it was my home track. And people, they asked the question, what's your favorite race and stuff? And I said, well, the first race I won for Dale Earnhardt was at Watkins Glen in my home state of New York. And a lot of people don't know the story where the year before that, I was a rookie in the Nationwide Series, or the Busch Series back then, and Dale said, "If you're going to run a Cup car, where would you want to run it?" I'm like, "Well, Dale, the only tracks I've ever been to prior to coming to the Nationwide Series is Watkins Glen or New Hampshire." So he says, all right. It wasn't 2 days later. He said, "I just ordered a brand new Cup car." He said, "I want you guys to put it together." And I got a sponsorship from Burger King, and we put the number 14 Burger King car together and went to Watkins Glen. And the funny part of the story was, he says, "I only want one thing out of you." And I said, "Okay." He says, I don't need you to win. Don't feel the pressure that you have to go out there and impress me and try to win." He said, "I just want a few things. Stay on the track. Don't wear out your brakes, and don't break your transmission." He said, "That's all I need you to do." I was like, "Okay, Dale, I think I can do that." Well, we get out there, and we qualified 20th or 22nd, and we found ourselves getting into the early part of the race, and I got the car to 10th. And the car felt good. I felt good, and I was pushing for 9th in the early to mid part of the race, and we were getting into the bus stop, and I outbraked the guy getting in. I don't think the guy saw me real good, like they tell you here in WRL. Don't dive bomb guys.
Yeah.
These are long races, and I'm learning that too. And this is a perfect example of a mistake that I had made. I had dive bombed the guy. I had gotten in there. I thought he had saw me. He'd come down. We touched, went over the rumble strips, and just did a little pirouette spin into the kitty litter.
Yeah.
Well, when you get in the kitty litter, you can't get out. And so I'm backwards in the kitty litter, and I find out later on that Earnhardt comes around, gets on his radio and tells Childress and his whole team, "Oh, we got a whopper on the beach." and we got towed out, and we were laps down, and we didn't finish good. And make a long story short, Monday morning we always had our team meetings, and we're in there, and Dale's there, and he not real happy with me, which I can understand. And he asked me, "How'd the weekend go?" I said, "Well, it was going pretty good, but it didn't really end up that good." He said, "I don't know why you don't listen to me." I'm like, "Dale, I listen to you. 7-time champion. Why would I not listen to you?" He said, "You didn't listen to me." I said, "Well, no. What do you mean?" I said, I was listening to you." He said, "Well, what did I say then?" "You said that I didn't have to go out there and win and try to impress him." And he said, "I just want a few things from you. Stay on the track. Don't wear out the brakes.
Yeah.
Don't break the transmission." I said, and he's like, "That's right. And what did you do?" I said, "I got off the racetrack." He said, "See, I told you. You weren't listening to me." He said, "I didn't want you to do anything but those 3 things." And I screwed that up. But we were able to rebound from that and come back a year later and win the race.
So Listen, I'm not saying that Dale Earnhardt knew everything about racing, but he was pretty darn close. And I think if you take those 3 things and you put them into a 14-hour endurance race, stay on the track, don't wear out the brakes, don't kill the transmission, it's a pretty good way to find yourself in the winner's circle in any endurance or road racing event, right? So
yes,
maybe
especially in those days of NASCAR.
Yeah, right. The most fragile parts of the car, arguably, right?
Yeah.
So we've got the potential here for a good result. That number 5 car has obviously been pretty quick throughout the weekend. You've got 2 great teammates, Kenny Hendrick, who stock car driver down in the Southwest and the West Coast. Is that right? And then Ryan Kerfin, who is a young driver that's with you guys as well. You've been in the car prior to this, testing out at VIR, and not that you need much coaching, but you told me just offline, you tested there with Johann Schwartz, and he was able to find you 3 or 4 seconds in the BMW?
Oh, my God. I'm telling you what. I mean, Johann Schwartz, if you don't know who he is, and I don't think there's anybody in road racing
we
that
all
doesn't.
know who Johann is.
I mean, he's not just a phenomenal coach and a guy that can teach you, but just a phenomenal human being where, he actually came to me. And I was shocked, and he asked me how things were going because him and Kenny have been good friends for a long time and stuff. And I really started to lean on him. And, I went to him during a lunch break, and I was asking him about 2 of these corners. I just couldn't get my timing down, my braking, and my shifting. And he's like, come on, go get your truck. Got in the pickup truck. He's like, I'm going to drive. And we all got in the back, and he drove us around. And the guy, it's not like he's fast no matter what he gets in.
Yeah.
But it's not keeping secrets.
Yeah.
If you could do it as good as he could do it, he'll tell you how to do it. But it's just, the knack that he has for driving these road race cars is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And his knack for being able to express that and teach that to somebody else was incredible. And me as a guy that won Watkins Glen in a NASCAR Cup car.
Yeah.
I was so grateful that. He was able to show me some different things because, back in my day, we didn't road race a lot in NASCAR.
Yeah.
We probably did it 2 times a year, and now they found out that it is pretty important, and the fans do like it. And I'm like a sponge. My dad always taught me keep your mouth shut and keep your ears open and listen, and you'll learn a lot more. And but again, I just want to thank Johann for giving me the opportunity to help me out. And we went back out in the car, and I picked up almost 4 seconds.
That's awesome.
And,
That's awesome.
Yeah, but I was still 4 or 5 seconds off of what he was able to do. So, but we all were, and I think everybody is.
Sure. No, I mean VIR is a tough track in any car. It's very, very technical. A lot of elevation changes, moving braking zones. Got a lot less of that here. It's a little bit more straightforward, and but the braking zones, turning in, trail braking, all that is still pretty important towards a good lap time. One thing you haven't done much of is multi-class racing, right? So we've got the endurance aspect that kind of carries over from the Cup cars, taking care of the equipment. You've got the pace working with Johann out at VIR, but you haven't really done, having cars whiz by you going 10 or 15 miles an hour down the straight, or quicker down the straight, or charging in the braking zones. Have you been given any pointers on that? Has there been a learning curve with all of that?
I think WRL does a good job in their drivers' meetings where, they really preach awareness. You want to be aware of what's around you, and I think, if I had any kind of thing that I feel is helping me is that I'm comfortable going fast in a race car.
Sure.
So, I'm not, some people drive off the front bumper because that's all they can concentrate on where I feel I'm relaxed in the race car around the whole racetrack. So I'm constantly able to check my mirrors and not get myself offline.
Sure.
If that makes sense, I mean, it's one thing that I've done and I've done in practice is just trying to keep awareness of the faster cars that are coming, since we are not the fastest class.
Yeah.
And also being patient. I mean, they preach to us in the drivers' meeting too with WRL. It's a 14-hour race. If there's something going on where you're faster than the car in front of you, get a point by. Pass on the straightaway. Keep the cars low on the banks here at Daytona, and also, which I thought was nice, was be predictable.
Yeah.
That's. I can't express that enough because I've come up on cars, and when they make me nervous, I have to be patient and take another extra second to get by
Sure.
him. And then there's some guys you come up, you know, in the bankings here at Daytona, and they're riding along the bottom and being very predictable, and you're able to take plenty of room to go by on the outside, and keep this type of racing safe. So again, you know, I just want to thank the WRL for doing their job for keeping not only guys with less experience, but the guys with the most experience all safe and try to get as many cars to the finish for 14 hours as they can.
They do a phenomenal job. Race Control is just over here, and they race after race, man. They talk to the people they need to talk to. They reward the right type of mentality, the right type of driving style. You're in a good spot there in GP1 as well. It's a phenomenally competitive class.
Yeah.
Kind of like a knife fight in a phone booth with just, you know, production cars. I mean, you guys have your BMW M3 just coming down the pit lane here, actually. I think just a routine pit stop there. The Moorhead car is super, super quick, which is, I think, where Johan is this weekend. Man, they go at it every single weekend. Oh, on the way in. I think you guys are pretty down here. Over here.
Yep, I'm just seeing if they're doing fuel. Because we really didn't want to. We really didn't want to plan on pitting unless there was full course caution.
Yeah.
And there's not, and there hasn't been.
Looks all routine here.
Yeah, I mean, you can only go a certain distance in fuel. So I mean, car might have sputtered, got low on fuel. So it looks like they're fueling it.
So, well,
go ahead.
Can I bump? Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're genuinely into this. You know, it doesn't sound like it's a one-off thing. I'm kind of wondering if you're going to try to make a habit of this, either here or elsewhere.
Yeah, that's a great question. It kind of was a one-off thing, and now I've been working on the car during the week, and then we went to VIR to test last Monday and Tuesday, and you know, Kenny's putting the effort in, and now it went from going to Daytona to where you know, we talked about going back to VIR. And I'm pumped. I'm excited about it. You know, with All Star Racing being the new team, I told Kenny the other night. I said, you know, if we can try to get some more sponsorship for the team, and propel the team and do more races, that we, you know, it takes money to go racing, and in order to do it right, you got to have a little bit of money. So, you know, we're seeking a little outside funding. We're talking to a few people. And just like we were talking about before, All-Star Racing number 5, doesn't that remind you of Rick Hendrick's number 5 car?
Sure does.
Wasn't that All-Star Racing originally?
Oh, that's a good question. That might have been a little bit.
Remember when Rick was going broke, and they won Martinsville, and it got him enough money to go to the next race, and now he's one of the biggest powerhouses.
How about it?
And I thought it was All-Star Racing.
It might be
number 5.
You might be right.
So it's definitely something to look into. But you know, for me, you know, I'm all in. I told Kenny, I said, you know, if we can, you know, grow this team and do more races, definitely with the WRL, it's something that I would definitely look into. And you know, with Kenny, and then you know, and then possibly with Ryan. Ryan's another guy who lives in North Carolina. He's from New England. We have a lot in common. He just came from New Jersey Motorsports Park racing his road race car. So a lot of good stuff happening here. So
we've had it confirmed. It was All-Star Racing. Rick Hendrick, the number 5.
All-Star
There's a picture of it there. Yep, that's
Isn't
it.
that cool?
That's very cool. There's a throwback car just been put in there. One of the cars tomorrow was run number 5.
Yeah.
That's very, very cool. And a nice kind of full circle thing. Go ahead, Joseph.
Original crew chief Harry Hyde. Wikipedia tells me.
Yep, you're exactly right.
That's very cool. Steve, it sounds like you're having a phenomenal experience so far already. When do we expect to see you in the car?
I'm supposed to be the third stint.
Okay.
Kenny Hendrick's in the car right now, and doing a phenomenal job. He's the owner of the car. We felt it was important for him to start the race because you know, we don't foresee any mechanical failures. But you know, as we talked, and one of the things that I thought about is, you know, if he didn't start the race and the first driver ran 3 hours and something broke, you know, he spent all this time and money and effort trying to get his race car to Daytona, and then didn't get a chance to turn a lap other than practice. So you know, that came into play. But like I said, right now, you know, we're you know, with all of us, we're financially funded to get through Daytona.
Sure.
And we're looking pretty good for VIR. But, it'd be nice to be able to make an announcement that we're going to be doing more races, not only with myself, but Kenny, and then maybe a third driver.
We'd love to see you back, like I said, and like Joseph said, it sounds like you're really genuinely into this. Excited to see you behind the wheel of the car. New environment for you, but an old home here at the Daytona International Speedway. Thanks for coming up and chatting with us.
Well,
it's been great.
Thanks for having me, guys. And like I said, I can't say enough about WRL and the way they've been able to handle our stuff. I mean, the environment here has been great. The way they run their competition on the racetrack is pretty strict. But you see the results on the racetrack and what's going on. So, getting to the end of 14 hours is our goal, and I'll be probably getting in the car in the next couple hours. And I appreciate you guys having us up here.
Stay cool out there.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Enjoy your time in WRL. Enjoy your time behind the wheel, and we're going to obviously keep an eye out for you. Steve Park from All-Star Racing, the number 5 BMW.
All right, guys. Thank you.
So I think I figured it out, Joseph.
Okay.
Brendan only wants to do the events with the heavy hitter interviews.
Or maybe they know when he's working them.
And or more importantly, they know when I am not working. Because, now granted, I've interviewed some great people. There's no question about it. But you've got Dorsey Strader, Steve Park. I can't compete with that.
David Hobbs.
David Hobbs.
We have talked to some remarkably big names.
We have.
It's kind of upsetting.
It is.
Who keeps letting us do this?
I don't know. But here we are, live at Daytona. JT, can you let us know what's going on the GP field?
Yeah, I can. I'm JT now. PC Racing still lead. I'm trying to do JT's cadence. PC Racing is in front of the Moorhead Speedworks car. They've been leading that class since the yellow flag. I'm giving up the JT cadence.
That's
I
okay.
can't
That's
do it.
okay. I appreciate that.
While we've been talking to young Steve Park, the number 5 has slipped down the order a bit. Is that because they've pitted? It is because they pitted about a lap ago. So things are going to be shuffling around just a bit. The 44 is going to make out like a bandit on this because they were one of the cars, as was the 147 for that matter. One of the cars that I believe was able to pit under the yellow flag. Was the 98 also? I'm not seeing too many slow laps from... no, the 98 did have a slow lap, so they would have been caught in the queue for just a little bit. Remember, it was a very fast full course yellow for a lot of teams. I don't even think we were under the control of the pace car for a full lap. I think we basically got everybody woed up and then immediately sent them green, basically. So some cars will have ducked into the pits. Some will not have, and it was such a short yellow that, especially in the GP classes, it's not totally obvious to me that that pitting will have been the move there. Zach has got a replay queued up. I don't know if we're ready to go with it, but it is one of the core Mustangs throwing an awful lot of smoke into turn 1, and that was called by race control. Was it called by race control? I don't recall. But yeah, a ton of smoke being thrown by one of those Mustangs. This probably would have been about 15 minutes ago by now. We were very wrapped up in our interview. So I don't know if that car is still circulating, actually, because it was trailing a decent amount of smoke for the better part of at least a lap. The 606 is being listed as, and I think that might be that car in question. 606 is being listed as in the pit lane. Here is that replay. There's that Mustang going exiting camera right. Yeah, that almost...
Is that tire smoke?
It almost looks like it might be.
Yeah, because you're loading up the right side of the car, and that back left is starting to drag. I would buy that being tire smoke.
Yeah, I think they had additional issues, though, because they were dragging it also. I don't know if we've got it, but I believe they were dragging it into the International Horseshoe as well. So I think maybe they had a flat or something else go wrong with that car that's caused them to lock up there. Because you wouldn't expect to lock up that heavy.
Right.
You're unloaded a little bit, but... Ooh, car around.
Trouble.
into the infield off of the tri-oval. Which car was that? I couldn't identify it at a glance.
I couldn't either.
Appears to have been the 198. That'll be the Stance Racing entry in GP2, sitting currently in third place. They will have pitted about 10 laps ago, so they should be about a third of the way through their stint. I'm gonna be honest. I think Zach might have gotten the most out of that interview of the four of us.
I think so as well. I mean, I always like to hear a good Dale Earnhardt story. You know?
Would you consider Steve Park to be a legend of the sport? Because I kind of would.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
He's definitely not a guy. He's like, he's up there a little ways for sure.
Yeah.
And we got another replay coming here
for the spin into turn 1, I believe. Yeah, just a little bit too much rear brake on, and then they hit the tarmac to concrete transition, and that finally swings them all the way around. Continued with no major drama, but you never want to see the car going backwards.
I mean, easy to do, especially, we saw that a lot at Daytona the 24 this year. A lot of people losing it right there in that part of the track. So, not necessarily I mean, it's not ideal, obviously, but that's not an awful mistake, all things considered.
No, it's so much runoff there. Just came in a little hot, and that'll be one of those things you just kind of remember for next time. Could be a brake pedal going a little soft as things warm up and move around and shift around in the heat of battle. Speaking of things shifting around in the heat of battle, we are racing the track conditions in terms of keeping cameras stable. So if you see
we are.
Patches in our trackside coverage, that will be why.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to do our dearest to camouflage that. Just pretend I didn't say anything.
There we go. This is going to turn into a radio broadcast quite quickly.
Yeah, it's just going to be a screenshot of my timing monitor.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can keep one in the booth, like Brendan can turn around like a webcam.
There you go.
Get a little bit of ambience going.
We've talked about that before. Just never pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, today's the day, Brendan. Stratus 58 has just put in their fastest lap in GTU. That was a car, by the way, I don't think we called this out. That car copped a lap penalty for passing under yellow very, very early on in the race down at turn 5, which would have been the West Horseshoe. 851. Let me make sure I've got this right. 851, who was deemed responsible for the first lap Chamaz. You were not kidding around, Brendan, about race control not looking favorably on that. That was contact up against the 178 for no lift, formerly JNR, and the 164 for, I believe that would have been, it was Harrison, as a matter of fact. Contact against those two cars, 2-lap penalty, also deemed avoidable contact, and the driver was ejected from the remainder of the race. So a 14-hour race, and unable to participate in the remainder because of a error in judgment on the first lap.
Very diplomatic way to put it, Joseph.
Gentlemen.
Hi there.
I have another guest.
Excellent.
Again?
Yes, we're doing guests again.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's very good because it means I don't have to go down to the pit lane later to knock this stuff out.
Ah, yes.
Yes. No, this is very, very good for us. And happy to say, this time around, we're joined by Aaron Vogel from Shift Up Now, driver of the 702.
Yeah, hi everybody. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. Thanks for stopping in. We have several things to talk about. I'm going to start with Shift Up Now, right? We've called the name many, many times in the World Racing League. This has kind of become a hub for Shift Up Now in a way. Lots of drivers that get the opportunity to race here. I know you guys have a great relationship with Round 3. That's spanned at least 3 seasons now, if not more. I'm going to let you kind of take the wheel here on that. You've been involved for a long time and have an important role in Shift Up Now. So let's talk about Shift Up Now.
Yeah, thank you. So you're absolutely right, Brendan, that this has been a place where Shift Up Now drivers know that they can come and get great seat time, where we have partners that are very interested in supporting us, like Round 3. I think actually maybe Round 3 has been involved with Shift Up Now for 5 years even. So the partnership has gone on for a long time. They've been big supporters of our mission. And they are actually out today. If you go behind the Discovery Parts trailer, where the Round 3 racing trailer is, we have a booth set up with Shift Up Now merchandise or swag. It's not for sale, it's for free. If you want to go grab some koozies and some wristbands. And we also have some driver hero cards with all of our drivers on them, and they have QR codes because we are getting into the new century here finally, and we've got QR codes. So you can go visit our websites and learn more about Shift Up Now and see what our athletes are doing on a regular basis outside of the World Racing League here, because we have athletes running in so many series this year. But we're always excited to be here. We love the seat time that we get here and the great tracks that we get to come to with WRL. And we're just, loving this weather today. It's nice that the sun's out. It's a little warm, but we're happy to be here racing at Daytona.
Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to be here. It's a world-class venue. WRL puts on some world-class racing, even though it is geared more towards the club and amateur and more accessible levels of motorsport. But it seems like it provides an opportunity for the athletes in Shift Up Now, many of which we've seen in other series and other formula that maybe tried, like F2000. I know was a great stepping stone for a lot of drivers, but now it seems like it's provided a real opportunity for the Shift Up Now athletes to get seat time, to build camaraderie as a team, as a Shift Up Now unit, but also within the broader motorsports paddock. All the networking that you guys are able to do, a couple hundred drivers here all together. You all have now a real home to hone the craft, right?
Absolutely. And yeah, like you mentioned, World Racing League is a place where drivers from so many different series come to get seat time as well. So yeah, there's excellent network opportunities here. This weekend, I'm driving with Sarah Montgomery and Ayla Agrin. We were supposed to be in the 997 Cup car, but we had some trouble with the car. And just to be on the safe side, we have actually come over and we are driving with some of the guys in the 702 car. So Carter Pease is going to be driving with us. We'll see if some of the other gentlemen that were going to originally be in the 702 car might jump in later today as well. So we appreciate Round 3 helping keep us all in a car. But yes, as you mentioned, it's a great place to come network and meet people, talk to people that are currently running in other series. And then, like you said, I think it provides us a platform to be visible because we can do things like this where we have multiple female racers in this paddock and on our team, because Laura Hayes is also here running with Thunder Bunny. And we know there are lots of other... Oh, and Pippa is running this weekend with TLM.
Yep.
And we know we have other drivers come and go a lot. There's a lot of other women in the paddock that we like to be here and network with as they're trying to grow their careers as well. And it's been a great home and a great opportunity, a good springboard, I think, for Shift Up Now and our mission, which is just to further women in racing. We're trying to raise money for women in racing. We're trying to get corporate sponsorships. And we've been doing that for the last 3 years with Shift Up Now as a corporation. We've been gathering corporate sponsorships and creating brand partnerships for some of our drivers. But the exciting thing that happened this year is that we have launched the Shift Up Now Foundation. And that is a place where we can receive tax-deductible gifts from individuals or other people that want to support our mission. And the goal with the Shift Up Now Foundation is to be able to provide larger grants to our athletes or to other female drivers that aren't necessarily our athletes, although right now we've got a lot of women that are our athletes that we would like to see them move up into better equipment, better series, bigger series, I should say. Our goal is visibility, so it's what can we do to raise funds and get women driving in places where people, not just here in the racing world, but in the whole world, will see us and and understand that motorsports is a place where women can come and compete equally. If you can see her, you can be her, and that's an important message, not just for young girls, but for the young boys. We want them to see that women are out here driving and competing and that we're capable, and you know, and that we have fun and enjoy these sports as well. You know, like, you know, that we love doing this with you guys. So so yeah, with the Shift Up Now Foundation, there are QR codes also on our hero cards to the Shift Up Now Foundation website, which will have more information there. And we are still working on growing that. I mean, it's just in its very infancy, and we're developing that program. And we're just excited to keep sharing the mission and hope that, you know, people here will see what we're doing and like it, and maybe spread it by word of mouth that what we're trying to do and what we're, you know, what our goal is, and help us raise some funds for that mission, and create some grants for female drivers.
I think one of the things I appreciate about Shift Up Now is it would be very easy to just take on athletes and let this thing sort of be static or cyclical. And now that we've had the opportunity to talk to you over the last couple of years and watch what you're doing in partnership with Round 3, even as you add athletes, is that the mission hasn't changed, the execution has, right? It's grown, the organization's gotten bigger, you've added the foundation now, more and more opportunities are being provided. Like you said, representation matters, right? And I know Ryan, one of our remote commentators here, has a little girl at home that, you know, if he's not actively trying to get her into racing, it is letting her know that it's always there. It's an opportunity, right? If you want to go do this is something that we can do.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely. 100%.
And there he is. Yeah.
And I think that it's important that the message is not just about racing either. It's about, you know, you're a woman or you're a little girl. You can go do whatever you want. You know, it doesn't have to be racing. Racing is a pretty specific thing. You know, that a lot of people go, I could never do that.
Yeah.
You know, that just doesn't occur to them. But there's so many other things that I think, you know, and this is not strictly limited to females, is that we look at it and we go, I don't know that I'm capable of doing that. And I think our whole goal is that the message is you just, you know, go try it, you know, give it a try, whatever it is that you want to do. And so for me, it's even bigger than the motorsports thing. It's a message that is about, you know, whatever it is, if she can see her, she can be her.
Absolutely.
So
I think one of the other, go ahead, Ryan.
No, it's something that, you know, as a father, you know, as a male, it's not something that I've ever had to contend with in my life. And so, you know, through Shift Up Now, that's been, you know, a large eye-opener as well. And we've had, you know, women in motorsports initiatives for quite some time. But it really hit home for me the day that, you know, I'm a pretty big baseball fan. And I was watching baseball with my daughter, who's, you know, interested in sports and likes the racing, and she'll do all that stuff with me. She's very, very happy to be outside and be active. And she did ask me at one point, she said, oh, well, are there any girls in this baseball thing? And I said, well, on a professional level in the United States, no, not really. But there are things that we can be doing. And she actually said to me the other day, well, that's weird because usually when you watch racing, there are girls doing it. And so I think all of these efforts have made an impact to the point where, at least in the eyes of my daughter, who's 7, that's an option. Whereas in most mainstream professional sports, it still really isn't at this point. We've had a lot of development from, like, say, the WNBA recently. I've also made an effort to watch more college softball, things of that nature.
Boomer.
Wherein, you know, it's split, of course, so you have to go out of your way to do it. But I think it's really working, all of these efforts, you know, Shift Up Now included, where my daughter doesn't think of racing as oh, that's just a boys' sport, you know, there's no women doing it professionally. It truly is an equal playing ground. And so I'm just so thankful that there are people out there forwarding this mission. And it does, I think, genuinely make an impact on my daughter, because it's the things I enjoy. And if the things I enjoy are things that she can see, that she can be a part of, you know, I don't want my daughter necessarily to only do things, you know, for my benefit, but it's nice to see that the things Dad likes are things that she can participate in if she wants.
Yeah, Ryan. I'll add on to that as well. I mean, as someone who has a career in engineering, right? I mean, that is something that can, depending on the discipline, can very easily become a monoculture. And I believe Sabra in the Shift Up Now camp is also an engineer by training, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you have people through so many parts of motorsport. You know, it's, as you say, it's not just the driving. There are so many opportunities out there that need to be thought about intelligently.
Right, and I love your story, Ryan, about your daughter and how she took the message that she sees from racing and the female drivers that she sees, and she is applying that to other disciplines, whether it's sports or other things. She's questioning, right? And that's what we all need to be doing, is questioning, like, well, why don't we see better representation there or there, and how can I maybe be a part of that? I mean, that for me as a young girl, I had some experiences that I just didn't understand when I was little. Why can't I do something because I'm a woman?
Right.
And so, that's always been my goal, is, well, how do I help affect change? How do I change people's minds about that? And so it's really cool to see that it's working. And to your point, I've also had many people say, I was never, women especially, I was never a race fan because no one out there looked like me, but now that I see you out there doing it, I'm actually interested in this sport. And isn't that good for our whole sport? I mean, we all know we need fans to keep this sport alive. We need people who are passionate about it, and fans sometimes turn into racers, and that grows the sport too. So, I mean, I think it's more important than just what we're doing. I think it can have so many effects in so many areas, and that's why we're working so hard to make Shift Up Now successful.
I think it goes back to an earlier point, but one of the things I think that impresses me most about Shift Up Now, and it does cross genders or transcends the gender issue, but you guys provide an opportunity for education and connection, right? You try and go racing, and either you're building sponsorship packages on your own, right? You're writing proposals, you're having meetings, and doing that all individually, or you're working through an agency that is taking cuts off that is a money-making opportunity. You guys just got approved for the nonprofit, the 501c3 for the Shift Up Now Foundation, and you're providing these opportunities, these connections, and this education for drivers to go and source some of this on their own if they need to, or to work with the partners that you have at Shift Up Now to be able to make that happen. And that is almost as unique as anything else that you are doing, right? Is creating those opportunities and education for what is still an incredibly complex sport to navigate for anybody. Never mind, for females that are still working against a disadvantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we actually just had a dinner last night where we were talking a lot about strategy, and since we're all here at Daytona together, we thought we'd put our heads together, and about how we can create more opportunities to do mentorship like that and educational things in the future for our members and for our athletes. I don't know if we mentioned this earlier, but Shift Up Now, the corporation still exists and is still working on corporate sponsorship, and we're also a membership platform where people can come and if they join our membership, it puts a little bit more money in our pocket. It's a small fee to join, but we give you guys discounts from our corporate sponsors. You can get discounts from Bell Helmets and Saybelt and Callie's. Callie's, actually, we have a forum coming up on Tuesday for our young members, so that doesn't probably apply to many of us, but if you have a daughter that is interested in karting or racing or has questions, she can, if she's a member, she can come and be on that call where our drivers, our current athletes, can talk about how to get into racing or how to move from karting to formula cars or sports cars. So yeah, we're definitely big on the education because we realize, and the networking and connections, as you mentioned earlier, because we realize that it's so important in this sport to understand how to navigate things. Yeah. It's very complex.
So if somebody did want to become a member or get involved with the Shift Up Now Foundation, what's the pathway to doing so?
So it's easy. Our website for Shift Up Now, the original group, is just shiftupnow.com. And from there, I think you click on the menu and go to membership or become a member. And so you can access that there. Once you are a member, then you get access to the inside pages of our website, where you have access to the forum, registering for the forums, and to all those discounts. And hold on, I have just got a note here from our fearless leader. Oh, yes. Okay. And so then if you're interested in the Shift Up Now Foundation, that is shiftupnow.org. So also very simple. And that's where you can go to learn more about the tax-deductible gift side of participating in our mission.
I know we've got a lot of viewers that are passionate about what WRL offers, and this is sort of one of those unique opportunities where, Shift Up Now as an organization has more visibility than you might get other places, have the opportunity to come up and chat and kind of share the word. And I appreciate, you two coming up and having a chat with us, and not just educating us, but really like driving home what the importance is. And I know Ryan is a big believer in what you guys do. We certainly are here at DriversEye Live as well. You guys are welcome up anytime. Feel free to bring other drivers.
Real quick,
go ahead.
I do want to give one quick shout out here. Lonnie Unser not on the entry list here today. Currently doing testing for what I believe to be a factory program at Pikes Peak. That is super awesome. I am super happy for her.
That's correct. Yeah, she's not with us. That's why Isla's here this weekend. Lonnie's at Pikes Peak doing their testing in her Acura Integra Type S, I believe, which is, yes, an HPD, Honda Performance Development, Honda Racing factory program. So that's really exciting for her. We're all trying to stay tuned into how her runs are going up that wild mountain out there in Colorado.
Unser name has a long-standing connection to Pikes Peak as well. So that's a very, very cool opportunity to get her back back to Pikes Peak, and obviously, Brian said factory. That's doesn't get much better than that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's exactly a great legacy. And actually, Johnny's here right now today, working with Cooper Tire, who is another one of our sponsors and partners, who's been a big help to getting Shift Up Now out here and out in the on the racetrack consistently over the last couple of years. So Johnny's here working. And then he's going to fly out, I think, tonight to go to Pikes Peak and watch Lonnie's last day of testing tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, Aaron, Lynn, thank you guys for coming up and spending some time with us. Best of luck, in the continued mission of Shift Up Now. Obviously, best of luck down the car. In the 702, we'll keep an eye out for you throughout the balance of the day. Wish it were the Cup car. 997 would have been really cool to see and hear around the banking, but
it's such a cool car, Brendan. I can't believe you haven't seen it in person yet. It's awesome.
Such a cool car. It's the most fun driving experience I've ever had, honestly. Yeah. So it's too bad, but
I believe that.
We'll be back.
Feel free to come up, later on in the day, regardless of how things go, positive outcome or not. Love to talk to you and any of the drivers that you've got down in the stable there as well. So go enjoy your day. And again, shiftupnow.org for the foundation, shiftupnow.com. Is it .com for the membership?
Correct.
Sign up. Please, as a viewer, go ahead and go do that, given the opportunity.
And we can, we can talk to you about any questions you might have if you come visit our booth behind the Discovery Parts trailer.
Down in the paddock?
Down in the paddock, yeah.
Look for Discovery Now, Discovery Parts, look for Shift Up Now if you happen to be down there around the circuit. And online if you're joining us remotely. Aaron, Lynn, thank you guys so much for coming up, and best of luck.
Thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a few more Shift Up Now stickers in Carrera Cup by the sounds of things.
Yeah,
talking about that 997.
Absolutely. A Shift Up Now athlete, not that we do power rankings here. We have talked about it. I do think that we should work on it for next season. I would say that the consensus Associated Press poll power ranking driver, the number one driver I think in WRL right now is a female, frankly.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made for that. Certainly among the full-time drivers.
Absolutely. We of course referring to Laura Hayes in the 111, putting in some absolutely stunning drives. Also a Shift Up Now member. Haven't really gotten to speak to her yet, have we?
I don't know, because she's always in the car.
She's always in the car, that's true. Well, I mean, I hope today, given that they've got Bill and Jim, I think, both in the car, hopefully she'll have an opportunity to come up and speak with Brendan. I think it's really important cause to me.
It's
especially
only, Ryan, it's only half the population.
Only half. It's only half of the market that we've alienated for 100 years.
Exactly.
So, it's high time that we've made our efforts to be more inclusive, and I think not only inclusive, but also encouraging the participation. We're getting there. It's certainly in a lot better position than it was when I first started watching racing in 2005, 2006.
You know what? The other thing too is, I think you end up with these weird situations where you have a woman, especially if they're a even moderately popular woman, and they get a lot of guff, right? Especially if they're not winning races constantly.
Right.
But people, I mean, we're into a generation now where kids are getting into racing because, and they're full-grown adults now, right? I mean, we're getting old, but people are getting into racing because they looked up to Danica Patrick,
right.
Who, let's not forget, is an IndyCar race winner. But was,
almost an Indy 500 race winner, almost.
Well, okay, you can say that about a lot of people. But I kind of was, especially in the NASCAR days, when NASCAR is a very competitive sport. Someone who hasn't won a race, there are lots of girls that look up to Danica and say, well, she's in the race. I can also be in the race.
Right.
Winning is not the. There are 40 finishing positions that are available on a NASCAR grid. The first one is only one of them. There are 39 other spots that you could be taking up, and absolutely be an inspiration to somebody.
Absolutely.
Zach has pulled up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to get back to the racing in short order. Zach has pulled up a replay for us of a car making contact into the outside retaining wall.
I think it's the Chandler School number 131. Way late on the brakes. Tries to get it turned around, slides it back under, and it just catches the end.
Just
of
gets
the
that bumper
tire
cover.
wall. Yeah. And it did trail that all the way back into the pit lane. We saw it when we were chatting with Aaron. Made it all the way back to the pit lane. Bumper cover still attached. My guess is they will have ripped that off and sent the car. Fortunately, as you mentioned, Joseph, it doesn't look like it's caught any mechanical bits. Just purely cosmetic.
Yeah, almost got away with it. I actually hit...
There it is, actually, just coming through the shot into turn one.
Before we got that replay, I did actually kind of think that they'd completely gotten away with it.
There was physical damage there, and I think that was part of the reason the car stopped in the runoff for as long as it did, was a chance to just kind of reset and assess, get the car refired. Yeah, and then it carried on the apron around oval or NASCAR turns 1 and 2.
I don't mean to alarm you, Brendan, but we've got a new leader at the head of GTO.
So we do. It's a Supra.
What are the chances? 100%. Now, I don't know if that is because the 909 has come into the pits. It is. The 124 has as well. So now we are going to have the 34 and the 111 reassume the lead on the pit stop rotation as things have sort of popped off in a lesser endurance race on the other side of the Atlantic. I'm calling both games. The 48 has.
Oh,
yes,
it's
the car
a spinner
has
there.
around. Don't have ID on that yet.
No, and it's tucked behind the pit wall from my vantage point here. It looks like a GTO car. Red and white, perhaps. It is the I'm going to say 170.
All right.
Are they here this weekend? Yep, just spins right past the apex of turn number 2.
Race control agrees with you. Calls it the 170, at least for the moment.
No, it's the McDonald's sort of XW2W, I guess now Thunder Bunny.
Yes,
it is now Thunder Bunny, yeah. Sorry, actively catching up to the World Racing League entry list in real time. This stuff all was very second nature for a long time, and that's one of the cars that I know changed hands from 2022 into 2023.
Well, I don't think it changed hands so much as it changed
shops.
Prep area.
Yeah, agreed. Screaming Goat is into and out of the pit lane in the LS-powered BMW 325i, which should begin our second round of green flag and routine pit stops. A much shorter stop this time for that number 29. Of course, they've given up a lot of time already with a very long first pit stop. 2 pit stops, actually. They were in on lap 20 and again on lap 26. And now on lap 54. But they're down in 27th, currently showing 5 laps off of the overall and class-leading number 34 Toyota Supra.
A bit of housekeeping. We mentioned very early on in the race that the 99 was being looked at for passing in a yellow. They were given a penalty, but that was then rescinded on review.
Interesting.
That was, if you recall, the GTR 99 possibly going around the 29 in the West Horseshoe. The video evidence to the contrary means that car retains their lap.
Can't wait to see if they're going to jump everybody by 30 seconds in the pits today.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you can never. There are so many different factors here, which you cannot judge the race off of the first couple hours. First of all, most of the teams are putting in their ringers, so it's not the fastest driver in the car that determines how you finish. It is the weighted average of the drivers in your car that determines how you finish. Secondly, there's reliability. Thirdly, there is fuel economy, and then fourth, and sometimes most importantly, is the amount of time that it takes you to actually service your car. There is a level of choreography here, and teams that do the pit stops well give themselves an advantage. If you push yourself 10, 15 laps trying to eke out every little bit out of the car, and then you just feed that all back to your competitors in the pit stops, what have you really gained?
Yeah, I mean, we've, in the earliest days of our coverage of the World Racing League, one of the things we kind of honed in on was it's not about pit stops, number of pit stops, it's about the time that you spend in the pits, right? So even if you are pitting more often, if you find a way to execute those pit stops better than everybody else, even if it's 10 seconds, 15 seconds at a time, over a 7 or 8 or 9 hour race, that absolutely adds up. Same goes for calling the strategy correctly, right? Time in the pit lane versus time lost on track. If you make the calls, the right calls to pit under the right full course yellows, you're losing half the time, maybe less. You would be under green. Calling that strategy right and making that effort to stay plugged into the race and make sense of the strategy opportunities that are presented to you do make a difference in the World Racing League. This is still very much endurance racing at a high level, or at least a level where if you want to win and you want to be competitive, you need to execute at that high level.
Yes, I mean, it's endurance. Consistency is the name of the game. It doesn't matter. The other angle here, you might say in a typical weekend that, well, okay, go ahead and put in a couple blinders because, you want to set the grid for tomorrow. There is no grid for tomorrow. This is your one race for the day. So it's there's no point in nearly throwing it at the scenery because there's nothing to go for.
2 hours, 15 minutes into the World Racing League, 14 hours of Daytona. WRL powered by Hagerty. And live on DriversEye Live right throughout this Saturday, this day of days in endurance racing.
It sure is.
Yeah, the centenary celebration of the 24 hours of Le Mans just getting kicked off about 15 minutes ago. And no spoilers
for
here.
the fans is all I'll say about that.
Yeah, taking a page out of our book, it would appear to some degree. But we've got some good racing here. And thank you to all of you for joining us, taking some time out of your Saturday. Maybe a second screen viewing opportunity. Maybe it's the only thing you care about this weekend.
We are everybody's
track.
Primary screen, okay?
Or maybe you're here at the track and you have no screens and you're listening to us on 107.9 FM or down in the pits and the paddock. Thank you for being with us. Myself, Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudarak, Ryan West, and Zach Johnson on the ones and the twos, who I'm told has a replay ready for us down at the pit entry. This is about 10 minutes ago. So it would have been coming off of NASCAR turn number 4 and on the brakes down towards pit entry. Let's go all the way to the back of the shot. The car's coming off of the banking. There's two here. Never mind the one that's on the way into the pits. Oh, passes on the banking and then cuts across the nose of what looks to be a production class BMW on the brakes. That'll be the 124 from NFC Motorsports. The Mercedes-AMG GT4 had a good head of steam there around the banking. Didn't want to give up the pace, but in doing so, it made a hard move right to left there to get onto the brakes and onto the apron at pit entry.
Yeah, I think that'll be a little bit of a wag of the finger. No real speed differential there, and didn't need to get on the brakes until they were onto the apron. But that is an IMSA level move in a series that doesn't have IMSA level drivers up and down the paddock.
Well, and this goes back to the mentality you were just discussing, Joseph. There's no need to push the car for every tenth every minute. Right, there are 14 hours. Lots is going to happen. Right, we're going to have safety cars. We're going to have penalties. We're going to have all kinds of things.
protect the car and protect yourself. Things like that. Okay, maybe they didn't result in contact. Maybe it didn't result in anything directly untoward, but maybe 2 chances out of 100, something does happen there, right? And it's those 2 chances out of 100 that the WRL mentality is to protect against. If you think it's a bad move, it probably is.
You know what? That is one of those things that I could very easily see someone saying, okay, well, that is, as I frantically search for my entry list, that is one of those things where, you could see the driver in the faster car not feeling that was a much of a move.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's a perspective thing. Is the point that I was about to get at? Just because you in a very fast car and being a very fast driver are comfortable with that, and if entries in that car, Lanny Tubes, Bill Kane, and one Aaron Povolato, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Aaron's probably in that car, and he's a very capable driver. But you don't know the experience levels of the drivers that are around you, particularly in some of the entry level classes.
Yeah, to some degree, you do kind of have to work to the lowest common denominator. If you're absolutely convinced that it's a safe move and it's a zero risk, not low risk, zero risk maneuver, then yeah, you make that decision as a professional, but be prepared because it has to be zero risk. That is the mentality. Right. That is a standard you're judged against. And as we know this weekend, WRL sees all. And we've got the view.
It's one of those things. I mean, WRL is very contact averse, right? So if that, I'm not sure how exactly that would have gone pear-shaped, but let's just say it had. IMSA, that's an embarrassing day, and you're out of the race. WRL, you're out of the series, frankly.
Yeah. Well, we've already seen that once today. Right. Anyway, we can turn off of that subject, but good news. It resulted in nothing of significance there. Everybody's come out the other side, and we've all carried on. That 124 still very, very much in contention at the pointy end of GTO. More pit stops now from the 702 of round 3 racing from the 89X Camaro as well. The 44 PC Racing BMW is released just to the side of, towards the side of that 702. But we all carry on, ready for another quick break on DriversEye Live. The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, rolls on with the 14 hours of Daytona. Back in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway.
Our
Daytona
producer / saboteur, Zach Johnson.
is our silent partner today, is Zach Johnson, in for the long haul on production. All 14 hours on the ones and the twos. I don't understand that phrase, but I like using it, so I'm just gonna keep doing it.
It refers to DJs. He's not a DJ. I don't know why
I
Ryan says
understand that. If I've heard it other places. I think it should be. Shouldn't it be zeros and ones? Like if we're doing the binary thing,
I don't think it's a binary thing. I think it's referring to the turntables.
If how they turn. If it's
you have two turntables.
I understand. So maybe if it's a dumb phrase to use for production, maybe we just say the zeros and the ones. Zach Johnson on the O's and the ones.
Okay.
This is the most talking about Zach has ever gotten in a broadcast.
No, that's not true. You should listen to Jacob Hits.
Well, okay. Playing all the hits. Yeah, that's fair.
It'll feel more familiar to Zach when we complain about this race for the duration of it.
Oh, we're not doing that.
No, we're not going to do that.
We love the World Racing League. I'm wearing a fine black, white, and red Run WRL shirt, which I
probably have mine
kindly gifted.
I probably have my long sleeve still from the first USAC.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that one. Yeah, I definitely still have the black USAC t-shirt.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I still have the white one too, but definitely have the short sleeve black one. And I've got the 2021 and 22 championship shirts. Yesterday got the 23 with a very nice front pocket. And they've added this Run WRL shirt. Very understated. Very, very nice. And now I get to wear a t-shirt up here in the booth instead of the old DriversEye Live polo, which I'm very grateful for.
How are people going to know, play for the name on the front, Brendan, and they'll remember the name on the back?
What? I mean, I got some white duct tape here. I guess I could put a name on the back.
There you go.
I mean, so one of Ryan West's great advantages, one of Ryan West's great strengths and advantages is he is very, very good at meeting people and networking. And he's also a very tall man and a recognizable man. I think I'm pretty average across all categories.
Meanwhile, I sneak in between the shadows.
Yeah, right, but you're like never in person at the track, so I don't know that people would recognize you anyway. Ryan is very recognizable.
If you see just sort of like a trail of black smoke sort of slithering in between paddock stalls, that's probably me.
Sure. I just tend to get kind of generally ignored. I don't have a name on the back. I don't wear the DriversEye Live shirt anymore today, at least. Right. So now I just kind of blend in with everybody in race control to my left, with the photographers when I've got my vest on. Right. I mean, maybe I stand out for the number on the back of the vest, but that's probably it. Not exactly the people that, or the guy that people come running to. Ryan does do that. Ryan is that guy, and I think we're better off for it. Very slow Camaro, guys, exiting turn number 3. It's the 89X, and it was a little bit slow exiting 2. I thought maybe it was just recovering from a missed shift or something, but it is not accelerating.
I think that car has had issues throughout the race. Actually, it's 2 laps away from a long pit stop. So that car is nursing a problem.
Yeah.
Actually.
And you know what? I didn't think about it at the time, but that would have been very, very early for the Camaro. If it would have been at the start of a round of pit stops, that car is bizarrely, one of the more efficient cars on fuel. And it would have been an early, and as you say, Joseph, a long stop to boot. Very, very slow now on the way into turn number 6, but still making progress, albeit holding up the Hitman Toyota Supra there.
Yeah, I want to bring your attention also back to the 48, which is a car that we had kind of lost track of. The reason for that is because they had a very long pit stop on the first pit rotation, so they probably lost a full lap there. They fell back to 16th in GTO. That is a car to watch for, because we know that it's pacey, at least in the hands of Mike Ski. So extrapolate that at your peril. The Moorhead 147 has pitted, time loss of about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, let's reset the production classes, because I don't think while we were doing those interviews we've really had the chance to do that much. They did pit from
from the lead in GP1, retain the lead now. 7.4 seconds ahead of the 7:01 from round 3 racing. The number 44 PC Racing in third. And then arguably one of the quickest GP1 cars in the field, the Birmingham Road and Race number 98, back there in P4, shown a lap off of the lead. And I look to my left. I think it's headed out of the NASCAR Turn 4 banking and should retain its lead lap status. But GP1, apart from those top 3, starting to spread themselves out a little bit. It hasn't come across the line. Interesting. So where is that number 98? Because that would have been my pick. There it is. A minute 16. I think that car was going to be my pick for GP1 this weekend. Not that none of the others are capable, but that car has just been so quick. It was quick back at NOLA. It was quick at Barber. Maybe a little better on the twisty stuff. The change of directions, better on the brakes than it is in the straight lines. Last lap at 2:14, which is definitely not on the pace at the moment. PC Racing 209.895, quickest last time around there. The All-Star Racing Team number 5 rounds out the top 5 in GP1. That is the car that hosts Steve Mark, who we interviewed a little bit earlier on. GP2 led at the moment by the 197 from Overnight Motorsports, the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks, at BMW 330 back there in second. 721 from RRT Racing. Car is fresh out of the body shop and with a new paint scheme that is, if we recall the sort of metallic or reflective purple and black and blue scheme that car has had in the past, they've gone for a reflective PTG scheme on that car, which is a silver reflective body with reflective black and red front and rear. A very, very nice looking car. And a solid run thus far in GP2, up in third in a pretty healthy GP2 field, all things considered, with 11 cars taking the green flag, and we did lose that 851 on the first lap. GP3 open throttle racing, the number 65, that's a bright green BMW, leads in the bottom production class. NRG Racing, number 66, in second with the Toyobaru. It's a Subaru. I can never remember which one it is. But it is the BRZ. They're second in class, currently showing a lap off of the class lead. The number 880 from Apex V2R, virtual to reality.
It's obviously the Mach 5 mother chassis, Brendan.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
That is a GT300 reference.
I think the Mach 5 probably is on the mother chassis.
It is, yeah. It's because it says MC86 on the timing tower. What? This is not the Mach 5, but
right.
I forgot all about. I haven't watched Super GT in a long time.
No, you're missing out.
I believe that. I just.
What's it like when one of your tire brands just like up and leaves?
Yeah, right. We don't have that problem here.
No, we do not.
And yet, the tire war rages on. I don't know that the series would appreciate me saying it's a tire war. It's not a war so much because they are all commercially available.
Oh, I've said it.
Buy them.
I've said it.
But it does add a level of depth to the racing in WRL that you don't get a lot of places. And even, as we say, Super GT just lost a manufacturer. Not a problem we've had here recently.
No.
GTU, which is, of course, our 5th class this weekend, being led by the Stratus number 59. Stratus 58 is out of the pits now, but on the lead lap, I actually just made a liar out of me, is just off the lead lap, and then the number 100 from L2 Motorsports back in third. That class, over the years here, specifically at Daytona, not the most competitive in terms of the overall categorization. They just don't really have the outright top-end pace. The lead GTU car currently back there in P10, and we kind of knew that was eventually going to be the case this season at the big top-end tracks. That class almost certainly a race of survival. It has been in years past, expected to be again this year. Even with a light field, it does provide a level of intrigue with cars into and out of the paddock, time loss in the pit lane. You get giant swings to the tune of 20 or 30 laps sometimes, where one car's in the paddock, another one's doing, decent laps out on track, then things reverse, and it's very, very interesting day-long story that plays out in that sports racer class, the second of the open classes, let's say. At the top of the field, Automatic Racing has found themselves back in the race lead by 1.7 seconds over GTR 99. The 34 from Hitman Racing.
I don't feel like you're selling the fact that it's the 99 in second hard enough. I'm going to be honest.
I'm not, but I needed to move on because it means the Hitman car has fallen from what was the effective race lead back to third as a result of a 2-minute and 22-second lap.
Yeah, very slow lap. That's something like 20 seconds off. It's a spin down at the International Horseshoe, apparently.
Aha. We might have caught that on camera?
Yeah, let's see if our intrepid producer and... it is the first of the two hairpins.
Yeah, it'll be camera 3 or 4.
Yes.
Which I know we've had replays of previously, but not something we see often, that Hitman car backwards, for any reason.
It is interesting that they call it the West Horseshoe, by the way, because it is very clearly the South Horseshoe.
Well,
the West Horseshoe is turn 5.
What they call it now is the International West Horseshoe.
It's just the International Horseshoe.
No, there's the International Horseshoe, and there's the International West Horseshoe.
I'm getting sucked in again.
I was moving to the... I had a train of thought in my head that didn't come out of my mouth. So basically, I'm referring to the International Horseshoe, and then also thinking, okay, how can I differentiate the two? You can tell the West Horseshoe because it is technically, yes, west of the International Horseshoe, but it's primarily south of the International Horseshoe.
Well, I think they call it west because it's against the west banking.
Okay, that doesn't make sense, though.
Sure it does.
You're describing the horseshoe. You're not describing but you call it the west banking horseshoe, then.
No, it's
the International West Banking Horseshoe. I'm in.
Is that anything like the International Le Mans chicane on the back straightaway?
The International Le Mans bus stop chicane.
There it is. There it is. We had some discussions last weekend at Watkins Glen about bus stop versus inner loop.
It is the inner loop.
It is the inner loop, but do you know what? The Watkins Glen T-shirts say bus stop.
Okay, well, where are the buses?
I listen. I am all for calling. I'll call things whatever you want me to call them. Generally speaking, right?
Okay.
You tell me a corner has a name, I'm going to stick to it. But pick one, man. It's the bus stop or it's the inner loop. And as far as I'm concerned, it's been the inner loop for decades.
History lesson.
Wait until we introduce Brendan to the corner names at Fuji.
No, I know the corner names at Fuji.
Fuji is great because turn 1 is just Daiichi, which is literally turn 1.
But the rest of them are the GR Supra chicane and
that's
all
fine.
of the...
That's in Australia. Australia does that too, right? Where they will just sell the naming rights to a corner per event.
Well, they used to do that in most tracks, frankly. Maybe not in North America, but certainly in the rest of the world. Watkins Glen, before the chicane was put in, it was just the loop, okay? So now that there's 2 loops, there's an outer loop and there's an inner loop.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say the outer loop and then there's just no inner loop.
Sorry, Spun Mustang at the exit of turn number 2. That will be the MMR, the number 25 this weekend. Backwards,
yes,
just up against the pit wall there, but I don't think he's hit anything.
Now, it's tough to appreciate from this angle, but that's going to be completely blind. He's relying on the marshals here, and that's why he just rejoined directly in front and maybe left a little bit, I don't know if that's tire smoke, which is just tire smoke, across the track.
You say relying on the marshals. There's not a lot of marshals there. There's nobody out in the island, and I believe... Oh, there is somebody down at turn 2 underneath the canopy there, but he won't have been able to see that car, and I'm not sure the marshal will have been able to see far enough around the corner.
Just loses the rear with that solid rear axle that we were talking about earlier. That's a tricky corner, especially in a car of that vintage, because you're basically trail braking for the entirety of the corner.
Yeah, and look, they paved the runoff down there about 15 years ago, and I think now that you have that safety margin out in the sort of skid pad area, it has a tendency to kind of suck drivers in a little bit. Say, well, I don't need to brake early. I can kind of push the issue on the brakes. And if you really charge into that braking zone, you're out wide. It's off camber, right? You're still trying to get the car slowed down for turn 2, and you know you have all this safety runoff to your right. Carry too much speed there. You're getting the car turned, and it's, I think, more easy than ever to just lose the back of the car in that off-camber portion of the track and get the car backwards.
By the way, while we've been talking about that MMR Mustang, the 164 for Harrison, some hour and change off the lead, has just put in the fastest lap in GP2.
All right.
That's a car that ran into some kind of strife very early on, but that car clearly has some pace to it. That is going to be it's going to be interesting to see how far up the order that car can claw with about 11 and a half hours to play. Don't worry, you're not missing anything on the other side of the Atlantic. We've just had about 3 wave buys. I don't understand this at all.
This is the new procedure.
I know. I understand that it's the new procedure. I think it's what's the word? Bad. There are so many procedures that they have implemented this year that are not bad, and this one I'm going to come down pretty firmly on the bad side. This is a bad job that they've done. Not here, not at Daytona.
They already
waved
this group around, and now they're waving this group back around. They've inverted the groups twice.
It doesn't make any sense.
Why? Oh, I know why they didn't do this, because they were replacing various. Ooh,
yes.
Into the garage for the number 52. From
He will be one of the ACPs, of course.
Well, I don't have the number exactly correct. It's either the 52 or the 2. I think the 52 is here this weekend, are they not?
The 12 is in the pits. Could it be the 12?
Sorry, not 52. It's either 12 or 2. I've got to get
12.
My
That's
correct.
Drama.
It's the gray one, Ryan. Gray, blue, and
then that
yellow.
is
That'll
the
be the 12.
Yeah.
That's Drama for the overall championship for sure.
Wow.
They were pretty high, weren't they? Like 3rd or something, Joseph?
I don't know where they were standing at the time. At the moment, they're still 10th.
No. I mean in the championship.
Oh, championship. Oh, now it's a different window. I'm gonna go to a different window.
Sorry. Anyway, they were pretty high up there in the championship, having had a string of pretty good results. For that car, which typically has renters in it, which of course doesn't lend itself to having a very consistent, quick platform where you're driving together. You know the car very well, but actually it's been pretty solid this season, and so if they have a DNF here, that's going to be no fun for their championship hopes. I don't want to say that basically hands it to the 111, but I think they're the number 1 non-Supra contender as Joseph searches furiously for the championship standings right now.
No, I got all the tabs up. Don't worry. I was talking to our King Among Men in the Discord chat. So the 12 is 3rd in the GTO National Championship. They are 2nd in the East, only 7 points behind the 111. So if you like your regional championships, they are definitely in the hunt for that.
Sorry, Joseph, I'm going to butt in here. Let's cut down to the International Horseshoe Cam 3 or Cam 4, where we've got a battle for the lead between the 909 and the 99.
Yeah,
they are right together on track. The 909 went deep into the braking zone at turns 1 and 2, and it allowed the 99 basically up to the left rear quarter panel of that car. And now they are nose to tail headed down into the kink and the Western Horseshoe.
Just to button that up really quickly, the 12 is 29 points behind the 111, sitting in 3rd in the GTO National Championship. So they are already on the back foot. This will not help them.
Down now into turn number 6. They're split by one of the general production BMWs. I think that's going to be the number 160, second in the Moorhead cars. And the 909 just opening up the margin a little bit. It's a strong car around the banking, for sure. Tons of torque and grunt in the low end, and that big throaty V8. The BMW M4 GT4 will get wound up towards the latter end of the straightaways, but for now it's a good recovery from that 909 to defend the overall and GTO race lead from GTR. Thunder Bunny's still sitting there in 3rd. One of the points I wanted to make, Joseph, about the championship, and particularly having Toyota Supra's farewell in the championship battle thus far, I was curious about the endurance credentials of that car, of the Toyota Supra GT4.
Yes, sure.
We've run some 8-hour races with it. I wasn't sure where we had been on much longer than that.
Have we run any 24-hour races through any forests with that car?
I'm not sure about the forest. We probably have, but we did just do one 2 weeks ago. the Super Taikyu 24 Hours of Fuji. So
yes,
out to Japan once again, where that car finished first and third.
so it's capable.
Yeah. Now there was a red flag period in there, but that's still
this is Florida in the late spring, so
exactly
could get one here as well.
So I think that car is up to task, both in, I guess, the heat, we'll see, but certainly on that kind of consistent running. It doesn't have the pace advantage that it's seen for most of the season. We know that, and it's not that it's uncompetitive. It kind of walked everything when it had the right driver in the car, and it's not doing that here today. Currently, actually losing quite a bit of time to those two leaders. Back now to 24, almost 25 seconds off of the race lead. Hitman Racing also back there, 36 seconds. The other thing we'll want to keep an eye on is how friendly that car is to tires, particularly rear tires, with the banking situation here. We know it's a short wheelbase car, very positive at the front end on turning, and I would assume reasonably light on its tires, but it's a very, very different animal here that we don't really see around the rest of the season.
I want to bring your attention really quickly over to GTU, where we've got a little bit of an intramural battle between the 58 and the 59. 59 has just pitted and relinquished the lead to the 58, but there's still only 5 seconds between those two team cars. The 100 for L2 Motorsports sitting about 12 minutes behind. But that is, if we're frank for GTU, not a bad position to be in still.
No, and like we said earlier, GTU can see 20 lap swings at a time based on who is in and out of the paddock, and it's not a field that's got a whole lot of depth to it this weekend either. So, you can be that L2 car and be 6 laps down, but still be very, very much in with a chance, given how the rest of these days usually play out. Lead battle heads down into turn number 2 again. This is 909 versus 99. Nobody really stamping their authority on this race thus far. And as we said offline during our last break, it's kind of been challenging to get a feel for what this race is. And if anything, I think we're starting to get that definition now where, okay, 909 and 99, very, very consistent. Thunder Bunny.
If you've got a 9 in your on your number plate, that is the number to have, I think. The more, the better.
You would say that. The Supra's sliding back a little bit. NFC Motorsports cars slid back a little bit as well. Not really on the pace at the moment. Last lap at 2 minutes 12.1. And it's allowing that TLM USA number 888 to claw some time back there and work back towards the top 5. So, this
really
is
quickly.
Go ahead. Yeah,
to button that up, remember, these two cars that are leading and now are nose to tail, half a second apart from each other at the head of this field. The 909 is the car that we talked about in that famous victory for the Screaming Goat number 29 a couple years ago. The 99 was in with a shout until very late in the game last year, dealing with ECU issues. So both of those cars we should expect to be competitive here. The wild card for me is going to be the Supras and whether their fuel economy and their pit stop performance ends up helping them leapfrog. And I think one of the questions about that, one of those variables that you can never really predict, what are safety cars and red flags going to look like here? We historically do have a red... I'm looking back at the last 3 Daytona 14 hours. We have had a red flag in, I believe, every single one of them. It tends to come in the early afternoon when we get a little bit of lightning through the Daytona area.
I should have broken this out for Steve.
He would have hated it.
Yeah,
I do. It was so funny to hear Steve Park quote Dale Earnhardt with a Long Island accent. Holy cow, that was funny to me.
I didn't realize how much of an accent he actually had. Like, I never paid attention to it when I was a kid.
It's so good.
Which you won't appreciate me saying, I'm sure. But
I love it. I'm a big fan. But we historically do get red flags here because weather rolls in, lightning shuts the thing down. So we may have an hour or two that really interrupts this race and completely throws off any pit strategy that anybody would. That's another reason why I will go. I'll do the Ryan thing and at least claim that this will be my one tirade on this for the day. I don't think back timing works very well until you get into basically your last end of the day. And even then, I think it's, it's not the Nürburgring where you are, you're guaranteed continuous running.
No, well, even there you're not, based on their issue tends to be fog and visibility, doesn't it? Where
that's
here,
true.
Here it's really not even the rain; it's specifically the lightning. Anybody that lives in or around Florida, anywhere in this part of the country, knows that these afternoon thunderstorms that are part of the very normal summer weather pattern are very, very regionalized or very localized, and you might only have a storm with a radius of 4 or 5 miles. You can be bone dry at the track, but if there's lightning within 8 miles, which is the rule here at Daytona and most of the other ISC/NASCAR tracks, you've got to shut it down. If you have storms traversing the area, it's a radius of 8 miles. So that storm has got to come into that 8 mile radius, work its way through in whatever direction it's moving, and then come out the other side, and then you're 30 minutes off the backside of that last strike after it's moved through the area. That can really extend these red flag periods out from what would otherwise be a half hour to much, much longer than that. Side by side for the race lead, the 909's been balked on the exit of the second corner thanks to the MMR Ford Mustang. Thanks to the MMR Mustang there, which is not really up to pace through that section of the track, but it's accordioned the 909 and the 99 back together once again. But 99 is really strong on the brakes into turns 1 and 2, and you would expect that. Newer car, newer electronics, better ABS and traction control. That I think it's a 2014 year Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Definitely has some laps and some miles on it. Strong car all around, but in those sort of more complicated situations, maybe just a little bit less confidence to be able to get the car turned and stopped at the same time, which is a lot of what that turn 1 braking zone is.
I'm looking at one weather website of choice. Is that who has gone wide there at 6?
I think that's the MMR Mustang trying to stay out of the way.
Got it. Looking at one weather website of choice, we're looking at maybe a 0.25% chance of rain from basically the 3 o'clock hour towards the end of the race. So it's unlikely.
0.25% being 25%.
It drops down to 15. It ranges from 15 to 25 basically, depending on what hour you're looking at. So, I don't know what I expect. So there's always a chance, and there's always pop-ups.
You can't expect anything because they are so localized. They tend to pop up in fairly random places, regardless of how good your weather prediction and forecast synthesis app of choice is.
There's only
but remember
water everywhere,
right? Especially here.
Yes.
Remember, it's not what is our chance of rain. It's what is our chance of a lightning strike within 8 miles.
Yes.
And I would say that the chance there is much, much higher than 25%, just based on the nature of these storms. We almost got away with it yesterday until we had some storms move in later in the afternoon. We're also not running to 4 o'clock. We're running to 10 o'clock, which means you've got the whole afternoon to kind of contend with that issue. It's always a story here at Daytona. It's not particularly sexy for us to be talking about the weather at 11 o'clock in the morning, but
hey, index.
What just happened? What?
Not sure.
I was yelling at the Cape
confused
index.
by Zach. You love Cape, don't you?
I know nothing about it, which means I love it very much.
Can we start a cake cover band called Cape?
I think Zach was being sarcastic in text, and then we all panicked.
Yeah. No, I was just going to go with it. Like, all right, man, do what you got to do. I trust you. Oh, okay.
Now, I was looking elsewhere, and then we just stopped talking, and I was very confused.
Yeah.
By the way, Harrison, we were talking about that Harrison car being an hour behind. Darren Larson in the YouTube chat tells us that one of the spinny bits in the back has failed, basically, and needed to be replaced.
Sorry, in which car?
The Harrison 164.
Okay.
So
there's another BMW that's just been sent to the paddock.
BMWs and braking at Daytona. Name a more iconic duo.
Oof. What was I? The number 2 is possibly in the lane? Question mark.
It is, yes. The 2 is in. The 99 is in. Slow car at the exit of turn 6.
They came from a really weird trajectories as well. Like they came from beyond where
is
the
that one of
tire
the round
wall
3
was.
cars?
Joseph, I can't tell. I was going to say 984, but I believe that 984 is all black. This one has some white to the rear. It might be the 701.
No, that's.
I would buy that. Yeah, my guess is going to be the 701. I assume the race control log is going to have that information for us momentarily. Slow, turn 6, car number 701.
All right, Eagle Eyes.
Yep. So the fine marshals down at turn number 6 getting us good information as it's relevant. And hello to all the marshals around the Daytona International Speedway infield and down at the bus stop. I know Flag Chief Jim Hooker's been in and out to my left here. Jim has been flag chiefing for longer than maybe any flag chief in the history of the SCCA. It is not a position that many people love, but Jim has done a great job at it over the years. Was the flag chief last time I worked the Rolex 24. But Jim's a good guy, and all of the marshals around the circuit giving up their weekend to come out and help us go racing here at the Daytona International Speedway, part of the World Racing League. 14 hours of Daytona. A group effort. Everybody in race control to my left, marshals and volunteers down in the pits around the circuit. Thus far, it's been a pretty good one. A lead battle interrupted at the moment just by a round of routine pit stops, coming up to the 3-hour mark. 11 hours remaining. We've had a pit stop from the number 99, which has dropped it out of second. I believe that will have been routine.
That, by the way,
number 79, but I'm... Is that one of the earliest cars to pit?
Who is this?
The 99.
Let's see.
It doesn't look early based on numbers, but also I don't remember it being the first car to pit, over the last 2 cycles. Like, I feel like I would have expected the 909 first, but suppose not. Yeah, lap 52 versus lap 58 for those 2 cars last time around. So that's a little wrinkle I hadn't really expected. They're quick stops, which is good.
Yes. That's the 124 bit. Yeah, 124's been going fairly long also.
Sorry, RJ just brought binoculars out, and I forgot to pick up binoculars again.
Every time.
Every time we come here. I'm like,
if there's a
I
red
need
flag,
binoculars.
you have to leave.
I have
get
to
binoculars.
Leave? I'm not leaving. You think I'm going out in that?
Do you think I could bring my mother's $3,000 set of binoculars to the track and have them be useful, or do you think that would give like?
They probably have image stabilization on them. I would absolutely do that.
Is that what that is? She told me how much these binoculars cost, and I was like, why? I didn't understand, but
no, they have incredible optics. They might as well be DSLR lenses, and they've got like they have gyrotech in them. Some of this stuff is crazy.
Guys, report of a slow car missing the bus stop at on the back straightaway. It's the 984 from Frozen Rotor. I hadn't realized we lost that car, or it's had issues. It was lightning quick in the early going of the race, and now
Can't say lightning.
It was quick early on in the race. You take away my chosen words, and I got nothing.
They should not have been due for a stop here, for whatever that's worth. It's not like they've run it.
No, they've actually come through.
Okay.
So the note in the race control log was, bypass bus stop, slow, and then continue.
Yeah.
The 701 is ground to a halt, by the way.
That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to end up being a full course yellow. Where have they ended up?
Unclear.
Okay.
It just says Station 6, which can be anywhere from the exit of Turn 6 to the bus stop.
Where is the marshal post for that? Is that just at the apex?
So when it's fully staffed, and it's been 10 years, it's the apex of 6, and then they would put an observer station on, it's called the pump house, and it's just like, I guess, a pump station. I don't know if it's for Lake Lloyd or what, but it's on the inside of the exit of NASCAR 2, so down by the first cut in the wall along the big former modified track.
Yeah, for whatever reason, not being a marshal, I always think that the posts are going to be on the outside of corners. And I know logically that that's a terrible place to put unprotected human beings. But that's always where I'm like, oh yeah, surely if you were just on the outside, you'd be able to see everything all the way around the west banking.
Well, the point, yeah, around the oval, definitely not. Although that's, I think, what they do at in IndyCar oval racing, is you have these observers stationed around the outside of the catch fencing, which I have been told by a number of marshals is one of the most exhilarating experiences. Just truly wild.
I'm going to be honest. There were some photo opportunities at Mid-Ohio on the outside on the way into Turn 1, and I was like, a human being should not be here. Yeah. This is a bad idea.
Yeah, I believe that. I saw the camera you guys had put up there that kind of felt like it had a similar vibe. I was at Watkins.
That's where I was standing, and I had my I was holding a camera and thinking, you know what? If anything comes off one of these cars, I am kaputski. So I backed away
because we had a bib.
Yeah, we did have a bib.
Yeah, I was at Watkins Glen last weekend. Exit of Turn 1 was kind of the same deal. Prototype cars. I had to go fix a camera, and you've got this massive curb to driver's left on the exit, and you just picture one of these cars bottoming out and no longer being able to control its trajectory. And you're like, oh, well, this isn't the most comfortable spot I've ever stood.
I was not standing in that spot for very long. And then there was a dude taking selfies I was watching during the race. I'm like, we have different levels of risk tolerance.
Daytona is a lot more, I wouldn't say stringent, but they have more properly defined guidelines as to where photographers can and can't be. A lot of that has to do with the oval, but more of that has to do with some parts of the infield that, for one reason or another, are just not deemed as the safest locations.
Sure.
So we've kind of had to work around that here as well, but we've done so successfully to get our cameras up here. And anyway, I don't think I need to be around the outside of the banking. That cage down at the exit of the tri-oval, where we've got our this camera here. No humans allowed in there when cars are on track, which makes perfect sense. So I've got the battery run out the back side of the cage where I can just go down and change it out when I need to be down there. Of course, back in the day, you could walk up and down the catch fence right before they redid the grandstands here. That was all a passable area for spectators.
Yeah, and then you see why.
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore. You watch the YouTube videos of some of those.
The Works 45 Audi has been in some strife earlier in the race. We noted that. Did we know it's been in the wall somewhere?
I wasn't sure how it got there, but I knew that it had bailed out of the bus stop and taken the long road around Lake Lloyd.
Interesting. Into the paddock, basically.
Yeah.
I'm
I was actually kind of
happened.
I was kind of shocked that it hadn't lost more time, if I'm honest, because when I saw that happen, I thought that was going to be 5 laps in the pits, and they're not that far off. They're still 14th, maybe 2 laps down. Competitive-ish.
Yeah, I noticed earlier, but kind of forgot to mention that they've got some damage to the right rear corner of the car, so it's taken out its tail light from the looks of things. And done some bodywork damage, basically kind of ripped away the right rear corner of the car, which now makes me wonder if that car's had a puncture and the tires delaminated and torn.
I think we would have seen other bits.
I mean, I think so, but I'm going to go through the race control log here. There's
a spin and continue at turn 1, which back at 9:42, so about an hour and 15 minutes ago. That is not. They don't get a notice. Nobody calls in anything about bodywork until about half an hour after that at 10:19. That part loose hanging off of rear, which is what I assume you're seeing.
Yeah. Yes, but somewhere between the spinning continue and part loose hanging off of rear. Something is happening.
Is typing and talking. Incredible.
Yeah, listen. I was called a pro several times, and I told them no, I'm not a pro, but here I am.
Rock you like a hurricane.
Yeah, the 701 has emerged from the paddock and come to a stop at the World Racing League tent.
Oh no! Heavy smoke being reported off the number 5.
Well, this is the All-Star Racing BMW.
Yes.
I look out the window for smoke. Oh, somebody's pointing.
That was being called down at the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, so it's not smoking until it gets up to about 3rd or 4th gear coming off at turn 6, and then it really starts trailing smoke. You see it there along the apron.
If I'm feeling optimistic, that feels like it could be off of a corner rather than...
It's the left front.
Okay.
From what I could see from my vantage point here, it's off the left front. Car off at turn number 1, rejoins the fray. Is that the leader? No, maybe just in front.
So whoever's behind the wheel of the number 5, they have got to have the presence of mind here to know if that's a tire that's gone down or something that has something that's gone out of tow or something. They have got to have the presence of mind to not run that tire to a point of braking, because that's going to cause much more issue than it's worth.
Well, my suspicion is either it's already gone down and it's flat and grinding, or they've had something break. The good news is it's the inside front corner of the car, so running around the apron is not such a big deal there. They've been doing it at some speed, it has to be said, already. They're clearly aware that there's a problem there, and now the smoke has stopped.
Does that mean that the tire has departed?
Never a good sign.
Yes.
There is also a solid piece of debris at the exit of NASCAR 4, just on the apron. It's not on the racing line or anything, but it is big enough that I can see it from probably 500 yards away, 600 yards away. Will probably be retrieved under the next full course yellow. The number 5 is into the paddock, straight to the paddock. Oof. Makes the left-hand turn. Here we go. See, that doesn't look a whole lot like a tire. There's no fluid out the back.
Do you think that's maybe they've made contact with somebody and towed something in?
I don't know. I mean, it could be like a bearing or something.
That's true.
Yeah, obviously, a whole lot of curbs that I would think would cause that kind of issue, but it does. Like I said, it doesn't look like a tire's gone down. It just looks like something has failed. Obviously, if he brought it back at speed, it can't be that significant. But I don't know how long this is going to take to repair.
Yeah,
Oh, Zach says it's definitely the tire. But why have they gone into the paddock then? Straight into the paddock.
So I wonder if it's a brake issue.
No, see, that looks like it's coming out the hub, not off the tire. Right? It looks like it's just coming out of the center of the wheel.
Well, we know that they have our number, so hopefully they can...
Yes, I was just going to say that. And they're all down in the paddock.
I would imagine that
they'll be
about
hearing
to be
us.
Busy
Yes.
rather than texting us.
Well,
Yes.
I don't know if they're all mechanics. If they are, then great. That'll go quickly.
Maybe Karen is down there and can send us a nice text message on the DriverSeye Live hotline. And get in touch with us. Those of you who have been with us in WRL in the past, feel free to get in touch with us via that number. It's a 321 area code. Nope, sorry. 321. Sorry. Slow Mustang again, and a slow Aston Martin, number 172. So have we had some kind of drama down at turn number 1 and 2 between these two cars? This is not the first time either of these two cars have been slow. So perhaps not. I don't think the Mustang's going to make it home.
I think it's a small
hard
piece
left turn at the exit of 3. Yep, hard left turn there at the exit of 3 for that orange and black Ford Mustang. It's been a tough day for those guys. Really challenging day. To this point.
Yeah, and you have to have some sympathy for teams that are going through that, because this is we're Central Florida. This is a long drive for most of the teams here. Anybody who's coming down here having a rough day is, sympathies.
Well, listen,
I've got to feel like you know what you're signing up for, right?
Oh no, of course. I mean, you only have so many opportunities to run the banking at Daytona.
I think there's a real thrill to this. I'm not a mechanic. I'm not a driver. I do this.
You talk.
I talk and
you talk
cameras.
and you talk.
But coming down and having a boring day where everything goes right, I'm sure if you get the results, it's very satisfying. But there's no story there. There's no fight back. There's no, hey, we replaced, X, Y, or Z in 15 minutes, and it's hot and we're all sweating. And yeah, we were miserable at the time, but hey, we got the car to the end of 14 hours, and it was hard, right? There's value in the struggle. I don't know that that's true.
It's not.
Okay.
As somebody who works with mechanics every single day, I can assure you that
but not competitively.
Yeah, that's a different game.
They do it competitively. This is not a thing.
Yeah, but there's no payoff there. The payoff here is, hey, we got a car to the finish of 14 hours around the Daytona High Banks. We fought.
Most of the mechanics I work with teams in a different endurance series.
Okay.
They would tell you that it is not worth it. They would rather the car just run and have a good time and do pit stops.
Well, then maybe they should do better.
Prep the car better.
Yeah, exactly. Tappity tap tap tap. Complaints on a postcard to B. Kazmarek. B. Kazmarek has left the chat. Usually when that happens, that means that somebody has either complained to him or has brought a guest up. So we'll see. Flip your coin of choice and see what you think it's going to be. There's a slow car on the.
That's a Aston Martin. I think it's a TLM.
Yes. Is that the 888? No, it's the 172. Excuse me. That's just come through. No, I take that back. Not the 172. Well, it could be, but that's a different race control message if it is.
I request, Joseph, that if you say 888, you say it with the correct accent.
The 888.
Greg Lowndes.
Now, is the 888 going to make it back into the line? Anyway.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We've only got 11 more hours to do these, and then I have to wait another month to hear them again. So,
I hope Jason Marks is in the car so that he can't hear that and then call me out for how bad it is.
Could we get Jason Marks to say 888?
What do we think Jason's Australian nickname is? Because it's always I think it might be Moxie.
I found that Australian nicknames overlap pretty heavily with hockey nicknames.
Okay.
So I think Marksy is probably it.
Okay. I can't really do anything with Jason, if I'm honest.
Jay.
Jazzo? That's nothing.
Jazzo. What? See, Brendan leaves and it all goes to shit, and we don't, or to junk. And we don't have JT here to crowbar us back onto the task. So.
Yeah.
With that in mind, I'll give a rundown. I'm gonna give a rundown.
The reason I'm stalling is because I still don't have confirmation of which car is slow, unless it is still the 172, and they had stopped out on track and resumed.
That's all right.
It's the red TLM Aston, as far as I can tell.
It is.
But I have not been the only one of those TLM Astons I have been able to commit to memory is the 453, which I believe is. Have they come back out on track? No, they have not. That's a lie. They are actually still circulating, but they are some. Oh goodness, many laps behind the lead. 17, as a matter of fact, having brought out our first full course yellow. So I will tentatively call that the 172 just because there was never a call of another slow Aston. Question mark. The 909 that's happened on track. The 111 has just overtaken the 909 on track as far as I can tell. Oh, that's a lie. That is a bald-faced lie. The 909 has relinquished the lead by coming into the pit lane. So that happening on lap 88. Thunder Bunny, that triple one, is due in not for another 5 laps. So that'll be on lap 93. Extrapolate that out about 5 times over at this point. 4 or 5 times over. We could have ourselves a really interesting finish to this race depending on how pit strategy pans out. 11-11, Make-A-Wish. 34. Have the 34 just pitted? No, but the 99 has just overtaken them for 3rd. So positions chopping and changing for different reasons in the top 5 of GTO. The 124 NFC AMG GT4. Lots of letters and numbers in that description into the lane as well. So the net result of that will be very interesting. I suspect that the 909 will come out. I think it's going to have to be behind the 99, possibly neck and neck with the 34, who we still expect to pit. Basically on sequence with the triple one at this point. 124 is doing 29 laps to a stint. 34 is doing... 34 and the triple one are both doing 31 laps to a stint. So longer than everybody else, but not that much longer.
Gentlemen,
Scoundrel.
Can I interrupt? Thank you for that. Can I interrupt for a Chandler School moment?
You may.
Yes. I'm happy to say we've got both microphones occupied now, joined by the Chandler School. Just out of the, very freshly out of the number 131 BMW M2, Dana Blackhurst. Who is, I think, catching his breath still a little bit.
Yeah, I just got out of the 45.
Oh, out of the 45, sorry. Yep, my mistake. Who is back in the pit lane. We're going to come to that. Also joined by Lendl from LK Methods, sponsor and partner of the Chandler School and the racing program you guys have got going on here. So welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lovely view from up here. You've brought students and alumni and very, what's that?
Board members.
And board members. Very, very cool, very cool opportunity. I'm sure to be up here, but to go racing at Daytona International Speedway as well. You guys have got a long day ahead of you. Let's start with the 131. We'll get the racing stuff out of the way first, then I want to talk Chandler School. The 131 had some issues. Bumper cover looks like it came off the car after a little incident down to turn 6.
I heard Kai did something.
It was a very light tap, but just wanted to confirm cars seems mostly okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
They're back out going, and they're from California, the drivers that bought the seat time. And they donated their time to the school for scholarships for not just for ACE program, but for other kids too, minorities and different things to be able to go to our school.
Very, very cool. And then you're fresh out of the 45.
Yeah.
That is a NASCAR Cup car, is it?
That is Kyle Petty's NASCAR. The engine is still the Cup car engine.
Sounds like it.
500 miles were put on this in Daytona in 2007. He finished the race with, I think, finished 18th.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know how long that engine's going to last. But that came through not Thunder Bunnies, but JR3 Racing, a guy named Mark Sharon, who's out there right now in Austin Martin. And it was pretty much had a lot to do, so I want to thank all the people in NASCAR that helped us get the car back together. And we're running today and see what happens.
How'd you get it down to 9-1?
Oh, put it this way, it's 383 horsepower and 3,800-pound car.
It sounds like about 700.
Well, if it's not restricted, it's actually 975.
Yep, so I believe that. Yesterday I was down at the Western Horseshoe there. I heard the car coming. I'm like, wow, that sounds like it's going like stink, like 700 horsepower. And I look up and you're just doing the same speed as all the other GTO cars.
That's the downside. I mean, it's old school.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to totally think different. And, even coming down the straightaway, I'm already braking almost 600-700 feet early because if there's anybody in front of me, I'm manual brakes. And I'm going to hit them like a freight train.
So was that car put into road course spec at all, or does that
a little
car...
bit?
Okay.
A little bit.
Was that a school project?
No.
Okay.
Well, it was a school project to put it back together.
Sure.
But no, it's 90% oval and 10% road track.
So let's talk about the Chandler School right now, right? We've got the two cars that are represented out here. First time back out since COTA last year, been a couple of months. But you guys are based in South Carolina primarily as as what? What is the mission?
We're a school in Greenville, South Carolina, the Chandler School, named after my college professor who lied and let me sneak into college without a high school diploma. So I said someday I'd name a school after her. So I did that. And it's a school like Middle America. We have a one-room schoolhouse on the campus. We are a language phonetic-based school, or you would say Orton Gillingham approach, which is a reading program from the 1920s for stroke victims. Well, eventually in the 70s, they started seeing things, how it arches over for reading, and it's the only scientifically method that, our approach that works well for dyslexia. So we're a school designed for dyslexia, the uncommon learners that solve 90% of the common people thinking. And then we're just a school for good quality academics. We're not a victimitis school. Our kids work very hard. We travel all over, but they have a grind. They have to be pushed. You have Saturday school. You can dig a hole some days. You can do a lot of different things when you get in trouble. But we pushed mental toughness. The world is not going to be, it's not going to feel sorry for you because you're just dyslexic. So you got to learn to embrace your skills, magnify the strengths, remediate the weaknesses that you become in, and learn grit. Failure is the best lesson to learn, and we push our kids all kids from the board of directors down. We all must learn how to learn from our mistakes. So it's an unusual school, but it's very usual for the 1950s or 40s in America.
We're all endurance racing fans here, right? That's why we're up here, commentating. That's why we're all a part of the World Racing League and the racing that we like to watch and like to cover. But it's not a very common passion for people. And, when we started talking to you guys over the last season or two, it was, one person would come up, 3 people would come up. Now you've got a whole, literally like a classroom full of people that have come up here that are now a part of the project, part of the school's projects.
They're maybe not so much racing. They're just part of the school.
No, but that's my point. Is you are now, the Chandler School is providing this as an opportunity not just to be involved in racing, which we love, but an opportunity to be a part of a major program. Right? This is not a small undertaking.
No,
it's very challenging.
We had 40 people here this weekend.
Exactly. See, right.
And we have several things going with Blackfire, with Women in Las Vegas. That's sort of a program we're doing for young girls. But the thing here that people don't understand about motorsports is you're going to teach reading. You're going to teach mathematics and metrics. You're going to teach executive function skills, how to get ready for a race, just like any job, catering, if you're doing an event. So there's so many life lessons that are learned here at the track with the kids. And people don't really, it's sort of a play on words, a vehicle. It is a vehicle to teach kids to read. It's a vehicle to understand that you can do something, especially for young girls. We know at 7th through 9th grade, they sort of formalize their frontal lobes in their head what they want to do. So that's why we got Chloe here. Anybody can be anything you want to be, and dream big if you're going to dream. And that's what we like to push with our kids. We have a fellow headmaster from Carroll School in Boston, 45 years on the head of a very prominent school there.
Awesome.
We have Lendl here, who is just, out of nowhere, Lendl joins the Chandler School family. He comes to we have Thunder Buddies and us put on the first Pinewood Derby Bash.
I was going to ask you about that because we talked about it at CODA.
And Kale and all those guys, they had propeller rockets on and stuff. It's a 40-foot track, 4 lanes. And it was fun. The whole shop. And we challenged them to races and stuff. And Thunder Buddy, I can't speak enough of those guys, how good they are to us as a school and with the kids. And Laura Hayes is a fantastic person with the kids. Not just racing, but hanging out with the kids. And she's a great role model for all children.
So Lendl, as one of the many partners that are involved in the Chandler School and involved in the program, first, what was the connection there? How did you get involved in Chandler School, and what keeps you coming around?
Well, it started actually with racing. We've sponsored a driver out of Arizona just through mutual relationships and becoming friends, and he supports children in the Arizona community, which my wife and I are very interested in. Then we came to Road Atlanta, and I ended up meeting Dana, and he told me a little bit about what the school is doing, and we're looking for places to deepen our relationship and our partnership, more than just from a financial perspective, but to actually be involved and get to know the people and to witness the difference that care actually makes. When I met Dana, he blew my mind. So real quickly, a huge amount of admiration grew and started learning and getting to see what he's doing. And he takes a very alternative approach to education. My company takes a very alternative approach to technology, and we have similar mindsets.
That's fantastic. To be involved in racing is a kind of a leap for anybody. All right, a big project or finances required, of course, whether you're sponsoring a driver or you are a driver yourself. But this is an altogether more holistic program, right? That is, yes, okay, there are drivers renting seats, but providing educational and hands-on learning opportunities that, I mean, frankly, yes, it's specialized for maybe dyslexia or neurodivergence, but is still a unique opportunity that even highly specialized schools don't always get their students the chance to be a part of.
The other thing we have is the veterans. We have veterans now working with us.
Oh, very cool.
So they have to be vetted, there's not a problem, but they come over to school and interact with children. They learn about auditory processing, receptive language, and how to get along, and you can spot a person real quick what's going on. So our kids can be therapy for them, and we help them back into the community. That's a big goal for us. We specialize in United States history. We go to New Orleans to the World War II Museum. I mean, our kids go out all over the country. We hover, we don't cover. So we go pretty much in depth that way. Nathan over here, I can give you him. He's had me since 5th grade. 5th grade. No, 4th grade. I used to throw hockey balls at you.
That's right. I think we'll get him on the mic here just for a second.
Yeah, while they're making that changeover,
go ahead,
Brendan,
Joseph.
you make a good point about it's easy to see this, and I fall into this trap myself. See this as basically, people with a bit of spending money throwing it at something fun to do. But there's also it's great to. This is now the second interview that we've had. Right, we're talking about what thinking about it intelligently, thinking about it another layer deeper. What do we enjoy about this? Why do we enjoy about it? What are the things that challenge us about that? How can we bring that to other people and enrich their lives as well?
Yeah, I mean, I talk pretty romantically about racing, but it really has defined a large portion of my life. To another point, that it is what I do for a living. But even when I was at school, my parents would pull me out of school on a Friday. We'd go to the kart race at Nazareth, and get to meet the drivers and just kind of experience the racing atmosphere in a more intimate environment at a place like Nazareth, which was smaller venue in a smaller metro area. But they always had to provide justification for me being out of school, and we would come up with all these at the time felt like silly reasons. But in reality, if you're immersed in it, right, as a student. And you're really hands-on about what motor racing is and everything that goes into motor racing happening, there are legitimate learning and enrichment opportunities there at many, many ages, right? From I started going to races when I was 7 or 8 years old, up through, well, now I'm still here. But it is a very legitimate thing. You've been a part of the school since, 4th grade?
Yeah, so I'm 46 years old. I met Dana when I was 12. So I've been under his wing for over 30 years. And I still apply what I learned from him, even at 46, around the racetrack. The executive function skills, the mental toughness, the focus, the organizational skills. So you can apply everything that he's taught, his methodology, from being a young kid all the way being to an adult.
Yeah.
So I'm more so the end product progressed 30 years down the road. And you never lose that. You learn those skills, and I think it's something that stays with you forever. You never unbecome dyslexic. You're never uncured from it. But you learn to use it as a strength and to harness it and really focus those skills to apply to almost anything in the world, whether you want to become a lawyer, whether you want to get into tech, but nothing's limited to you.
Yeah.
It really opens up the door and the mind of possibilities. So always say yes to the opportunities. Always say yes to anything that comes your way, especially as a dyslexic student, because so many times these kids are thrown by the wayside or cast off, and they don't allow themselves to grow into their full potential. So I think this provides truthfully a unique and special opportunity, not only from the students, but also from the people who are surrounding it as well, and to see how these kids can really progress and contribute to the world.
That's fantastic.
On another note, how I got involved in this had nothing to do with racing, and we were running the Center of Innovation of Learning out of the Carroll School in Boston, and we would record. You could record NASCAR and IndyCar racing as a speech pathologist and stuff. They would give us the tape, and we would learn what the drivers could think and communicate, and how they communicate to the driver at the professional level. So if a guy was a visual learner, they wouldn't talk to him when they came to the pits. They'd hold a sign up, and he would nod that way. So that was giving them the time, and I don't know, you're probably too young for this, but there was a guy that died at Texas Speedway, and his spotter said, go low. Low to him meant something different than the spotter. He died. just like that. That's how we got called into this, of language speech pathologists. How do the pitch chiefs talk to the drivers?
Yeah.
And then at the higher level, how are they communicating? How do they come into the pits? How much quicker time can they do? Are they going to invest in this young kid? Are they not going to? So we would screen them and do that. I've worked with Robbie Gordon. He's got some learning styles, you could say. Worked with him before I was even involved with racing, of how to focus this and how to handle this.
Yeah.
And it's auditory processing. You could say, would you please roof read this for me, Robbie? I meant proofread, Robbie. He would come back with proofread.
Yeah.
So it's auditory processing and stuff. So that can make a major difference at a pit stop.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And so they would go kinesthetic, visual, auditory. And they want us to screen their drivers. And so when they go to communicate, which one's the fastest one, what crew chiefs, then we go through every pit crew member and find out their learning style.
Mm-hmm.
Are they hands-on? Are they visual? Do they talk too much like I do? It's stuff like that. So now the whole team has a learning style thing. There's 9 Intelligence by Howard Gardner. That gives a professional team an edge.
Sure.
And from Penske down, they'll do all this stuff. They'll hire us eggheads, and the drivers are not told we're eggheads. We're just there to improve their racing. So they think we're drivers. But really, we're this group called the FSC group out of Harvard that does improvement of people. How does communication, like at a corporate level, you could say something and middle management says something. Next thing you know, the corporation lost $10-16 million because there was a miscommunication from up, down.
Sure.
Like Lendo works with us and with my wife and some things, and it's just interesting how things can get miscommunicated by language. It has nothing to do with, it has a little bit to do with dyslexia, but it is so fascinating. Even out here, I've watched a few miscommunications.
Of course, yeah.
And you're like, oh, you know.
I mean, it is amazing when you think endurance racing is fully a team sport, right? It is. It requires the total commitment of the drivers, the team managers, the crew members, the car preps. You know, everybody that's involved. You are better when you understand the people that you're working with, right? Team driver combinations that have worked together for years and years and years, especially at the professional level, right? They're successful because they know each other. They know what each other like. They know how they interact and react. And having that as a primary learning point and a focal point for you guys as part of what you're doing at the Chandler School is fantastic.
The last thing I want to say is the guy out in that 45 car.
Yeah.
We got to give it to him. He's 80 years old. He's John Finger. He's won 2 Rolexes, Long Beach, Miami, all the races. First guy to win at Road Atlanta. I think he's got 270 professional racing wins. Several times here. He's out there. He's just John Finger. That's all you can say about John. And I've had Kai and other professional guys go, where do you stop? Well, when I feel like I need to. Where's your marks at? Well, how do you know how you're doing? If someone passes you. He's very old country, but amazing driver. I mean, he said, I've got like 20,000 laps on this track. But he's out there driving right now, and we're glad we can make this happen for John at 80 years old.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He just got introduced to the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
driving.
Fantastic. Yeah. Congratulations to John. I know, I think we had talked about him potentially retiring this time last year. It's going to be his last race, and you sucked him back in.
Yeah. Well, he wants to beat Newman. He's got stories with Paul Newman and Fitzgerald, all those guys. He won the very first Trans Am races. Mazda couldn't beat him, so they made him their factory driver for 10 years.
Oh, wow.
So John's he can do it. He can drive anything. And he's quite the car collector, and he quietly goes around, and he's just helps philanthropy. He's a really good guy.
Yeah.
And he just helps lots of people. I mean, all the old timers on the pit road knew all John, and they're all, hey, what are you doing? Running, And he has a fun time in World League. He says it's a little different.
Yeah.
We're not pushing anybody out of the way. He goes, you can intimidate a little bit, but I know the Austin Martin and them last July got into it a little bit, and he's not the guy to get into it with in the car.
Sure. Yeah.
But he's fun, and we're just helpful we can make this guy's day. He's 80 years old, and he's out here sweating without a cool suit, anything. He's like, you guys need drinks? You need water? What's that?
Yes, you do. It's hot.
He goes. He drove here in Daytona, ran a Daytona race where he actually was telling his wife he was going on like a date. He came to Daytona.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No. Why are you all sweaty? No. Look. Thank you guys for coming up here and for talking about the Chandler School. And since I have a room full of students and alumni here, I know racing is not everybody's thing. It's been my thing. It's now my life's work. Whether you're passionate about being at the racetrack or not, whether you like the sound and speed and the sensory appeal of everything that racing is, find your thing, right? Find that thing to be passionate about. Find that thing that you can soak yourselves into and immerse yourself into, because it has been one of my life's great gifts to be able to do this now for a living. I left my past career, and if you can immerse yourself and be great at it, do it. And this is for many of us, this is our thing. Very, very cool. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are welcome.
He left his past career, and then like a month later, there were like 3 different reports of planes like running into.
That's because I left.
Yeah, I know. You didn't leave any notes for anybody either. I thought that was pretty rude. We've pulled up a replay based on an incident that the race control log has noted. The 73 Audi car going through shot now runs wide. Do they? They do. Ooh, that is. Wow, that looks an awful lot like the windward crash from Daytona practice this year. That's a heavy old impact into the concrete wall there. That car apparently has continued, but I will be shocked if that car comes back out. Unless that has just perfectly landed center of the car and not taken out a corner. But yeah, that car now behind the wall. I think it's made it behind. It hasn't tripped the timing loop to indicate that it's pitted in. So I don't know if they've maybe cut in the International Horseshoe, maybe. But at any rate, that big ol' impact for that 73. That Works 45 car that we were talking about. A team that does not race on Sundays for religious reasons would be hoping for a good result in their longest racing weekend of the year. Several cars taking to the pits now, including the 170, that second Thunder Bunny entry. Choice Racing has Choice Racing pitted, or have they just been overtaken? No, they have just been overtaken by the BLM 888. They are due to pit though, that 51 that we think possibly is technically the 551. 51 is not a number that we're used to seeing that car or that team running under in GTO at least.
51 to me is an AF Corsa car. Every time I hear 51, that's just what I think.
Sure.
No, usually they're the 511, are they not? I wonder if they've
you're right,
the 511 over to the old car, but they're going to run at Road Atlanta for the GP only event.
They may have, but I don't know why they would do that. I mean, I know that. How are they in points? He asks himself.
Not that good, because they've missed a few rounds.
Yeah, they actually, in the East, they've only done the Road Atlanta rounds. I believe that's Road Atlanta. Yes, because the other one, the alternative is Road America, which would not be in the East. Yes, they've only done Road Atlanta and Mid-Ohio. So, yeah, maybe points just not a huge concern for them. I would also love to see a picture of that number plate to see if they have in fact changed the registration number on the choice. 51 question mark?
I mean, it's their selection to make. It's their choice, if you will.
Well, unless it had been entered somehow into timing wrong, was my only thought. But that shouldn't have been the case. Several teams. Oh, you know what? We should cover some of this housekeeping. In the last half hour or so, we have had a handful of lap penalties. Our first for quite some time. Since 820, as a matter of fact. 820 was the last time that we had a round of penalties. Since then, at 10:56, we had a lap penalty given out to the number 28 for their first pit lane penalty. Fireball not ready in that camp. 28 will be as he scrambles for a reminder. Oh, of course, that'll be the Random Vandals car. 1 of 2. Another lap penalty given up to the 48, and I wonder if that's the reason that they have, or part of the reason that they've fallen back. Lap penalty given to a passing under yellow down at the turn 6 station. That would have been up against the Stands Racing GP2 car. And the third in the set will be a penalty to the number 5 pit lane and fueling infraction. In this case, for a pit lane speeding penalty, 49 miles an hour down the pit lane to the number 5, who we still have not yet seen reemerge since we saw the smoke billowing out of the left front of that car. Number 24, that'll be the Montgomery entry, I believe, being listed as slow coming through turn 3, as we see one take it to the pit lane. Looking at our monitors to see if we can find that slow Montgomery car. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Only down 2 cameras at the moment, but they are 2 of the most interesting cameras down at the international, or not the international horseshoe, the West Horseshoe. It's the South Horseshoe. Let's be real. It's the South Horseshoe. Missing that camera. Also missing the bus stop camera, where all the buses that race.
I think you'll find that's the Le Mans chicane.
Sure. I would find that, I suppose. The conditions around the track, both cell service and temperature, meaning that we don't have reliable onboards just yet. Hopefully those come into, well, really, if we don't have them right now, I don't know that we'll have any until the evening hours, but hopefully we'll be able to get you some onboard shots when we get down into the night and the sun dips below the horizon, or at least down below, say, 45 degrees of elevation. Let's see, just watching a race control notification come through. Won't call that one out just yet. We have a slow car. Or is that behind the Armco? I think that's behind the Armco. In one of the access roads. I think, question mark? I think. Great. Car stopped. The 606, that is the core car that we saw with really heavy lockup earlier in the race. Up somewhere on track, being called in by Station 6, but as Brendan says, that station technically extends for wide arrays around the circuit. So that could be really anywhere from 6 to anywhere in the West Banking. NASCAR's turn 1 and 2 if you prefer.
I'm a little bummed that the tower right there isn't displaying any positions. I think that would be pretty cool. I know that we have our own timing tower available to us, but for the people who are there to be able to see the tower would be nice.
Anyway, the Stratus cars have swapped positions once again. Is that because of a pit stop? He asks himself. The answer is yes, it is. So the 58 will come into pit, and that will hand the lead over to the 59. The 59 is due in with about 3 laps or so left in their tank. That 100 we saw, I don't remember if we called it out, but during the interview with the Chandler School, we had the 100 L2 Motorsports car very slow around the circuit, and I don't believe that they have come back out, question mark. Now sitting 8 laps behind the leader, so that gap continues to expand, but there are still 10 plus hours left to go in the race.
There are. Should I do a rundown?
You can if you want. I am back if you guys need partners.
On the 40th of the hour, that classic 40th of the hour rundown.
Gotta get a rundown here. Gotta get that rundown by the end of the day, says Idris Elba. In GP1, we got the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW, a stalwart of the front of the GP1 field, followed closely by the number 44 PC Racing car. And then in third place, the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race. And then a solid fourth for the number 64 Open Throttle Racing E92 BMW. I know they've been doing a lot of testing here ahead of this event. And big shout out to Minnesota's own number 984 Frozen Rotors, Porsche Cayman. GP2, the number 160 Moorhead Speedworks car, also a stalwart in the front of GP2. They are in the lead, followed by the number 197 of Overnight Motorsports in one of their many Porsche.
Ooh, double yellow.
There's a double yellow, though. We got some full course action. We'll see if we can pick that up somewhere around the track.
I think that's recovering the 606, but I haven't been able to find that car on track.
606. Where was it? I heard low and slow when I was in.
It was Marshall Post 6, which could be anywhere on the back, really the south end of the circuit.
Well,
just to finish this off, we've got the 721 RRT Racing car in GP2. They're in a 1995 325i, so that's not a car that I had been aware of. It is red colored. In GP3, we have the number 65 Open Throttle Racing. I think the most successful car in the Open Throttle paddock is the GP3 car. That car has been at the front, I think, of every single race it has run. They are currently in first position, followed by the number 880 Apex V2R, which features some championship-winning sim racers. And then two of the AOA cars are in third and fourth. There's a pit stop going on right now, so I think that'll
By the way,
cycle through for them.
That V2R car, is that the car that's got Suelia Almeida in it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
For the uninitiated, would you like to explain?
I would need to reinitiate myself. It's a name that I recognize very. He's very fast, but I don't know what his accomplishments are, if I'm honest.
So I believe he has won the Porsche Esports Sprint Cup Challenge.
Oh, interesting.
Ask if you like.
I follow him on Instagram because he does very good videos about, like, hey, you've played Gran Turismo the whole time. I do that too. Here's how it's different from iRacing and what you need to do specifically to adapt from one to the other.
Interesting.
And I find him very, very fascinating. So, really probably the first guy I've found that has a sim racing perspective that aligns somewhat with mine. And so it's been very informative to watch him. And his Instagram content, very, very good. So a good follow for sure.
RJ is using binoculars to look very, very far to the banking at turns 1 and 2.
The PTZ has caught it. It's on the back straightaway, up against the. It's not up against anything, which I think is part of the problem. It's at the first of the painted sort of Cup Series logos, just at the exit of the banking. Now, if we had the bus stop camera up, we would be able to show exactly where that is. Unfortunately, that one succumbed to the heat, at least for the moment. I actually could go reset it if it is deemed to be of importance. It's just unfortunate that the heat, the humidity, and the sunlight sort of cost us that camera and the one down into turn 6 earlier this morning. Otherwise, we'd know exactly where that car was.
I agree with Zach's perspective on this, if I'm honest.
It is absolutely of importance. Okay, I can go do that. My goal was to be able to go pull some of the batteries and recharge them later, but we're nearly 4 hours in, so now's as good a time as any, I guess.
That's a good point.
I do not. I do not believe those batteries will last 10 hours, Brendan. I think you should wait a little longer.
No,
it's not going to be 10 hours. It's going to be like 8 because it's going to take that time to charge them.
I think,
and I don't have to go right out.
Brendan, I think if you split the race into 3 stints, I think that's ideal.
Yeah, my plan was 1. My plan was 1 o'clock.
That's how I wrote everything out. 1, and then I go back out at like 3:30, deploy those batteries on the other ones, and then come charge those.
As the great general and war tactician Michael Tyson once said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, sure, but like, is losing Cam 8 getting punched in the mouth? Like, is that what we're saying?
It's a little bit.
I work with these batteries.
It's a little
and
punch in the
cameras,
mouth.
frequently this year, and they will not last if you go right now.
No, okay. All right. Well.
There's no chance.
Okay. Then I'll wait.
All right.
You're just gonna have to deal without the bus stop camera.
Or you could just go a second time, which is what I'm saying.
Right. That's
3 times. I have to go 3 times.
Why would you have to go 3 times?
Because I don't
do a round now.
Okay, we're opening things up here. Everybody gets a view behind the complicated technical workings of drivers.
That's what happens under a full
The
course
batteries
yellow.
are not the same. I don't have 15 of the same batteries. I have these little like maintenance batteries. So the idea is bring them in, charge them, right? Bring the good batteries in, charge them quick because they'll charge quickly. Go drop these maintenance batteries and then go switch them out, right? Put the new batteries on the 5 cameras that haven't had the ones replaced. Put those on, charge them up, and then go replace the maintenance batteries, right? But all of that has to happen in like, so that there's no more than 8 to 9 hours on either side, which is why I chose 1 o'clock.
I just, the idea of a maintenance battery is...
No, it's fine. They actually will last, no, they last a long time. They're just less robust in the heat. So like getting 2 hours out of them, not a problem. They'll be fine. I did this at Sebring for the 24, and it worked like a charm. Like a charm. But everything happened in exactly the order we needed it to. Whereas here, we lost the camera to heat. I planned everything out just fine, but it didn't work that way. So but we'll be fine.
All right.
The 111 is in. You know.
I'm eating snacks. Thanks for asking.
Oh my God, are we doing more barrier repairs? Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that for the centenary they've decided to decimate the driving standards.
What on earth is happening?
I don't know, but I think they should probably red flag the race and tell everyone to stop. Because they're all doing a very bad job.
What, did somebody just plow into the back of that car at the top of the hill? Like literally just plowed into the back of it.
Montgomery has copped a lap penalty for a pit lane infraction. Random Vandals 82 has copped a pit lane penalty for an infraction to be determined.
Well, fewer penalties than they're doling out across the Atlantic. Oh my God!
Listen. I'll say it. Okay, it's high time that the 24 Hours of Le Mans was put under WRL administration.
That's right. That's what I say.
Yeah.
RJ, learn French.
No, RJ doesn't need to learn French. He needs to learn how to talk with peanut butter in his mouth.
What does that mean?
I mean, we already use Discord, so we're like halfway there.
Oh, guys, keep an eye on the driver's or the race control log for the number 82. There is a large puddle of fluid underneath and around the back of that car.
Well, they've already been dinged on this stop for being 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. So
okay, there may be more to come on that because it is from wall to white line around the basically from like the B pillar back is just soaked all over the ground.
Huh.
And I'm honestly not really sure why. They've also done tires on this car, and we are 4 hours in already.
Is that potentially a water line that's come loose?
My concern was that it was fuel. But there's no fire, right? So that's all good. But I don't know. It's very peculiar. So I was hoping that the race control log maybe could provide a little bit more information there, but we'll wait and see on that one. There are no more recovery vehicles along the back straightaway, which hopeful means that the 606 has been brought to where it needs to be and that we can go back racing here in due course.
Are they going to bring out some Tide powdered soap?
No, because nobody's hit a jet dryer. So there is also a truck now at the chicane between turn 2 and 3. Just to driver's left.
Oh,
I'm not sure if they're picking
You're talking
something
about
up.
you're talking about the dog leg. I was like, what do you mean chicane?
What? Is that that's not a dog leg?
I mean, thank
Dog
you,
legs
Zach.
don't go both directions.
I think they kind of do.
What?
I mean,
Dog
there's
legs
also
is
Either of you own a
an
dog?
angle. Yes. Well, I mean, I have 2 of them.
Okay.
I mean, I know there's like the Texas Motor Speedway dog leg. I understand that, but I also think historically, like a dog leg has been like a jink and a jink.
I think that's just a chicane.
It's not a what is it chicaning around? Where's the chicanery?
I mean, it could go straight, and it used to go straight, but now it doesn't anymore.
Through the debris pile.
Listen, not all chicanes have to be used to slow cars down.
I think by definition it has to be going around something.
It does.
What's it going
like
around?
the bus stop, for example.
It goes around part of the infield.
Okay. I think that's a really loose.
What do you mean it has to go around something?
That's literally a definition of a chicanery. Is you're going around something.
Okay. I mean, what else do? I disagree with this.
I generally agree with Joseph that this is not a chicane. However,
That's a bad take.
I dispute his current line of reasoning as being the reason why.
Oh, the definition of words is what you disagree with.
Is it an S? Should we just call it an S? Like S's, but only one?
The Dale Earnhardt S.
The Junebug S.
The Junebug S.
Is that like a? Is that
Steve
a car?
Park S.
Is that a car?
Huh.
Is what a car? What?
Like S is like the model. The Junebug S. Junebug RT.
Lights are still on the.
Junebug was a nickname
safety
for
car.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. Did you not know that?
I did know that.
Oh.
So they've got the jet dryer out. Actually, they're cleaning up what I assume are either marbles or small pieces of debris around oval turns 3 and 4. They've also got the safety vehicle that. Well, now it's leaving turn 2.
Your flag, David.
Yes, your clag, David.
You did miss a pretty good 888 impression.
What is a 888 impression?
An impression of an Australian man saying 888, rather.
Triple-I.
Joseph's was better.
Triple-I. The key with the key with the Australian accent is you have one syllable and you just turn it into 3.
Yeah.
Like you have one chunk of a word and you're just gonna sing it for no reason.
Brendan, did you listen to the broadcast wherein I threw to Andrew Marriott and Joseph picked it up instantly?
Yes, I actually was listening at the time.
Okay.
Like flipping a switch. Instantaneous.
Which is great because I didn't know I had an Andrew Marriott in me.
Everybody's
Until
got
that
a little
moment.
Andrew Marriott in them.
Because I had 2 neurons just connect and it produced Andrew Marriott.
The Andrew neuron and the Marriott neuron just.
Yeah.
Mojadka, of course, not a big fan of the Marriott right now.
Did you read my follow-up? Or no, did you read his follow-up?
I did not read his follow-up, no.
Okay, so poor Mojadka has been dealing with what was apparently a stolen rental car this morning.
Yes. A Turo rental car, which will add a extra layer of BS to the situation.
Turns out, you want some BS. It turns out it was actually a repossessed rental car.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a good story.
Mo has... listen, I don't know how he does it. Maybe it's just like the Chicago follows him everywhere.
Careful. Careful.
I love Chicago. Great town. Apparently that's what happened. And I say that only because it's already public. Apparently he gave the police department a ring this morning and found out that the car had been intentionally taken from the Marriott parking lot.
Interesting.
Wow.
I assume Mo's here now, right? That was very early this morning. So we're already at almost noon. Wow, we've just ripped right through the early part of this race.
Can we get Mo on the horn? Can we get him in here?
I mean, I'm sure we could.
Because I would like to know. I'd like to get his perspective on this.
I want to talk to him about the Lamborghini Super Trofeo race.
We
I'm less interested in that. I want to talk about this stolen BMW rental.
I mean, both. You know.
I would like to catch up with Mo. Paging Mo.com. If you're in the building.
I mean, I can text a random Vandals person. I have several of them.
Is that a random Vandals person? Or a random Vandals person?
A random Vandal, if you will.
Yes.
An arbitrary thief.
Oh, man. It's a good sim racing team.
It is. I still like try-hard batteries, which I think misses the entire European side of sim racing, has no clue.
That's fine. It showed up on the Road America 500 broadcast. That's all I needed.
It did. Like, as if you were an actual team.
Yes. Yes, it's so good. There's that, and the other one that I have registered is Autobahn Society, which I kind of like.
That's kind of easy, though.
Is it?
I think so.
You know, people that are...
Autobahn references, just in general.
Okay.
Right? Like Bourbon, Motorworks. Like, that's some of that's just a little too
That's
easy.
fine, but who's going to make an Autobahn Society reference?
I mean, probably the same person that makes Laurent Redon references.
Yeah, that's true. One of these days, we're going to get Laurent Redon in one of these races, and I'm not going to know what to do with myself.
Listen, if we got Steve Park, what's stopping us from getting Laurent
That's a
Redon?
really good point.
So I have texted a random number that I have associated with Random Vandals.
Okay.
It has a 570 area code.
Oh,
So
heck yeah. Scranton. Represent.
I assume that this is going to go somewhere, but if I don't hear back from that one, I will pick a different Random Vandals phone number.
All right,
Let's get a handful of tickets to the pits, including the 44 for PC Racing and the ones for No Lift.
If 570 is listening, please let me know what part of the Wyoming Valley you represent. My wife will be thrilled to hear about it.
Do you think it's Matt Connolly?
It's not. No. Do you think? Why would the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, have a Scranton area code?
Listen, I don't know where Hellertown is, and I have no interest in looking it up.
No, you should look it up.
Okay.
There's some stuff there.
I don't know that I like the sounds of that.
It's fine.
Speaking of the pride of places, I want to give a shout out here real quick to the Pride of Maple Plain, Minnesota, and see if they're actually listening in. I guarantee they're watching the other race right now in the shop. But if they are listening to this, props, please text me to prove that you are listening.
It would be nice to have them here. That's, of course, I assume we're talking about North Loop Motorsports.
We are talking about North Loop Motorsports, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I wonder why, are we just doing top up here under full course yellow? Although the 82 is back in again.
Are you talking about for the 44?
In general, yeah. 44,
44 was halfway
82
through
is
a
in
run.
again. Okay.
82, I can look up. 82 was about a third of the way into the run. A third of the way into a stint is pretty close to my threshold for, like, you might as well come in and do it.
Yeah.
Birmingham, that Birmingham Road and Race team, which we've only seen a few times this season, has pitted under this full course yellow, or possibly right before it. No, it was during it, and they're sitting P2 right now in GP1. It's a really good showing for them.
I'd just like to make an observation here. We're now 4 hours in, which normally would get us to roughly halfway through one of these World Racing League endurance races. It's still a very, very long way to go here. But it's been a while since I think I've looked at the timing sheet and seen that the top 5 at 4 hours is basically the same as the top 5 at 30 minutes, or at least through the first phase of the race. Like,
well, Brendan, if you go to our internal timing website, there are lap charts aplenty for you if you're curious.
Joseph, can I make a request for your internal timing system?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
I appreciate you asking about my timing system.
Yes. What is your request, Ryan? This request that nobody else will have any idea what we're talking about.
That's okay. Well, no, they will, because if they watch Formula One, they might have potentially seen what I'm talking about.
Oh, dear.
You know the graphic that all the team principals have on their computer screen at all times, where it's like the running order and gaps, but it's just on like a perfect circle?
Oh, Timing 71 does something like that.
Yeah, can you do that?
I don't want to.
Oh, okay. I think it would help visualize the, pit stops and things, you know?
I
You know
think
what I'm
that
saying?
involves... Okay. The reason I don't like to do stuff like that is because I think it requires a level... Are lights off on the pace car? Because that's going to be a real nice reprieve for me, if they are. I think they might be.
Are they going to come in, though?
Pull in.
Yes, they
Yeah.
are. Yeah.
All right. Back to Green Flag Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and the 14 Hours of Daytona. World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on DriversEye Live with just under 10 hours remaining on a fine day in Daytona Beach, Florida. Race leader, GTR number 99. The BMW M4 GTR by 2 seconds across the line from the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, same as it's been through most of the morning to this point, happily into the afternoon now.
The Screaming Goats, number 29, right in the cushion around turn 1.
That's picking up spots.
Yeah.
All careful through the International Horseshoe down here at turn number 3. Saw a little bit of drama on the first 2 starts of the day. Start and then restart. But looks like we've made it through all right this time around. Chandler School number 131, a little slow to the outside there. That's the silver and green BMW M2. And looks like he carries on. Quick pit stop from the number 59 of Stratus Racing. Well, I say quick. They've got the rear bodywork off on that car. That is, or was, your GTU class leader.
One car deep, that may be the Audi deep into turn 6.
I think you're right. Not exactly up to pace accelerating around the banking. No, it's not. I'm thinking overnight.
Okay.
He's trapped up there. Unfortunately, when you get stuck on the high side around the banking there, it is you're meant to be down low if you are slow, but just the way that the turn 6 exit kind of happened for him, fast cars up the inside, you just sort of get freight trained out there. Very, very hard to get back down low without feeling like you're cutting somebody off. And that's exactly the situation. That one car that you just saw come through the shot ahead of everybody else is the number 511 from Choice Racing. The BMW M4 sits 6th overall.
Is it the 511 or the 51?
It's the 511.
It's been updated on timing.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
It is...
And wonderfully, I think our timing system has kept up with that, which I'm very excited for.
So
I wasn't sure it was gonna.
I believe they had the 51 out yesterday, whether it was entered that way or not. It was definitely on timing as a 51, and either they swapped transponders or it was just a carryover from what had been on there before. But this is good for that 51. Clear air while everybody else is kind of working through this restart traffic. It's going to give them an opportunity to make back part of the 1.99 laps that it is down. Same goes for Hitman Racing, the number 34. They're actually at the tail end of the lead lap, which I hadn't realized. This is actually kind of caught them out quite badly. They're going quickly at the moment, which is good, but they are down at turn number 5 at the moment. The Automatic Racing Aston Martin just exiting the kink. There's Hitman, sorry, and Automatic is that Aston Martin through the shot now. So it's a lap minus that is your margin from first back to fourth, which will make, I think, the number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes your first car 1 lap down.
Yes, I agree with that. Based off of our timing, that is the first car lap down.
Yeah, so this is the first real split we've seen, I think, in the top 4. Hitman had been very, very much in contention through the early part of the race, running in that fantastic scrap we saw for second, third, and fourth. Still sits in fourth there, but obviously having it's now lost that gap. I don't know if that's a function of pit stops or what.
Yeah, GP3 has quickly turned into a battle of attrition. With the AOA cars have fallen to the wayside, as has the number 66, 86 question mark, or BRZ, whichever one it is. So we really only have in contention the 65 and the 880 going at it. But again, if those cars falter, you do still have The 75, nearly an hour behind. But given that there are still 10 of those left, there are plenty of opportunities to make up a little bit of ground. Moorhead Speedworks lead 2 different classes right now. Juggernauts in the GP field, 147 leading GP1 and the 160 leading GP2. 6 laps separating those 2 classes. Brendan has stepped away, which tells me that we're about to get another guest.
No.
Oh, okay.
RJ came in coordinating some lunch oddities.
Sounds like RJ wants to be a guest.
I was
funny.
so close the other day. I was so close at Road America. I thought I had him.
He said,
"Yeah."
When last time we did an interview, I just went in to touch base with him, and he said I'm going to try and come over there later, which means we're certainly not getting RJ.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call him with my phone to his phone, and I'm gonna say, "RJ, you're live. Talk to the people.
Say hello to the people."
The people want to know.
Yeah.
No, RJ.
I heard GP4's coming back.
I think we've had him on as a guest. Maybe twice. Once or twice. Like,
is
ever.
that true? I don't even
so.
remember. Okay.
I think so. I think it was Road Atlanta during a quiet hour break. We did sort of an initial, let's talk about the rest of the season. They had just released the schedule, or they were about to release a schedule, or something like that. And, it was the year of the 24-hour. We're trying to help promote the Sebring 24-hour, get the entries up, all that. Yeah, we did have RJ on as a guest once. RJ's a very busy man.
Which, by the way,
busy man next door.
By the way, if you ever, if Zach wants to feel bad about the 14 hours that he's about to spend in front of a computer, boy howdy, add 10.
Yeah, Zach really wants to do a 24-hour race.
Straight through.
Production. Ooh, speaking of straight into the runoff for the TLM number 172 Aston Martin. How's that for a Brian Till transition?
Thank you. Speaking of Brian Till.
Speaking of Brian Till. Talk about Brian Till.
Talk about Brian Till.
Well, we're never getting Brian Till on here.
We're never getting invited back to the Mid-Ohio School, that's for sure.
It might be okay. I might be okay with that.
You know, they're actually promoting the IndyCar race there.
They have to.
They
really do have to.
No, they have to, because be very careful with what I say.
Yeah. Easy.
There are
easy,
opinions.
Tiger.
Yeah, there are opinions about.
Apparently, so I mean, in fairness, they are actually putting money into the facilities, because apparently those backstraight grandstands are finally getting replaced. Yeah, and I suspect that there's going to be a new replacement for the Honda bridge. I don't think that bridge is like gone.
It's very inconvenient if there's not.
I agree.
For a spectator event, especially.
Yeah.
I suspect that they will need a replacement for their
other bridge also.
No, their primary structure, frankly.
Yeah.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I'm coming at it from a spectator perspective.
I would love.
I live there.
For Mid-Ohio to get the upgrades it deserves. It's a great racing track. I do wish we didn't have an April date at Mid-Ohio. That would be nice. But it's still a good endurance racing track. It's thrown some unique stuff at us over the years. I think as a racing community have sort of decided to agree that it needs some upgrades and some investment there to bring it up to, the
you can
level
only
that the
coast
track
on a
deserves.
reputation for so long, as so many organizations have found out.
Yes.
Yeah. See Laguna Seca on that, who have been dragged kicking and screaming into every single upgrade they've been asked to make, and they continue to be able to host really good events. So at some point you think that these venues would learn that even if you don't want to spend the money, that's what allows you to continue to be a going concern.
I have been to Hallett once this year already, and we will be back as a series in October, right, to go wrap up the Midwest Championship. And
you must be over the moon.
I'm thrilled. Really enjoyed my last trip there.
It is an awesome place to go racing. My point was going to be, even for a club track, the main challenge that Hallett always posed was you couldn't get across track. Right, you had to literally drive across the track through a gate, and they just dug and installed a tunnel about 2 years ago. So now you can get in and out, unless you've got like a massive hauler or something, you can get personal vehicles and small trailers into and out of the track without having to wait for a gap in the action. So even these small tracks are finding the right ways to make the right kind of investments, and I understand that these things scale up or down depending on what your standard is, but at least the standard is being maintained at places like Hallett, which is cool to see. Daytona speaks like this place is on its own. It's kind of
well, yeah. I mean, this is I mean, it is the flagship for NASCAR. There really is. I mean, and think about the renovation project that it underwent 3 or 4 years ago now.
I think it was more than that. I think it was 2018.
Was it that long ago?
Something like that. 17, 18.
Anyway, I mean, basically, am I right in thinking they've basically redone the entire outer grandstand?
Yeah.
Including obviously boxes, etc. Yeah, 2018 might be right, but I remember the video talking about.
Are you saying here? Sorry.
Yes, at Daytona specifically.
Ooh.
And it, that's obviously just an order of magnitude, but it's it's what you get from a track that is a flagship of a major national sanctioning body.
2016.
Okay.
According to the internet. I have found it very interesting here that one of the things for all that Daytona has been through, all the changes, the big repave at the end of 2010.
Yeah.
The layout to the road course has not changed in 2004 was the last time the chicane got adjusted?
Something like that. I do think it's fun to go through like racing circuits, the website, and just go through, because you kind of forget, you lose track of how some of these tracks have changed. Sebring especially, I forget just how many modifications it went through up until about 1990 or so, or 1994 maybe. But
97.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
99. Sorry, the safety pin. 99. Anyway,
with the safety, I consider that pretty minor. But I mean, Sebring used to go through massive reconfigurations every 4 years.
Stop number 198, the exit of turn 2. It pulled into the runoff and just came to a halt there at the edge of the concrete runoff pad.
That'll be Stan's Racing. That's P4 and GP2.
And continued. Yeah, quick reset and on our way.
But Daytona is a really interesting case, because you see where that sort of that jink is. Since we haven't landed on a taxonomy for it. That used to go out quite a long ways. The International Horseshoe cut across basically the entire infield.
Yeah, it used to go to where the turn 4 tunnel is now. Right, not quite that far, but that road, it was the length of the pit lane doubling back, and then you would make that run back into the kink. So the kink used to have a lead up to it that was 200 to 300 yards longer than it is now, and that used to be a serious corner.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like with modern GTPs. I understand we have a replay ready of that 198, and that's going to involve a bit of contact with the number 75 is right behind them. Oh, they get all crossed up, so the 75 is caught out on that.
I'm actually not sure they touched.
They may not have, but I would have a hard time putting that on.
It's reported as contact.
Yeah, I would have a hard time putting that on the 75. The 198 has lost that first, and the 75 has kind of gotten collected in the 198 incident.
Completely agreed.
Yeah, good catch by Zach. I think we were both the group of us were gonna kind of let that go as a little spin and continue. But yeah, there absolutely was a little bit of a contretemps.
RJ showing the room, the replay. Like, I just saw him pick up
Excellent.
his laptop and show him the YouTube feed.
Yeah, like, all right, done and dusted, fellas.
Guys, we have value.
Value added?
Yeah, it's just taking us a while.
Increment.
No, Zach, shout to Zach. Zach has put together this whole replay thing basically on his own. Like, he was never asked or pushed to do it. We just showed up basically last week, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I have replay." We're like, "Oh, cool."
We did the DEL thing where somebody just suggests something, and then it's like, oh, it's going to be a lot of work, and then you're kind of like, you just get it in your head, and then you just end up doing it. And so that's how the timing towers come to pass. That's how replays come to pass. This is all just the result of a bunch of stubborn idiots.
Let's not lose sight of the fact, by the way, that we are now 4 hours, 17 minutes into this race, and the lead battle, or the lead margin, is 1.9 seconds. The top three are separated by under 20. Right? Normally, by this point, for one reason or another, you have the field start to spread itself out. It hasn't happened, and it still very much feels like we're not in the throes of the race. Maybe that's me personally. Like, we're still just kind of getting there, you know? But we're there. Like, we've been at this for 4 hours.
We have had a few yellows, I think, which would have...
We've had 2 of consequence.
Yeah, the last one was finished 16 minutes ago. I'll remind you.
No, sure, but it didn't... Like, we haven't had this massive separation even inside the top 5. Like, the top 5 is still the top 5. It's been that way since, 20, 30 minutes into the race.
I think the Hitman car, I don't know if it was an artifact of timing just coming out of yellow, but I think the Hitman car has actually picked up quite a bit of time on the 909 here.
Yeah, I believe that. So, and we kind of made that point when we went back to green, that the 909 and the 34 and the 511 were out in clear air.
Yes.
Right? So they were, at least for a couple of laps, going to be able to put in some decent lap times. The 34 is actually past the 511. So, while it isn't a move for position...
You know what? And in complete fairness, that is not due to the 909 being off pace. The 34 is really quick relative to the cars around it right now.
Wonder if that's one Jason Marks.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that because we are 4 hours in, and this is about the stage of the race where you would put in your arrive and drives?
Yes, but I think that rotation will be thrown off slightly just because it's a longer race.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Because I think we saw a slower pace out of the 111 than we would normally expect, earlier than we would have thought. It doesn't shock me.
170 has made it around the number 2 for position, so that upward climb for that sister car in the Thunder Bunny stable still continuing at a pace. I don't know what that just was. Chandler
I think
School,
it was a
that
next
number,
exercise.
Sure. The Chandler School number 45 has just put in their fastest lap of the race at a 2:07 and a quarter.
That's pretty good.
It's not
for
bad.
a cup car.
Yeah. Which is a pretty substantial improvement over their previous best, which was about a 2:08 even. And all the classes that I was cars that I was concerned about having fallen to the wayside seem to have come back out on track. So everyone, the great thing about this being such a long race is there's a little bit extra incentive. There's no packing it up and waiting for tomorrow. All the track time that you're going to get this weekend is today. And the number 66 for NRG Racing has just come back out of the pits after an hour and a half of repairs.
So I was just going to discuss cars that we've lost. I think all of them have come back out at some point. I didn't realize we had lost the Works 45 Audi. Which is a shame, because even for all its trouble, it was still within the top 10.
Yeah, we lost them into the inside wall at turn 1. Where does turn 1 and turn 2 start?
Inside wall at turn 1. Interesting.
Yeah, so they've done the Windward Mercedes bit.
Yes.
Did we get a replay of that?
Yes, I believe we did.
Okay, I missed that.
I think you were away.
Interesting. Was it a hard enough hit that car's probably done?
I thought so. That was my initial response.
So is this behind the blue pavement to the left of pit out, like through the cones there? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm talking about, so they've run wide at 2. I guess it would be 2.
Right. Okay.
If we're calling 1 the turn into the infield, and then 2 is the proper corner, if you like.
Oh, right.
Then it was wide coming out of 2.
I see.
2 wheels on the right hand side, like the PC car is about to try to do, and just powered down with a wheel. Is it? It looked like the PC car. Powered down with wheels on the slippery stuff, and just hooked straight left into the inside retaining wall. That did not look like an incident that car was likely to recover from.
That is a shame. Hadn't realized that was the case, but that does explain it was lap 90, so we're now talking almost an hour ago.
I wonder, do we have a transponder issue for the 45? Because I'm showing them as missing.
No, they're still in the pit lane.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's the 131 that we just saw come through.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
That's the M2 Club Sport.
Right, okay. That makes so much more sense.
I hadn't necessarily intended to draw attention to this, but our field size is down a little bit from where we were last year. We had pushed 70 cars in the past. We're at 50, I think 59 were on the entry list when we all arrived here. And we still started about 55 despite losing the Thunder Bunny car, the 118, yesterday. And I think some of that has actually kind of helped the race find a little bit of a better rhythm. Whereas in the past, we've really struggled to deal with some of the traffic density, the changing conditions, and everything kind of revolving around a big field of cars. Everything's a little bit more manageable today. Oh, yep, spinner down at...
That's not the 111, is it?
888, I think.
Yes, you're right.
So the 888 and the
888.
48...
Just kidding, 888.
Yeah, 888 and the 48 are very hard to tell apart.
The 888.
The 888 does appear to have an American flag of sorts around the back end of the car, which helps, but at a distance, they're white on a little bit of blue or black trim. Very easy to confuse. Here's this replay. It's the white Aston, runs it in kind of deep, and the back end just slides away.
All right. Yeah, it's really tough to emphasize properly just how difficult that sequence is, because it's a banking transition, a left-hand turn, all while you're on the brake. So it's very easy to get that car unsettled, and it's unless you have a very particular brake marker, a distance board, something.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to misjudge that. Hit your braking point, hit your turning point. Unless you are very, very familiar with your car, it's really easy to get sideways there and lift the car.
Yeah, we've talked about that corner now a couple of times about kind of getting sucked in thanks to the paved runoff, the off-camber nature of that braking zone. It's very easy for a number of things to go wrong there because you are doing many things at the same time. Braking, turning, downshifting, changing cambers, all of that. All while potentially being distracted by cars exiting the pit lane to your left.
Yes.
There's a lot of things going on there.
By the way, this is a question of the supplementals, which that requires reading. Is pit lane speed limit the new international pit lane or the old international pit lane?
It ends at the exit, like the NASCAR pit exit.
Right. Okay.
And then you're free to accelerate. I had the opportunity to be on track at Daytona this morning, setting up cameras. It's the first time I've driven a car through the pit exit. I mean, I've been like physically on track as a marshal, just walking, but like the first time I've driven a car through the pit exit,
even in a road car, it's like, it's narrow. Like 25's enough.
I think I am going to throw some mild shade here. Were you able to be on track at Daytona, Brendan, in like a Hyundai Elantra?
Dodge Charger.
Blech.
Okay. Well, like I had a choice. It's so loud, and like, because it's got a Hemi. I don't know if you know. I did not choose this car because the Avis app does not allow for that at Daytona because apparently it's not busy enough to warrant automation.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I was just kind of given the Charger, and I started it up the first time. I'm like, well, this stinks. Like, I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning. I'm renting an Airbnb, so like inevitably that car turning on is going to wake somebody up before they want to be woken up. Like, I don't. Give me the Elantra. I don't care.
Oh my gosh.
I don't care. What am I going to do? What am I going to do with it?
Brendan has the worst rental car takes.
He has a TCR. What are you talking about?
What am I going to do with it? It's a rental car in Daytona. What interesting road am I going to find in Daytona?
It's not about interesting road. It's about not driving around in just a total box.
What difference does it make if I'm doing 55 down Williamson?
Yeah, but don't you want to get to 55 immediately?
Yes, correct.
That's stupid.
Not really. I don't know.
And then Brendan also is like, oh, well, we can't have a pickup because that'll be convenient.
I get them anyway.
Good.
It's a free upgrade for 10 miles per gallon less than I wanted.
Brendan, you drive less than 50 miles.
That's not true.
Oh, I don't drive that much when I go.
Well, that's fine.
It's like a marginal amount of fuel that's saved by having good mileage versus bad mileage. It's like
no,
whatever.
It matters. I had a truck at Portland, and we did some driving.
You might have been the only truck in Portland.
That might be true. We did some driving, and paid for it.
Well, you know.
Yeah. Had some great Bosnian food.
You know what? Where was it? No, the place I went to is Mediterranean.
Oh. I mean, they sort of marketed it as like Balkan Mediterranean, but it was...
Where was it? Do you remember the name of it?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Okay, because I might have been there actually when I went to Portland. That would be very funny to me.
It would.
That's right. This is now a food review.
Two Brothers,
YouTube.
Rocky Bar and Grill.
No, it wasn't that one. All right.
No, it was fantastic. I had to go pay homage to Endo.
What about Bozy? Did you see Bozy there?
No, is he Bosnian?
Yes.
I mean,
is that where the name comes from?
Bosnian Tatarevic, or however it's pronounced.
He does have a longer name. I don't know what it is though. But Bozy is the shortening of
Bosnia.
the name. No.
That's welcome to the Balkan Hour on DriversEye Live. As opposed to the Balkan Hour on R4R.
Yes. There's a note of debris down in the turn 1 area.
Yes. I meant to make mention of this earlier. It appears somebody's either caught a cone.
Yes.
I'm interested in how the cones got there because I don't think they're... Oh, no. You know what? Somebody caught the last cone that cuts off the oval just behind where the timing tower is there. The very last one at the split on the white line has been picked up and spat out just at the apex. Oh, the NFC Mercedes goes around the backside of it.
That's pretty good.
Didn't we have this a couple of years ago where there was one of the pit exit cones, they drew the line very oddly, and it was like begging to be clipped under braking for like 20 minutes. It's all Scott and I could watch.
I'm having a real... It's been a real treat for me to watch in our multi-view monitor, to watch Zach like wheel through the replay to try to find where this cone came from. As we hear "got it" in our ears. All right.
Are we doing it?
Set it
let's
up.
do it. Here it is. Look far to driver's left. It's the white line where it splits from the infield to the road course.
Okay, so one car spins around here at turn 2. They loop it around.
Okay, now we look to the left.
Waving yellow here.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's the Junior 3 car.
And they
So the
deposit
other
the cone
Aston
right
Martin-
there. Yep.
So the 888 Aston spun around, and then the 48 picked up and dropped the cone. That is, by the way, the one car we've lost from the top 5 early this morning.
Well, that one...
I mentioned it's mostly the same players, but that 48 car has slipped a bit.
Yeah, so that was in part because they had a very long pit stop. They probably lost a lap or two in a long pit stop early on in the race. I don't know if they've lost another one from a long pit stop. I don't know if that's bitten them again. Just paging through, it doesn't look like it has. So some of this may be on. Some of this is for sure on pace. The whoever I think we decided it was Mike Skeen in the car for the first stint. The other drivers have not had the same level of pace. It is one of those situations where if they put him in for, you would tend to think that he'll go in for a middle stint and then probably also round the race out. If they're fortunate with yellows, we know that that's a car that can be pacey. They might pull themselves back up into some kind of contention, but you'd have to say they don't seem to have the sort of all-out attack that a lot of the other cars in the top 5 do.
There's a car stopped on the back straight, very, very far to driver's left, basically up against
Number
the inside
2.
concrete wall. Yes, it is the number 2 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. The note in race control is car pulled off driver's left, hood up. What I don't know is if the hood came up, then the car stopped, or the car stopped, and then the driver got out and put the hood up.
Yes.
I would believe the former. It will be interesting to see here if this is something we can recover, I think it is, through the cuts along the Lake Lloyd Road. They are sending a flatbed down I guess it would be the south side of Lake Lloyd, onto...
The southeast.
Yes.
Yes, perimeter.
Yeah, onto the that big old skid pad there.
It's called Lake Lloyd.
Okay. Only when it freezes.
When does that happen?
Only if it freezes.
Why
It'll be a
are
cold
there no
day in
boats
Daytona.
in Lake Lloyd? They could sell houseboat permits to Lake Lloyd for like $1 zillion, and people would do it.
But then people would have to be able to get in and out of the property. And...
Yeah, well, yeah, you'd have to trailer the boat into Lake Lloyd, and then you'd only get to have it on Lake Lloyd.
Yeah,
that's fine. We have the virtual marina at Miami. This
You know,
would be like
so
a step up.
I will say, like, if you were to put houseboats there, like, you could sell those for a race weekend, right?
Yeah,
Like a
that's what I'm
camping
saying.
permit.
Like get there on the Tuesday or whatever.
So we're aware this recovery is causing a standing yellow at turn 6 with now a
Is that going
white
to extend
flag.
all the way?
Yes, and that's my point, Joseph. Normally, it extends to the incident, however far the incident is. That might be the apron of NASCAR Turn 1, or it might be the bus stop itself, and that's exactly where we're at.
So that's going to be really interesting because you're going to end up in a situation where you've got, you'll have some poor GP3 entry, and then every other car behind it in the county, just kind of in a queue waiting to pounce at the bus stop. So, and every team manager here, everybody on the pit wall is going to have to be very mindful of this situation. Tell their drivers to look out for this. Make sure you don't pass anybody on this south part of the circuit while this is happening.
Yeah, so that was kind of why I brought it up in the first place. That specifically that yellow flag at 6, because this does have the potential to catch a couple people out.
And they wouldn't be by any margin. Wouldn't be the first people to be called for passing under yellow here.
Yeah.
We had some earlier. It's been people have been pretty good about managing that. Since the beginning of the race. I will say, scrolling up looking for penalties, I will say one of those that has been caught out for passing under yellow has been the 48, which has cost it the other lap that I couldn't really account for. Everyone's been pretty well behaved in terms of passing under yellow, thankfully.
Yeah. I'm concerned that we're about to get a note here from the race control log, but we'll wait to see what
goodies that has in store for us.
Yes.
There it is. Yeah, corner 6, pass under yellow. So as soon as you say that, Joseph.
Well, but we knew that's the exact reason that we were calling it out, because we knew that this is going to be a challenging situation here. And actually, if we switch over to how far does this extend to? It extends to the bus stop, we think?
Yeah, it's driver's right going into the bus stop. Although I think it's been withdrawn. It has been withdrawn.
Okay, good news. Yeah, it is one of those things where the longer the yellow flag station is, the more more challenging it becomes in terms of the flow of the race. NRG Racing has now overtaken the 55, so they've elevated themselves up one spot.
Oh, wide out at turn number 2. That is the 60. I haven't worked out which of the open throttle cars they
Should be 4, I think.
64, okay.
No, I make a liar out of myself.
It's the GP, whatever the lower class car is.
The GP3 will be the number 65. So
65, there we go.
Correct that. I will say that 66 that has... I've got it listed as an hour and a half behind the leader. And it's... it was in the pits for an hour and 26. So that is going to end up, assuming things end up anywhere near where they are right now, that is going to end up being a deceptively poor result for the 66 because they've had their early problems.
Sorry, before it ticks over on timing, RaceHero.io, last lap for the 99, 217.208 compared to the 909's 207.6. I would not be shocked if that is entirely a function of getting caught behind a slower car around the banking.
Yeah, I would agree with
909
that.
has clear air. Even one car, if it's a GP3 car, in between those two, and all of a sudden you've got to sit at like 40% throttle all the way around the full zone, or the zone between turn 6 and the bus stop. That is a crazy amount of time to lose, and it's the biggest the lead margin has been, I think, since we went back to green. And it's up to...
Yes. Meanwhile, that 34
seconds.
is continuing to whittle away at the gap. It's only a minute and 20 now. I wouldn't be shocked. How many laps are left in this stint? 10 laps. They could have the gap down to an even minute, despite having been caught out by the yellow flag period just basically 45 minutes to a half hour ago. Yeah, that car, I mean, this is broken record territory, but that Supra looks really strong. Yeah, despite the fact that this is not necessarily a track that we'd expect it to excel at. The 909 is doing is doing everything.
Oh, is that the Aston?
It's the 909.
It is the 909. Stopped at turn 3.
Does that look like a reset to you?
It does. It does. It's parked and carried on. Now, where is the number 99? It's already gone through. So that car's lost something like...
At least 12 seconds.
Well, it's more than that. It's probably 20 to 30. That's very interesting. That looks like a pull-off.
Now, here comes the 111. Probably 15 seconds in
There it
arrears
is,
still. Yep. Well, that is definitely going to bring the gap inside of a minute back to the 34 for Hitman. And I say that not to... I don't think we have any interest in promoting the Supra. It just... That is the direction that the puck is going, frankly, in terms of this race, is keep an eye out for those cars because they are really strong on long runs, especially when you have long races like these that go green, go uninterrupted for a long time.
203 flat for Hitman.
I mean, that was quick this morning.
Yeah.
Not the quickest, but quick. It's going to take that car being in the right hands, but all that really means is you need to keep it in contention through the afternoon, and then you can put your shoe in when the sun goes down, track gets quick again, and now all of a sudden you've got a real weapon there. It wasn't that way early on, and that's where I was saying earlier this morning, Joseph, and I think you tend to get a little bit of a shake-up here in who runs what stints.
Yeah.
So that you do have your shoe in, at the end, and your... maybe your slower driver, your rental driver can carry more of the running in the hotter hours.
Confirmation.
Truly a comedy of errors.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That
is inexcusable.
Yeah.
Sorry. Be thankful for what you have, World Racing League.
Yes. Well, I mean, all these people are about to run out of money, so they may be down in lower classes soon.
That's true. We're about to get like 20 new GT4 Porsches.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It's a good thing they're not
Confirmation.
going to use these cars after next year.
Yeah, well, they're definitely not going
9
to.
to 1, boys.
Yeah. A few Eurofighter Typhoons. Anyway.
The tricolor.
Yeah. Confirmation on that last lap. The 99 did go through. The gap back to the 909 was almost 14 full seconds. So that is a swing of, I think, 25 is what that would have ended up being. The Thunder Bunny car now only 21 minutes behind that 909. Get back to Hitman. I'll be waiting for that to
103?
update. Yeah, that is. So that's a minute gap between the GTO leader and that 34 for Hitman.
Yeah, let's not forget too, the 34 and the 111 are like cars. They're equivalent.
Of course, yeah.
Toyota GT4 Supras. And still that 34 car lapping very, very quickly. There is a long lap from I'm sorry, it's already come through. 2:29.8 ended up being that lap time. Comes across the line now. And back in the 2:04. So that car's still got some pace in it. Nope, stopped car at turn 1. It is the
701?
701. Yep.
All right. Good to see that car out there. Would prefer to see it pointing in the right direction. Remember, that car was the one that was stopped on the banking.
2 quick pit stops. One for 511, who is now in and out. So we get a replay. Wait for the Cayman. There it is.
Rear just slips around.
A couple of times we've seen that today, and it didn't look like he was in there particularly quickly, or she. But I do wonder.
I think that might be the car exclusively of She's. So yes,
the 701. Yeah. I do wonder if maybe we're getting some rear tire wear that is removing the available grip at a time when you could use it most. We're almost 5 hours in. Right?
Yes, we are.
And I know we've done tires on a couple of cars, and that is going to be a story. Actually, I'm surprised it hasn't been more of a story today. But it will eventually become a story. And I just wonder if maybe we're starting to see some of the effects of the tire wear on cars that haven't changed yet.
I don't know. I am a little surprised that there are so many cars that seem to be nose heavy, if you will, in terms of setup. I mean, that I know we just saw a Cayman or a Porsche go around, but that's not a rear engine Porsche just because it's a Porsche. You know, it's a so that shouldn't be a car. That should be a car with pretty balanced weight distribution. So we've talked before with some of the faster GTO teams that have since left us to other pastures that you know, teams don't tend to set up their cars very aggressively because you want to get them to the end of the race. So the fact that people are dropping the rears here is really interesting to me.
Look at that. Like we know what we're doing. Go silent for a few seconds to do some coordination. And that's mostly so we can go say hi to our commercial partners and sponsors here at DriversEye Live. The World Racing League is powered by Hagerty. We're going to go say hi to them and a couple of our other partners.
Oh my
here
goodness.
It's shambles. We're in shambles at the moment.
Frankly, it's a disaster.
Well, I mean, also that is too, yes. Anyway, we will be back on DriversEye Live from Daytona International Speedway with more of the 14 hours of Daytona in just a moment.
all right, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Tires! Back at Daytona International Speedway, World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have you all with us today. Viewership a little lighter than I think we normally see, but there's some other stuff happening in other parts of the world that I guess makes some sense.
Well, they're going to run out of cars soon, so I'm sure we'll get more.
Oh my gosh. Showing a replay. Sorry. I've got it up in a little corner of the iPad where I've got timing running, and I looked down to look at timing and just saw the replay.
It's really the bit of bumper going 50 feet in the air that just adds to the hilarity.
Absurd.
I just can't.
I mean, everybody's okay so far, which is good, but that's truly ridiculous. Anyway, if anybody gets tired of watching bumper cars with LMP2 AM drivers, come watch not bumper cars with GT4 AM drivers. We're better here.
We have more amateurs, and the quality of racing is better.
I was going to say, ostensibly, it's produced better racing and better finishes than we get. You get in some of that stuff. It's been a good race so far for us today. Invite your friends. DriversEye Live is live on the WRL Facebook and
Did
the
you
WRL
forget the name
YouTube.
of your company?
No, I almost said we're live on DriversEye Live, but we're not. We're live on WRL, and we are DriversEye Live as a production company. I had some guests this morning that have come up and visited. I almost forgot. We're live in the pit lane as well. Pit and Paddock and 107.9 FM. It's been a good day so far.
And now we pause for 10 seconds for station identification.
Heck yeah. Look at that synergy. I'm not pausing 10 seconds. I'm intentionally talking through that 10-second span.
That's not legal.
I don't care.
You're listening to the home of the Daytona 14 Hours.
I do have an MRN. It actually looks like it's just MRN stickers on a tiny folding table.
No, it's a branded MRN table.
Well, it says MRN,
Custom.
it says Daytona in big letters. So I think what it is Daytona owns it, and then MRN uses it, but they put their sticker on it to make sure everybody knew that they were the ones that were going to use it.
Oh, this is a nightmare.
It's such a good thing that they brought the tire warnings back, because otherwise this race would have been a mess.
Can you imagine? Are they on slicks?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
God, they're on slicks.
Yes, they are.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, that coming.
200 treadwear, of course, in WRL, so we don't have this problem.
Poke the Peugeots, poke the Peugeots.
The tires have as much surface area as the brains.
Which one's smoother?
Yes. 701 spin and continue. We called that. That was 9 minutes ago. So we really haven't had too much action on track, thankfully. Apex V2R is in the pits. How long have they been there? That'll be your second in GP3.
Don't see them.
Okay.
They may be
Nope,
be on
they
their
are
way
back
out
out.
then.
Just caught
Okay.
him. Yep, they're exiting turn 3. Actually, just came through a shot there.
Okay.
On the way to turn into 3. By the way, apologies for the lack of onboards today. Cell signal has been a little bit of an issue, mostly just due to packet loss. And for us as well, very oddly, and I've never seen this before, down inside the oval, it does not pick up 5G. It's only LTE. Yes. Now, fortunately, we've upgraded to H.265 for our encoders, which means we can push a lot more data. Thank you. Push a lot more data without needing the 5G service. Sorry, I just got launched.
Have we checked the battery drain by using H.265?
If that's what we were using before,
No,
then
it's not.
Oh,
That's a
well.
really good point.
Okay. But
It might be better.
I'm just thinking.
Oh, well, no,
it
we
won't be
have,
better.
because we've used it for other projects and series.
Oh, that's
And
true.
it's been okay.
No, it won't be better, Ryan. It'll be worse because it's more CPU intensive.
Yeah.
Is it really? Oh, well, that's probably the heat, too. Maybe we should not do that.
That's why I have these extra batteries here.
The kids love talking about codecs.
They love it.
That's what the people said. RJ actually just came to me and said, "You know what? I want to hear more of."
I want to hear more talk about codecs. DivX. Where's DivX? I want to hear talk about DivX.
Heck yeah! Let's talk DivX for a minute. When's the last time you talked about? Are you talking to your kids about DivX?
You know what? I guarantee nobody is. Dash Autosports is his name. I don't think we've mentioned once today. Has just overtaken Stands Racing to elevate themselves up into 4th in GP2.
Okay. Weren't they slow at the beginning of the race? Didn't they have like run wide or have to stop and reset or something?
I
feel
don't.
like I remember that.
Take your word for it. Time to scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Constant brake lights is the reason that we called them out. That is the only thing that we have noted them for.
Interesting.
And then no brake lights. An hour and a half later.
We'll get rid of them.
Yeah. Just don't brake. Easy. Just kind of coasted in. Automatic Racing has retaken the lead in GTO, presumably because the 99 has pitted.
Yes.
Although I don't have them in the pits yet on my data. They have to have pitted. They're either pitted or stopped out on track, and I choose to believe that they will have pitted. They do? Yeah, they're overdue. I hope they didn't run it dry. If Brendan can hear me and he's at his station, I would love to know if he can see the 99 in front of him.
Yeah, they're in the pits. Sorry, I just got
Wonderful.
delivered lunch.
Wow.
Get through this as quick as I can.
Yeah, it was very gravelly.
They've now been sent. Yeah, I've got chicken cheese steak in my throat.
Chicken
Not the first time I've
cheese
said
steak.
that either.
What is happening?
Is that the random vandal's car in the pits? Like by the garage? No. What is that?
Okay.
Oh, now we move away.
There's confirmation of the 99 in the pits. Overnight in the 197, have they just come into pits? No, the 197 is not due yet. Oh my goodness. It's... Anyway. RRT Racing now has elevated themselves up into GP2.
Oh my god.
Second position. Yes, that's why I was distracted. I have been powering through like a champion, okay? It's pretty cool that this is the centenary and also the last Le Mans 24 hours. Birmingham Road and Race still sit second in GP1. PC Racing sits third. And you know what this is going to end up being? This is just going to end up being a Le Mans simulcast and Daytona broadcast. Text message received for drivers. Johan Schwartz going into the 147. Everybody, hold on to your everything.
Hollyhocks.
Yes. That is quite a rate of speed. Nearly 1 o'clock, Brendan. Did you have anything that you were going to do at 1 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, slow car down coming out of turn 6. As
That may be Birmingham Road and Race, or it may be the automatic Aston.
I don't think it's the automatic Aston. I don't think it's an Aston. Might be the 48.
Oh, which is an Aston.
No, I know. I backtracked. I was like, maybe that is an Aston, but I don't think it's the 909. It's the 98. It's 98. You called it.
98. Yep. Okay. Well, that's a shame. I know they'd slipped back a little bit, but that car has been just so quick in the right hands. That car is now ground to a halt, as you see in that, on the inside of NASCAR Turn 1.
The 99 is now... Oh, no, that's just a notification. So, 1 minute and 46 seconds lost in the pit lane to the 99. That feels relatively quick. How does that compare to the rest of the field? Yeah, on the quick side. I don't know why we'd be surprised by that. Thunder Bunny on their last, for the 170 on their last stop, lost 1 minute and 37. But that's not a Supra, of course. That would have been one of the GT4 Caymans. 98 is starting to fall down the order now. PC Racing has overtaken it for second in GP1. I don't know if we'll end up going full course yellow for this number 98. It wouldn't be the first time that we've gone yellow for a car stopped in that part of the track.
Yeah. Sorry, I've regained my composure now. So.
And why has the 111 come into pit? Probably. Don't have confirmation of it yet, but the 34 has come through to overtake them for second in GTO. I mean, great stint for the 34.
Absolutely.
A lot of chaos around them in the 909 camp. 99 plugging away well, as is the 111. But the pace of the 34.
Been up in that top 5 since the last round of pit stops. I think before that as well. So they're doing what they need to do there.
Yeah, and that car should be quick. That car should be really pacey around here, at least historically. That's another one where another situation where you'd love to see what decisions certain teams have made in terms of, because everything comes with a power to weight penalty, if you like. Every decision. So the decision to have closed-in windows, for example, that's an aerodynamic advantage. So that costs you, I forget what it is. I think it's like 0.1 in your power to weight.
Something like that, yeah.
Yes. So, these are all decisions, intentional decisions that are made. It's not just an arbitrary sort of, we'll throw this and see what happens. At the same time, the series is actively making an effort to make sure that they've got the balance of those different things sorted properly, so that there isn't an obvious answer. Nor should there be.
Indeed.
Brendan says he's going to go fix the cameras.
Do the cams.
And he says BRB, and I don't know how
right back that's going to be.
Yes. I believe that he will be back. PC Racing has overtaken now the 147, who I would assume have also come into pit.
Are you saying that TTYL might be a more appropriate expression here?
Yeah, or Sayonara Suckers, something to that effect.
Right.
Wow. Crazy. It's the Ryan and Joseph show again.
And look at that. That's what we're used to now.
And then the numbers just skyrocket.
Boom. It's over.
Straight through the roof.
Straight out of Compton.
I'm certainly not.
What do you know about North Stockton, homie?
I know that's where the Factory 5 car got their replacement engine from.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
So, that's what I know about Stockton.
Done. Home of Nate Diaz, UFC fighting person.
We have crossed the 9-hour mark.
We have. 9 hours to go. It has not been 9 hours.
The description for the number 98 keeps updating to stopped, slow, stopped, slow. So I assume that car is in the process of trying to refire. I wonder if maybe they've... I'll check their stint. I wonder if they've maybe run it dry and they're trying to basically get it moving on the starter. I think that's exactly what's happened because they were expected last lap. So I think they've gone an extra lap. I think they've run it dry, and I think they're trying to get it home on the starter.
I believe that.
909 also listed as being stopped and continuing, this time coming out of turn 7, which is one of the cameras that Brendan is going to try to go repair, because that will be on the back part of the circuit. Listed as a stop, not listed as having run into anything. But worth noting that they are on their outlap here.
Why didn't they pit? Why didn't they pit?
That race doesn't matter.
All right. Let's see. GP1. Like we just mentioned, PC Racing went into the lead there.
We've had a lot of cars, by the way, take to the pit lane in GTO, and I don't know if that is just a confluence of strategies coming together.
I think so, honestly. I think that there's a bigger spread in stint lengths at a track not only of this size, but of this sort of configuration. I think we've all kind of converged onto one spot. So if we stay green from here, it should be as it is meant to be, I guess. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think...
Now, with the Birmingham Road and Race, the number 98, having fallen into some trouble, they're only a lap ahead of the 64, which would put the 64 into a podium position, which I don't think the 64 has been in since that car's inception. So
not in GP1, I don't think. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So I think that'll be a good feather in their cap. PC Racing also goes salmon, but I imagine that's just related to the pit stop thing.
Yeah, the one thing that is catching me out here that I don't think I realized, so a lot of the cars, including the 909, the Supra, the 909 being an Aston Martin, an older spec GT4 Aston Martin, the 34 and 111 for Hitman and Thunder Bunny, both being recent spec Supra GT4s, and the NFC Motorsports number 124 being a relatively recent AMG GT4. All of those cars have kind of landed on about 31 laps to a stint, which I don't think I realized because some of those cars did go 28 early on. The 99, however, has not crossed the 30-lap mark on any of their stints, so that is something to watch out for. That does not yet look like a car that is in the best position strategy-wise, but does have quite a bit of pace to it.
Right. So we got to see how the GP1 shakes out. Birmingham Road and Race, we'd have to assume they're just out of fuel, right? So they're going to get back going.
I think that's the easiest explanation, yeah. Oh, the 99 is now being listed as slow. What's happened here?
Are people trying to push it too far? Has the ambient temperature change impacted the fuel economy? I don't feel like that's...
That shouldn't be the case with the 99. They pitted about 5 laps ago, so fuel won't be an issue for them. It's just that everybody in the top 5 is kind of having an issue for no apparent reason.
Right. Interesting. All right. GP2, Moorhead Speedworks, number 160, they're in the lead, followed by the 197, followed by the 721 RRT racing car, and then the 116 Dash Autosports in 4th. Stands showing the pit lane, and then we've got the number 178 No Lift racing car in 6th, and then the Core Mustangs, who have run into some issues today, in 7th and 8th, and then Harrison Motorsports in 9th. GP3, you've got the number 65 Open Throttle Racing GP3 BMW. They are in the lead, followed by the number 880 Apex V2R, then the number 75 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Those MX-5s, I think, trade having good and bad luck, but somehow I think it ends up being the 75 that runs the best most days. Is that fair to say, Joseph?
That's a JT question. Let's be real.
I mean, that's fine, but like I do think it's usually the yellow one that we see having the success, and that is the 75.
The yellow one also seems to have... I feel like the yellow one, that 75, has also the most problems, but somehow they end up persevering through
the
them.
best one. Yeah.
I yes.
Okay. And then you just went down the GTO field, and we were talking about the strategy there, and having had some issues come up with that. So
GP3, I'll make the point really quickly. It's the 85 that leads the national championship in that, followed by the 65, 75, and 55. Open throttle being the outlier, the only non-AOA in that quartet.
Do you think that just chaps AOA that Open Throttle got the 65? That way they can't just have 55, 65, 75, 85?
I kind of recall 65 being an AOA number, to be honest.
Open Throttle just slides in there. They're like, you know what, we want that. We're going to go.
Yeah, we have 64, and also just for fun.
65.
Yeah.
So Black Forest, unfortunately, we haven't seen them back out. The 63 of Open Throttle Racing, we haven't seen them either. They're currently salmon. That car, everybody says is really fast and really fun to drive, but it never quite shows the way that we would hope it would. But the GP1 and GP3 car is actually showing quite well here at Daytona for Open Throttle Racing. So that's really a camp, Joseph, that I want to keep an eye on. We talk about it every race, and that's the lack of cars that are able to be converted to race cars at this point. And I think that trying to squeeze some life out of these E90 cars, which were initially at least thought of as being too complicated to run as race cars, kind of the first set of really computerized BMWs. But to see that they're able to make it work in GP1, gives me a little bit of hope that that's going to be an option. Same with the much loved 128i that Thunder Bunny Racing used to run. That a similar vintage of car with the standard 6-cylinder motor. That car ran well as well. So there's an angle here, I suppose, for this kind of era of 2006 to 2015 BMW being used as a race car. I hope to see more of that in the future.
I wouldn't be shocked. I was kind of thinking about this. I wouldn't be terribly shocked to find an angle with pit cars in the future, because I think it's going to get increasingly tough to find, as you say, to find cars that you can just take off the shelf and
like an NP01, but like a larger chassis, like Prep 2.
Well,
I mean, like a Trans Am car, basically.
Or some of the manufacturers that do these things sort of boutique. Like I'm thinking your Factory 5s and things like that.
Oh, right.
I wouldn't be shocked if that's the direction that some of those go, where you basically just have like a crate motor, and this chassis that somebody has built up basically for the sake of being on the road.
Right.
I don't know where that fits in club racing. It's a little bit away from the spirit of it, because you are buying a car specifically. We're already so far removed from the idea of driving a car to the track and then racing it, obviously.
Right.
But that is
Open Throttle is not. They claim that all their cars are registered.
That's an interesting angle, actually. That's what I always liked about the WRC. I don't even know if that's still true. That they're all you can drive them between stages on the public roads.
That is still true. I know that they have to be driven on public roads. That is still the case. I do believe that, like in Europe, for example, there are special homologation waivers that they get, to where it's like very much a symbolic thing. I don't think they actually meet the requirements as laid out at this point. I think it's more of a we know this is your tradition, so we're going to let you do it type of thing.
Interesting.
That's my understanding, at least. I'm happy to be corrected on that, but I thought they made that switch a couple years back. Basically, around the end of the Sebastian Loeb era was when they were starting to transition towards that kind of thing. Around the time Red Bull picked up the distribution contract for that. Anyway, so yeah, I think the idea almost, Joseph, of like a Jetta that you can put any motor in that's like agnostic to drivetrain might be like not a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I obviously, I love what people have done with. We were talking about the 404, the chill out Miata that we haven't seen too much of lately.
Right.
I love things like this being an avenue or a vehicle for bad ideas. And kit cars are kind of that.
Yes, absolutely.
But it's not as it's not quite the same, I guess.
Right. I do think that there's an angle wherein BMW specifically appears to care. That 235, I understand that it wasn't a factory-built race car, but I think you and I had spoken about it, and I don't think Brendan has heard. But you can take a street-going 235, and then Bimmer World will sell you the 235 IR parts, and you can turn it into that pretty, I don't want to say cheaply, but like it's reasonable versus, spending $100,000 on a new one, on a new M2. You can go pick up a 235i for like 20 grand. And then if you're handy and can do maintenance stuff yourself, you're probably looking at another 20 or 30 grand in parts. And then you're at half price, and then you service the car. So I think things like that are going to have to become more prevalent. We're starting to see this GR 86 Cup. I think those will work their way down the order here, and I think will eventually show up in WRL. That style of car, MX-5 Cup, those, I think that's really going to be the direction that this sort of racing leans. And it's unfortunate that it's going to have to be a factory-built race car, but especially somewhere like WRL, you will be allowed to tinker with them a little bit. At least I hope that's the angle they go with. And with the exception of that gearbox being horrendously expensive on both the 86 as well as the ND Cup car, they use that SADEV manual transmission with the sequential, which I guess is what they use in the NPO1, I believe, as well. I think it's the same one. I'm happy to be corrected on that as well, but that should at least last you a whole season. So it is expensive at the end of the season to do a new one, but if you're running it at a low power level, you should be able to make that last, and I think that's going to be, a good option going forward. Alternatively, I suppose you can put the stock manual transmission back in, but it's really, anyway, to wrap up my long-winded thought, it's really going to come down to manufacturer support for the road car that they've built a one-make racer out of, and then how many of those parts are transferable, are they available, and are they going to make the electronics part available so that you can get it into the window that you need it to be in. I think that's about it.
Yeah, the thing obviously that sucks about it being less accessible in that way is that it's tougher for somebody to come in from. I mean, I guess you still have you have autocross, right? There are still things like that
Right.
that are available to you.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's not the thing that we love to come and
No,
cover.
I'm just thinking about the pipeline, right? Like, how do you get to this point? A lot of people are getting to it by putting down a decent amount of cash and renting a seat, but that's not quite.
Oh, that's much better.
I love that so much. For me it's about
Joseph. I have a little bit of knowledge about this, and I've listened to I consume a lot of car-related media. It helps with my day job. It's what I enjoy doing because I am a car guy as well as a racing guy, which evidently is not very standard. But I think we see more and more people getting into, especially as the path to WRL. I think the path to WRL is track days. It genuinely is people who maybe watched F1 on TV because of the show and all the other stuff, and they have a business friend who is the weird, I go to the track with my Miata guy. And he says, hey, if you like F1, you can come do this in your Porsche if you want. And I really think that is where WRL is getting its competitors from, and it stands to reason because, the licensing requirement, if you will, for WRL is that you've participated in HPDE and been allowed into the advanced class, which means they don't hold your hand anymore about, point buys and stuff. So, I think if we keep the track hobby going, there will always be a type of racing like this available, and I think that the money at the manufacturer level in selling track cars, which are a little bit higher margin, will make that continue to be a thing. And I don't think there's a whole lot of people coming from karting or autocross into WRL, if that makes sense.
Maybe younger kids. I think Zach has pulled in a replay of the 721 running wide down at the turn 1 and 2 complex. They'll come into shot here. Yeah, big lockup.
Oh,
Actually, it's the front that goes, and then the whole thing just comes around. There's that.
Able to get back going. No harm, no foul. No big wall there.
Yeah, that'll be the Tom Milner PTG type livery.
Yes.
But chromified, as Brendan pointed out.
Correct. Which is a good look.
Yeah, I haven't been trackside to see it. I don't know if you've seen that livery in particular in person.
I haven't, but just the idea of it in my head is like, yeah, that would look
yes.
nice. Yeah, like that works.
Cameras are reviving. What nature is healing. What a wonderful thing.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Fires it down into the bus stop chicane.
That's
the 34. Coming up on to NASCAR 3 and 4. He's going to be pulling nearly 170 miles an hour.
One car spinning, crashing. Rusty Wallace.
Oval.
20 feet in the air.
You don't like my play-by-play? All right, that's fine.
No, I like Ken Squires. Voice Racing, by the way, has overtaken Renegade Racing, which is the unofficial.
No, which is the Kenda Tire sponsored BMW.
Oh, is that why it's under a different banner?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
I see. Run by Brad McCall. Coincidentally, I'll have to check the driver list actually for that. I can do that because I have that. Yeah, Brad McCall has entered it. The drivers are Jeff Courtney, Michael Cobb, and Jake Walker, and at number 88.
Now, do you remember, Joseph, that Jeff Courtney used to drive with one Tim Myers?
Did he drive? I knew he was in a Viper in.
No, he drove
World
with Tim
Challenge.
in the M4. And if you recall, both in the M4 and in the Audi TCR, there was some conflicting sponsorships on those
Interesting.
cars.
Yes. Okay. Well, I remember Jeff Courtney in a Kenda liveried Viper many moons ago.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. So, hi to Jeff Courtney at home.
It sounds like we're going to hear from Mo Dadka shortly.
Yes.
I don't know if Brendan's ready for that.
Yes.
I don't know if Mo knows that there's no Brendan in the booth yet. Slow your roll, Mo. Slow Mo.
I did send a really lame text message requesting that Mo come up to the booth, and I'm happy to hear that it was received. That's good.
Let's play a game called...
I don't know if this is Paul Sparta's phone number or if this is somebody else. I think Paul Sparta might be from Scranton, is what we're getting at.
It'd be very funny if you had a direct line to Paul.
I'm pretty sure I do. I think that's what this is. I also have a direct line to Dwayne Moses.
Okay.
And I have a direct line to David at Automatic Racing. I have Billy's phone number.
Okay, that'd be David Russell. That'd be Billy Smith.
And then I have multiple Thunder Bunny numbers. I have Jason Marks' phone number.
The Thunder Bunny phone numbers just multiply. It's crazy.
Indeed. I think a lot of them are drivers and or like strategists, like being helpful.
Sure.
But because there's multiple cars and multiple people, it's always like, Black Forest, Big Mission.
Yes, he says, without having absorbed any context from what you were saying. I'm trying to get a handle on why I'm seeing a car in the lead of GP1 for no apparent reason.
Well, usually that means they're leading the race, Joseph.
Well, except it doesn't exist.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. We like that.
Yes, it's wonderful. Yeah, it's like the 147 has magically switched registrations, which I don't love that. So if you see the number 585, which should be an AOA entry, I'm pretty sure, that is supposed to be the 147 from Moorhead, so I'm not sure why that has switched around for me. Ah, they are in unspecified class. What does that mean? Refresh my timing monitor, and it's fixed. Okay. So if it happens to Zach... Oh no, it showed up as unspecified. Okay, great. I was worried that our timing tower was going to be ruined, but it isn't yet. Anyway, GP2, Moorhead and Overnight both in the pits on that last lap. Long stop for the 160, in fact. They can afford it. They've got a decent gap over the 197 for Overnight. But it's something to watch out for. Could be indicative of a problem, could just be a maintenance stop.
Right.
Hitman Racing has overtaken the GTR 99 car, and I think that's happened on track because neither one of those cars was due for a stop. And that's a... What kind of lap times has the 99 been doing? Oh, long lap for the number 99. Have they had another issue? If they have, it hasn't been called out, but that number 99, just on a 2:16.1, and the 34 for Hitman still running in the 203s. I wonder if we've had a yellow flag zone somewhere on track that's caused the 99 to slow down, because they're not noted in race control, but the AAA did have a spin in turn 6, which might have bottled up the field a little bit. Interesting. Open throttle number 65 has gone missing, but they are overdue for a stop. And now I've got... What is happening with timing? I've got Moorhead slow. They've been issued a penalty for something. Doesn't look like it. No, they've pitted, but that is really off sequence for them.
It is.
So I wonder if they had another issue. It's not a long stop by any means.
Well, remember, Joseph, and I've made this one of my sort of axes to grind, but the BMW stability control on the banking thing might be occurring.
Does that pop up on the GP1 cars?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about the 99. No, the 147. Yeah, okay, no, it should not. You're correct about that. Interesting. All right.
Yeah, not a long stop for that car. It is the right amount of time for it to be a stop, and the previous stop was a little on the long side. So maybe they've got an issue with fueling.
Mm-hmm.
Unsure, as he speculates wildly.
Indeed.
160 also had a long stop, but they were due, I believe. Birmingham Road and Race did end up making it back around. Really, really long lap, though. Ended up being about 8.5 minutes, so they lost, you'd call that nearly 3 laps, trying to get back around to pit lane.
Well, the good news is I have Chad Moorhead's phone number. Or, I'm sorry, that's Karen. That's Karen, not Chad. Let's see.
Karen is down at All-Star/Almonte, is she not?
Well, she's given 147 information before as well.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
So I wonder if she's Johann Schwartz's person? Running hot, says Karen. So, Daytona rearing its head in terms of temperatures. So they're having to go in there and change some cooling system things. It's worth noting, Joseph, and those who are uninitiated, E46 BMW, great car, great chassis, everything's fantastic. Extremely low tolerances for being overheated. Like, does not like that at all.
I'm going to be honest.
Something that you really have to be careful about.
I haven't even really checked to see what the weather's like in Daytona. I'm not on site, neither are you. Brendan is. He's out in the sweltering heat carrying out some maintenance. 82 degrees feels like 89, says one particular website.
So you're running open throttle for a long part of this track, which is fine, but like 82 degrees, not a temperature I would think of immediately as like, that might be too hot for a race car. 82 is pretty mild, I would say.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
So I wonder if they've maybe picked up some of your clag, David, on the radiator, or it's very weird. We'll have to see what the deal with that is.
Yeah, clag is an interesting angle, potentially running wide, doing a little bit of agricultural work. That could have caused it.
Right.
Humidity is up there, but it's not too bad.
No. That's why I was saying I don't think it's... Like, is it uncomfortable for people who are not comfortable in the heat? Sure. I'm not going to get on my, soapbox about that today. But, generally, this is not, like I said, conditions that I would be worried about a race car running in. Especially one as well prepared as the Moorhead Speedworks car.
Der Commissar, RJ Till, in the YouTube chat explains that the 585 is a GP3 entry. If memory serves, that's an AOA car. So the 55 and 85 have both been off track for quite a while, and I wonder if AOA has put some work into basically a parts car,
right?
To get it rolling, to get some of their drivers some track time. So that should. It's currently listed as an unclassified. You see it on the timing tower there.
Is that an innovative car, Joseph?
What's that?
Is that an innovative car?
Yeah. Yeah, we've never seen a Miata before. But it should be. Should be reclassified into GP3 relatively soon. It may need to trip timing before it does that.
Well, if it hasn't been teched, there's that too.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Maybe they haven't teched that specific chassis, but they're going to use the 585 because that's the transponder they have. There's a lot of, I think, angles there. But again, because this is a one-day affair, a 14-hour race.
Yeah.
You don't have tomorrow to be able to give your drivers these laps. So I think very nice of RJ to be like, yeah, go ahead, you can enter this other car. But it would not surprise me if that car remains unclassified.
It will be the replacement for the 75, apparently.
Oh, okay, cool. That's the yellow one that I was saying always ends up having all the luck.
Yes.
It's now not running.
Yeah, confirmation that it's most likely 75 is running. So
Oh yeah, it's just went past.
So we'll pick out the bones of that, but confirmation that they think it's a function of the fact that it hasn't actually crossed start finish line to be timed yet this weekend.
Okay.
But that it has gone through the tech process, so it will be proper GP3 rather than GP3 star as you see sometimes.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'm happy with that.
Which you can read as, GP3 or GTO-ish, basically, when you see that.
Right.
Someone has dropped a couple wheels off, possibly dragged some dirt onto the track down at the International Horseshoe.
Gordon Taylor's there, watching along.
No, that's
no, right there. In the black shirt.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Anyway.
What's his social media shtick again?
Oh, Jeff Gordon fake?
No.
Big green egg?
Oh, yeah. It's like, I want to call it Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah.
It's something like that.
Rodney Sandstrom.
That's right.
Which is fake Jeff Gordon.
Sure. Our intrepid producer Zach Johnson notes that the two tires that were off were the 28, the green and white Random Vandals machine. 116 also noted for having spun center of turn 1 and continue. So yet another entry.
Wow.
Really hairy stuff through the chicane there.
Yeah.
For the 984, that'll be frozen rotor.
Frozen rotors, of course, out of Minnesota in the southern metro. Here in
having
the Twin Cities area,
having cleansed themselves in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Who thought you were actually North Loop is closer to Lake Minnetonka than Frozen Rotors. You actually have to pass Lake Minnetonka to get to North Loop. Fun fact.
Interesting. Would you describe them as the big Kahonkas from Minnetonka?
No. I would not.
Okay. 851 Motorsports in the, wait for it, number 851 has just pitted.
Okay.
Out of which position, you asked me? Not sure. That was the first time that I think they are. Oh my goodness. I don't understand. I'd love to know what has happened to that car because they are currently 86 laps off the lead in GP2.
Right.
So good on them for keeping that car going. That might be the return of that car, actually. No, I take that back. So they've gone out for an installation. No, I'll stick with that. I think that's the return of that car. Pitted once on lap 16 for an installation lap, came back in.
Okay, good. It's not just me. Excellent.
Oh, I see where you were up.
There we go.
Okay.
That is worse. All right.
I don't know what you're referring to.
A little too inside baseball.
Let the man work.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let Zach cook.
Heating up. So the 66 is also pitted. And that is a bit early, so I hope that's not another issue for that car. 89X for the number 89.
Right.
Has come in. No, they may have an issue, actually, because they're not due yet. They're not due for another, basically half a stint. That was another car that we thought could be, I think either you or Brendan described them as a dark horse because that car runs so long on a tank.
Right.
It basically is that wing of the power to weight table that you were describing, where what if you just put everything in the weight, which meant you got everything in the power.
Absolutely. And then you still get the fuel as well to help you run longer.
Yeah, exactly. So, and a longer race like this, depending on how the complexion of the race goes, we haven't had a full course yellow. Cue your commentator's curse comments. We haven't had a full course yellow now for nearly 2 hours. So things have been pretty clean. 888 has just been given a lap penalty for visor up. This comes back to one of the points that we were making earlier about, the number of jokers doesn't go up because this is a double length race. You still only get the one warning here. Every penalty after that is going to be any violation in the pit lane after that is going to be a lap penalty. So, we're talking about cars, particularly in this case, the AAA that TLM USA Aston. They've already used up a joker. If they're not picture perfect on every stop that they have to make, that's going to be a lap penalty for them. There are several cars that have copped warnings Next violation will be a lap penalty for them as well. Triple H was handed out actually at the last pit stop. So they've had back-to-back issues. First one for a fire bottle, this one for the visor up. As a reminder, so fueling, if you're a casual observer of the series or friends or family tuning in for the first time, fueling effectively begins when a gas can goes over the wall, ends when it comes back over the wall. So during that window, basically any time that fuel is on the hot pit lane, everybody in that stall has to have their visors down, basically to prevent any risk of a flash fire coming in, burning the eyes. It's a health issue more than anything else, really. The fire bottle for the same reason. If there's some kind of flash fire, you need to be at the ready at really a moment's notice. So one of those things that does get the attention of the marshals. That and speeding tend to be the big ones. 39 miles an hour is a call that has come out a few times. Visor up tends to be the big one. We've seen a few for a crew member not wearing a balaclava that's over the wall. And unlike in Formula One, for example, every pit stop here, there is fueling. It's close to NASCAR in that sense. So that is something that everybody that's involved in a pit stop, including a driver that is in the car, a driver that is leaving the car, a driver that is entering the car in a driver change, every single person involved in that has got to have visors down and reducing their risk of exposure to flash fires. Even though it is really, really hot, we've got to slow the 66 NRG car slow coming out of the chicane, entering the east banking now, and taking the apron there. Yeah, pit lane penalties end up determining quite a lot of race finishes. The number 5 has come back out. I'm not sure what the issue was there, but we heard in our YouTube channel, in the YouTube chat, that Steve Park, who we spoke to earlier, should be up next in that car. If you were not listening earlier, yes, it is that Steve Park. Two-time winner in the NASCAR Cup Series with DEI. First win, first NASCAR Cup race at Watkins Glen. So you can put all your NASCAR drivers turning left jokes to one side, specifically to the right-hand side, and see how Steve goes. Sounded really excited to be in the car, excited to be part of this effort. Unfortunately, the car's run into mechanical issues. We saw smoke coming out of the left front of that car, I believe, really early on in this race. Back behind the wall for about, looks like about an hour and a half. Back out running now, and we'll finally get to see what his pace looks like. Hasn't been in competition for quite some time, but as he said, was really excited to learn the process of basically of road racing and of multi-class racing, and has really taken to it. It's a really exciting thing to see. Had taken some lessons out of VIR from Johan Schwartz, who is behind the wheel of the 147 car from Moorhead Speedworks on lap 145 in that class. So if you're going to learn from somebody in GP1, Johan would be the guy to ask for tutorship. We've got one of the open throttle cars running wide in the... which horseshoe is that? I believe that's the West Horseshoe. Dan's racing 198 in the pits, and I'm not sure that that's scheduled. May well have been, actually. So it's good to see that car still running strong. P5 now in GP2. Core Motorsports number 171 has just put their fastest lap of the race in at 2:16.6. So even though we are at the heat, the highest and hottest part of the day, These are still finding places to find time, possibly putting drivers in that hadn't had a shake yet. Number 66. I think that may well have been an outlap for them too. So that is an issue that they are actively nursing. We know that car's got plenty of pace, consistently doing 23s and 24s in the early stints here. And meanwhile, speaking of fast laps, over in GTU, that number 59 for Stratus has put in their fast lap at a 2:04.1. That's an improvement of 0.4 of a second. Have they pitted recently? No, not really. So that is just a driver that's really finding their groove. Having put in 2:05s in the early part of the stint, slipped back into the 2:07s and 2:08s. But that car is beginning to pick up pace. Sitting 2 minutes and change behind their team car in the number 58. Expecting a pit stop in 18 laps time for the 58 and in 17 laps time for the 59. So those two cars still very much on sequence with each other. The 100 for L2 Motorsports went off pace and off track maybe an hour or two ago, and we haven't seen them since. Not a fuel issue for that car, just a simple mechanical. Thunder Bunny has gone around the 909, which makes me wonder if that automatic racing car is due for a stop. They shouldn't have been. That implies... No, it's a problem for the 909. They are stopped at turn 5. They're stopped at turn 5. The 66... And they still stop. So we may have 2 local yellows around the track right now. Thunder Bunny has gone through into 3rd place with the 909. Stop. They have continued. How much time have they lost? Quite a lot, actually. And having stopped at turn 5 would put them really close. I think they stopped in the International Horseshoe last time. Stopping in the West Horseshoe on this last lap. They've lost a full minute here. Add that to the stoppers that they had earlier where they lost something like 20 seconds. That means they've at this point already lost something like 80 to 90 seconds just from having these on-track issues. I don't know if that's something that they're going to be able to diagnose relatively soon. We haven't had any long full course yellows. Suppose we had the one for about 15 minutes that involved a decent amount of track cleanup. But most of the yellow flags that we've had, we go green virtually as soon as things are cleaned up. So there hasn't been a ton of opportunity to pull a car down under relatively neutralized conditions and try to diagnose a problem like that. If it's a mechanical issue, maybe an overheating issue. This is obviously the furthest south that we've raced so far this year. It's for my money, it's relatively cool for Florida, being 82 degrees right now, but it is still pretty hot, and the sun is going to be as direct as we've seen it. Several passing under yellow penalties being doled out. One to the 111. That's going to be huge. It's actually been caught up by start-finish line, but they're reporting them at the chicane, which I think will be for the number 66 that was slow and stopped coming out of turn 6. They've made it all the way out to the chicane, and it's caught a lot of cars in a passing under yellow circumstance, including the 111 for Thunder Bunny, Series Championship contender there, the 702, which is one of the round 3 cars, the number 2, that Team ACP, and the number 131. That may be getting revised as we speak. But these are all for passing coming out of the Le Mans chicane, where we believe the 66 or NRG would have been stopped. Yeah, once those penalties are doled out, that's going to really change the complexion of this race, because the 111, sitting in 3rd right now, having just overtaken the 909, that'll drop them back to, call it 6th. We basically have a strong top 5 or top 6. and then a handful of cars that have fallen back to the 8+ minute zone.
Now that's going to have, implications here. The 34 with a double DNF at Road America, they're a championship contender as well in the Toyota Supra.
Well, and a DQ.
And a DQ.
Don't forget.
Exactly.
Which the DQ is going to be the harder one for them to actually overcome because that can't be dropped.
But the 111 also has a DQ. So my point being, the 34 really, really welcomes this penalty here because this helps them start to climb out of the cellar a little bit versus the results of the 111, given that accident they had. Because generally speaking, all things considered equal, they're pretty close. They've both had, I think, an equal run of success. I'm sure the points numbers are a little bit skewed one way or the other. But that big double DNF for Hitman is going to be painful. So any points they can claw back here at a double points paying race is going to help them climb back out of the cellar and should in fact undo, if they're able to win, undo the issues they had at Road America relative to the 111.
Yeah, I mean the interesting angle. I need to double check the points. I do. We have obviously gone on and on about the dominance of those Supras,
right?
But who's the next non-Supra?
It would have been the 12, I think, and they've had problems today as well.
Yes, the 99 in the National. Actually,
the 99. Okay.
So the 99 will be looking for an opportunity to take advantage of this, and it's not out of, if something were to happen to the 111 to knock them out of the points, the 99 could, if they finish well enough. I think they have to finish, call it third, maybe fourth here. Yeah, so a top 5 might elevate the 99 up over the 111 in the national championship.
Gentlemen,
our long national nightmare is over. Joseph, you have filled wonderfully.
Can I
was on a tear.
Sorry. We're doing a couple of things at once here, including taking selfies. Poor Mododka came up like 5 minutes after I left the booth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said, I got to go change batteries. I'm going to be a minute. And Mo waited the whole thing out and is now up here. He's been enjoying the air conditioning and the view, right?
It's the best view in the house.
Here we go. We'll try that one.
All right. Yeah, it's the best view in the house. I was happy to sit up here in the AC and not up there in the heat.
So, driver, you're in the 82 this weekend, correct?
That's right.
Yep, 82 Random Vandals Racing, the BMW M4 GT4. We're going to skip all the backstory because we've talked to you a couple times this year, and we're going to go straight to you leaving your hotel room this morning.
Yeah, what a wild morning. So I was at the Courtyard Daytona right here, and I come out to my car, which was coincidentally parked literally in front of the door that gets into the back. And last night I was like, wow, what a spot. And I walk out this morning, and I had rented a 530i on Turo, and a Camry was in the spot. I'm like, well, I didn't park there, and I didn't drink last night, so I'm pretty sure it was right there. But I did a lap of the parking lot, and no 530. So realized somebody had taken the car, went to the front desk, and they said, we have no cameras here. You park at your own risk. I'm like, are you guys kidding me? Marriott with no cameras. So call 911, call my Turo guy. I think he was still asleep. And yes, probably looking for his car. So oddly enough, the key had an Apple tag on it, one of those air tags. And last night as I pulled in, the Apple air tag just went off on its own, and I thought maybe I clicked it. And then this morning when I was waking up and getting ready, it was going off again, and I said, that's kind of odd, but it is what it is. And police showed up. We tracked the car, find out it's in like Palm something or another 2 hours away. They find the car, come back to the hotel, and said the car was repossessed. So I thought it was stolen, but it was repossessed from the Turo host.
So you're here to run a 14-hour endurance race. You get up first thing in the morning, you're all amped up, ready to go to the track, go racing, do the thing with Random Vandals, and the first thing you have to contend with is a repossessed rental car. You have literally no way to get to the track.
5 stars.
Yeah, 5 stars. Well, what's wild is he actually he sent me a message on Turo, and he's like, I want to make sure everything stays on Turo for documentation purposes. I was like, yeah, sure, pal. And He's like, I'll give you a day back since you lost this day in a refund. And I was like, how about the whole thing, buddy? Because
yeah, no kidding.
It's pretty inconvenient.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, so thankfully the Random Vandals guys, Arson came and got me, rented a car from Avis, and I think I'm going to stick to Avis from now on.
That's a good call. I'm an Avis man myself. So now that we've got that out of the way, because I wanted to hear the story. Random Vandals, you guys, you've been doing the whole season, right?
That's correct.
Okay. There are no day conflicts with...
Just one, Road America.
Okay.
So I missed Road America
Gotcha.
to be at Laguna Seca for the first IMSA race.
Right. So, I guess we can go there first. Sure. That was the big kind of to-do at the beginning of the season. Full season Random Vandals, full season IMSA, Lamborghini, Super Trofeo, you and Cole Lofsgaard, right? The boys from Round 3 Racing. Let's go there first. Now that you've got the race under your belt, how was it?
So it was the highest of highs and the lowest of lows I've ever had. I think one thing I went into it with was the question of how is the competition at the pointy end of that field versus the pointy end of, let's say, WRL or other places I've raced. And Cole and I did exceptional. We were in P2, 4/10 out of P1, and had some killers behind us. We had Mark Miller, Van Overbeek, and Andy Lee behind us in the first race, and kept them back there for a while until the final lap, and then I got taken out in the final lap, and it was a bummer. So car was the PPM guys put it back together. In race 2, we had some steering issues still from the accident. They got it back together as best they could, and Cole, who is an absolute rock star in the car, he really is a special talent, got the car to fighting back for P2, and then he got taken out the second day. So we felt so good about our performance. We were super excited, and we left the weekend with this overlying feeling of, are we going to get taken out every weekend? And we hope that's not the case.
Yeah. So having gone from amateur endurance racing, right, sort of club level endurance racing, albeit promoted at a slightly higher level, and trying to understand how your skills and your experience are going to translate into a sprint racing format, a spec format, right, where everybody seems like it's just kind of balls to the wall all the time.
Yeah.
Do you feel good about your skills as a racing driver? Do you feel better about your skills as a racing driver having put this to one side and gone and tested yourself somewhere else?
Absolutely. I think both Cole and I left thinking, well, we can hang with these guys. I think we would have actually been leading the championship if we had not been taken out from the positions we were in. So I feel like the experience we've had here and in other series did us well, and we adapted pretty well. And we're hoping at Watkins Glen we can double podium and then get ourselves back into title contention there. But I do think that the amount of hours you get behind the wheel in WRL really helps you prepare yourself, because we got, maybe an hour and a half of track time there, whereas I come to a WRL weekend and I have 6 hours. So you have a lot more time to work on your craft. Now, it's go there, and it's very high intensity, and you have to be on your mark every single moment, because everything counts. Coming into the pits is kind of wild. Driver changes have to be perfect.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to elevate our game. But we had a lot of fun. And again, Cole Lofsgaard, I'm telling you guys, he is a special talent. He's shown it here when he's been Cole's pole a million times. But we didn't have much testing, and we just don't have the budget to do it. And he just gets in the car, and he's a special talent.
I've heard, everybody has their opinion on this and that in World Racing League. It's a pretty tight-knit paddock, but, everybody spends a lot of time and energy and money to do all this, so they form their opinions and their stances on things. I didn't hear Cole's name come up a lot as being disputed as a talent.
Yeah,
right? He was just sort of accepted as like, hey, he's taking, this BMW M4 GT4 to, the top every time he's in the car. He goes to Brazil, puts himself in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, an old spec Lamborghini, right? The old Gallardo, and literally put the thing on the pole, right? At a track he'd never been to before, country, I don't know if he'd ever been there before, but, totally what would otherwise be out of his element and delivered, right? So now he's your co-driver over there, and he's giving it 10/10 every lap. You're giving it 10/10 every lap, and the end result is that you guys are actually in contention for this stuff. I actually got to watch a little bit. I think I was at Portland that weekend. Got to see a little bit of both races, and I don't remember if it was you or Cole, but you went from like P4 to P2 in like 2 laps, I think, on the Saturday.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, it was you. Yeah. It was awesome to watch, and it's like, hey, I know Mo. That's cool. But I'm sure it was vindication for you, the level of talent that you're racing against here and your skills. also vindication for us, right? One of our own going out into a pro paddock and being able to deliver like that.
I appreciate all the WRL support. I think Cole and I left this, and I think he would agree with this. We left that weekend saying the pointy end of the competition here is just as good as the pointy end of the competition there. And this weekend too, I mean, you have some serious pro level talent out here, and I find it just as hard to stay at the pointy end of this field as I did at IMSA, which is really cool for WRL and makes me want to keep coming back.
Do you find yourself still working as hard to hone your craft on the WRL side and manage the endurance stuff as you did before you got into the IMSA program?
I think even more. I think every, Random Vandals has some great driving coaches. Peter Bank, who does a lot of our data review and driving coaching, has really helped me elevate my game. Every single day he sits down, he reviews data, and he's been exceptional. And the guys and gals at Random Vandals have helped. And round 3 as well the last several years. So I think with every track event I come to, I try to get a little bit better because everything I'm learning here is definitely applicable to the Lamborghini. Now, that car is a little bit different. You're on slicks and it's faster. But I think the ins and outs of racing are very much the same, whether you're in a GT4 car or a Super Trofeo car.
So let's turn our attention back to WRL. The number 82 is a Continental sponsored car, right?
Yes.
The yellow, orange, and black BMW M4. Continentals here, from memory, I do think had the best running here last year, but then neither did the Coopers. We've seen some other tire brands have some issues in the heat and the banking and the loading and everything. So far, haven't seen any tire issues for you guys, as far as I can tell. Haven't seen a lot in general.
No, I saw one car lose a tire directly in front of me, and I don't know what he was on, but his tire shards came off and hit me in the windshield. But outside of that, I haven't seen much. We haven't really. But again, the Random Vandals guys have been really good about monitoring tire temps, making sure to look at that right rear every time it comes in and changing tires when necessary. And we've been working very closely with Continental to make sure that we adhere to their pressure guidelines. And they have engineers here who are excellent to help give us support and guidance to make sure that we don't have tire issues.
Was that a concern coming into the weekend that this was going to kind of be an outlier as far as the regular season goes?
I think every team I've ever been with that's come to Daytona always has that concern of we got to make sure whatever tire we're on makes it. So yeah, we definitely had discussions about making sure that we are aware of that right rear, but we've had no tire blowouts, thankfully, and I felt pretty safe and secure all weekend.
You able to go full chat around the banking?
Yeah, around the banking, definitely. There's places, in the bus stop, you can't do that, obviously. But yeah, around the banking, we're wide open throttle. It's 160-ish going into turn 1, which is wild.
I think when I interviewed Cole last year, he was saying that you guys were having to run either half throttle or like quarter throttle around the banking just because it was loading up the right rear so much that it was the tire was actually starting to come apart.
So Cole last year, I think they had some right rear issues.
Yeah.
They were on the, I think the Cooper last year, but this year with the Random Vandals car, we haven't had any issues.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was driving at there. So what does the rest of the season look like? The one-day clash out of the way now?
Okay. So we have Watkins Glen coming up in 2 weeks with IMSA. So we want to get some redemption there. We definitely need the points. And then from there, I think I come back to VIR with WRL, and then to Road America, which will be home track for me. That's the Road America IMSA is the one that we are dying to step on top of that top step for. And then follow the WRL schedule. And then from there, I think we go to VIR for IMSA, and eventually we'll end up in Rome for the World Finals for the Lamborghini.
Oh, right. I had totally forgotten that was a thing. Vallelunga?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I'm psyched.
I bet.
I heard the European tracks are actually very different than the U.S. tracks. We had John Dubetz is on our team, JCD, and he's a rock star. And I had asked them at the last race, I said, are the European drivers better or are the U.S. drivers better? And he goes, the tracks are different. He goes, so I don't think the European drivers are any better than ours. They have a lot of like sweepers, and we have, in his words, a little more technical track layout here. So I'm excited to go drive a pretty cool European track.
Absolutely.
So Mo, real
go
quick.
ahead.
Sorry, Brendan. What is the worst case scenario wherein you guys go and let's say you win the thing at Vallelunga and it's like, oh my God, it's fantastic. We've won it in our first season. And then Cole gets sniped to run the GTP program. What do you do then?
I don't know.
Is there a contingency for that?
I got to work 48 hours in every 24 to be able to pay for a full seat and try to get Cole to come on with me again. No, and you know what? I hope it happens for him.
I hope so, too.
I genuinely think he deserves a seat, a paid seat. I think he is the fastest non-paid driver in the paddock, and I think my hope is that I can be a small part in playing a relatively quick support driver for him to get him there, and I hope that happens for him, and then I will try to find another driver to drive with me in the series next year, or come and do another full season of WRL. But my hope and my goal is to win some races and make sure Cole gets a paid seat, because he's deserving. I have to go off and sell real estate and practice law, so I have a day job, but I think Cole is looking to do this professionally, and he's deserving of having a paid race car driver seat.
I absolutely agree. So I hope for your sake or for his sake, that's a thing you have to figure out.
Yeah, if he goes to GTD or something, maybe he can bring me on as the old man bronze one day when he's doing the 24.
There we go. At
a discounted rate. He can friends and family rate, so I can afford it.
Do you have aspirations of doing something like that?
Yeah, listen, the 24 of Daytona is always the bucket list drive, and I think at some point in my life I'll try to do it. Financially, I probably couldn't now without a whole lot of support, but that's the bucket list drive. I'd love to find a way to put some sponsorship together to run another season of Super Trofeo if we don't get taken out too much. One or two more crashes, I'm out of crash damage ability, but if we can put a ride together for next year, I will, and then ultimately, hopefully, someday come here and do the 24 and maybe be Cole's teammate when he's a paid pro.
Maybe you could go to Le Mans, because you can't be any worse than the amateur drivers that are there today.
I haven't been watching. Has it been bad?
It's been a disaster.
Really?
Oh my God. It's been so bad.
The AM drivers, I think, in the pros, I think that is a thing. There are some bronze drivers who are just very, very wealthy at an exponentially higher level than out here. And I don't think the skill set is any better than the AM drivers that would be out here. And they just take more risks, because writing off, a couple $100,000 car is like buying lunch for some of these guys. It's that minuscule a part of their lifetime budget. So they drive with that sort of recklessness. And that stinks, because there's guys like Cole and I who don't have that ability, and sometimes we get wrapped up in that mess.
I think it would be easy to, but at the same time, I mean, your foundation is this, right?
Yeah.
Your foundation is conservative. It's take care of the car, take care of the tires, be smart in traffic, no contact, right?
Listen, I said it when I was there to a couple people who were there. I said, I race to not hit anybody and race fair. If I'm in 5th place and I cannot go from 5th to 2nd in the final lap, I will succumb to being in 5th. I'm going to make moves. I'm going to try to pass somebody, and I'm going to try to get on the podium, but I'm never going to put them in a bad spot to get myself another grid position, because I don't think that's fair racing. I don't think it's clean racing. But there are some people who don't live by that and will try to go from 5th to 1st in a lap, and they don't care who they hit on the way up. I love how WRL stops that from happening by just putting their foot down when there is contact, and they police contact very fairly, and I think that gets the drivers in the paddock and just kind of the same mindset of let's help each other get to the front. Of course, we're racing pretty hard, but nobody's trying to take anybody out for a grid position.
For sure. 8 hours left. When do we see you in the car next?
Mike should be in the car, although I did see our car pull in. I didn't want to stop the conversation to see what was going on or text, but I haven't seen our car circulate. So I would have been in next, but I think it might be in the garage.
Well, I'm going to let you go do that. I did actually have one more question for you. Earlier, we saw your car in the pits with a large puddle of fluid around the center rear of the car. Any idea what that was?
It wasn't from the car. I think it was spilled fuel. I had just gotten out of the car, so I'd walked away, but I don't think it was an issue with the car.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, Mo, thanks,
Awesome.
A, for waiting, and B, for hanging out with us for a while. You're welcome up here anytime. Best of luck today. And next thing's Watkins Glen.
Glenn.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Good to come up for VIP tickets as well. You can get into the Super Trofeo sort of like hospitality area. Could have been a huge get on that, but no. In all seriousness, good luck to Mo and Cole in their Super Trofeo outings. We also have former WRL entrants JTR Motorsport Engineering. They are running in MX5 Cup, and I believe occasional Super Trofeo outings for them as well. So hope to see them back in WRL at some point, maybe at COTA. Hopefully we'll get to see them. Really, really do enjoy having the ability to commentate and follow these people as they migrate upwards into the sort of pantheon of motorsports and getting to see them really take the skills that they've learned here at WRL and apply them to pro racing and actually come out looking pretty good out of it. So it really does a lot, I think, for the series and for themselves as well.
It is kind of fun to watch the sort of feeder, the ladder, if you like, as we've got a couple cars scattering in the chicane. No harm, no foul, apparently. Because looking at the Super Trofeo entry list a couple months back, I also noticed one Danny Formal, who we saw at the 24-hour kart race that we covered a few.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, it's really fun to kind of watch. Not some of those names were sort of more straightforwardly going to be going other places. Looking at you, Edo Barrichello, but.
Did we note the car stopped at the chicane there?
Is it currently stopped at the chicane?
No. It's carried on, but I think it might have been the 111.
I don't think it is. I think it's a 888.
You're right. Sorry, 888. The 111 was not at top speed down the front straightaway. Like, just either hit VMAX very early or had let off, and I thought maybe that was it. But I think you're right. 888 makes more sense.
Sorry, 888.
Thank you.
Yeah, anytime. The 909 has continued to have issues. The third stop off that it's had that I can remember has taken it back to, I think actually now it's pitting, and I think that might be off sequence. No, it is on sequence. I take that back. But they have had two long laps in the space of 4. So they are clearly working through some sort of electrical issue. I don't know if it's due to the overheating. We've got a slow car in NASCAR 3. Is that the 888? Sorry, the 888.
We're gonna get it right at some point.
Yeah.
No, that car's barely. That was a car that was just stopped down at the chicane.
Yeah, Zach calls it correctly. Yeah, you can see the tethers kind of flying around there very slowly.
So that is the first time I've seen the tire kind of delaminate so far today.
Yeah, I mean it's worth making the note. There's a reason why why the Random Vandals engineers are looking at those tires. This is the highest loading that you're ever going to see on a racetrack.
Sorry, Joseph. Automatic is in the pits with the hood up.
Oh no, drama.
Okay, this is the 909 Aston Martin.
That's not necessarily a problem. That's on schedule for them. They may just be taking the opportunity to try and diagnose whatever keeps disabling them on track.
Yes, agreed, but they've already lost 2 laps. So some of that will have come from the last time they stopped. Also, this is obviously them addressing some kind of issue, whether it's in line with their normal sequence or not. This is the car that obviously led through most of the morning, the number 909. It's let the 99 and the 34 escape off the front of the field really for the first time today. 15 seconds separates your 2 lead cars, and it was a slow lap from Hitman. I think that will have just been a pit out lap, however.
What is that
221.4
in the background of the turn 3 camera?
There is some kind of brush fire or intentional burn going on at out in the lands behind turns 1 and 2, like way out there.
Great.
Oh, Screaming Goat is being pushed into the pit lane with buckets of fluid being dumped out from underneath the car. I was going to say it's oil. I don't know that for sure, but it sure looks like it.
29th at the moment, or sorry, number 29, 12th at the moment.
That was a good recovery from them. If they were able to get that car up into 12th, I think they were down in 27th, 30th, and in reality probably a lot lower than that when they had their very first issue this morning. But a single trail about 6 inches wide of oil being trailed from that car as it's just very forlornly pushed up the Rolex chute back into its garage. And again, bags of kitty litter being dropped to soak up that oil in pit space number 23 right here at start finish. So shame from the for the Screaming Goat guys. I think I'm right in saying that will be 2 engine related retirements in a row here at Daytona.
Yeah, and very coincidental timing, because I would never have noticed that was a problem for them, because that was almost perfectly on schedule for their next stop.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with Automatic, right?
Yeah.
Who is still stationary, by the way.
Yeah, they relegated now to P5, having just been overtaken by the 124 for NFC.
Did we note that we got the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race GP1 entry back?
Yes.
Okay.
We do think that was just them running it dry and trying to get it back on the starter.
Interesting.
They seem to have done that, but it cost them about 6 minutes in the process.
Did we notice we got the 851 back?
Yes, actually, we did.
Hey, all right.
Yes. So how long were they? I don't even think that registers as a lap, or if it did, it's in hours, which is also plausible. Cole Lofsgaard in the YouTube chat says, "You'll always be my teammate if I have anything to say about it, Mo."
Aww.
Wow.
I didn't. I wasn't sure he was going to say no. I thought maybe we were just all his teammates collectively.
I thought it was us.
Because he loves us, and we never say anything bad about him. Except for the time I insulted him to his face.
Well, what are you gonna do?
You hate to see it.
Not insult the guy.
Now, I don't mean to alarm anybody, but we are under a standard length WRL race now.
We are.
You know what?
We're not quite under a Jesus Hour WRL race. Only a little time to go.
I don't think you can call them that, but
yeah, we call it that off air sometimes.
I think somebody has said it on the air before. It might have been me, but I think somebody else has said it too.
It does sound like a you thing.
or
gotta be honest, Ryan.
may have been an entrant as well.
Yes.
The nice thing is I don't feel like I've missed anything at Le Mans either.
Do we have a car slow? Is that the Triple
literally
A?
have
Sorry,
not.
the Triple A, making their way down to the line.
Yes, it's still getting there. It's only now at the NASCAR chicane in the runoff at the exit of
Jamie Quincup is crawling down to the line.
Quincup.
just trying to put as much juice on that as possible.
And I gotta get Craig Lowndes.
I can only do New Zealand.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know that I know any of the... I know Mark Scaife is one of them.
Of any of what?
The commentators.
Neil Crompton and Mark Scaife are in the booth because they kicked out Matty White.
No, I mean say it's anyway, Craig Lowndes.
That'll be the next one.
Okay, cool.
Mark Larkham is maybe the best pit reporter in the business.
It's really good, yeah.
He's so good. I mean, all three of them. Well, and shoot,
who's the younger guy?
I don't know. If he's not a driver, I don't remember who he is. Not Larkin. Who's the other? Shoot. There's another.
You're gonna make me pay for Superview.
Mark Beretta.
Oh yeah,
Bretts. No, the three especially of Crompton, Scaife, and Larkin just have phenomenal. They have phenomenal rapport. Yeah, I know this is a disaster. Sorry, my the sunshade I built for the camera at the camera 10 is flapping around in the breeze and reflecting sunlight back into the booths.
Well, that's good.
Well, the good news is
yourself.
It's doing its job. The job was to reflect sunlight. So it's done that incredibly well. Unfortunately, it's pointed at the tower here.
Speaking of doing its job, that Triple I has made its way back into the line. Finally, after what feels like it must have been a 10-minute lap. I mean, they've done extremely well to not tear that car up.
Longer than that.
Painful.
Yeah.
How long have we been under safety car?
It was before I went to go pick up cameras or batteries.
Just call it a day.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
So it's probably close to 75 minutes for nothing.
Well, no, they keep wrecking, in fairness.
Nothing for swimming the channel.
Nothing for swimming the channel. Where is David?
But, what are they doing? Do they keep wrecking under safety car?
No, yes, they do.
Yes, they did.
Gosh.
The Peugeot did.
Yeah.
And then they have to do the wave around again. And then they all pitted
they
for
did
tries.
it once, and then somebody wrecked, and they had to do it again.
I think so.
Well, Jeff spun at Mulsanne Corner at 20 miles an hour.
I saw that.
Anyway, confirmation that Birmingham Road and Race did run it dry, and that's what has cost them time. They do still sit P3 in GP1.
Yeah, so I didn't think that they were going to be truly out of contention, but they were a little ways behind the GP1 leaders. But I think because of the issues for the 701, it's kind of kept them on in podium contention, regardless of the time that they lost. Shouts to Montgomery Motorsports, by the way, who, in a car that is unlike really anything else in its class, is P6 at the moment, but only 6 laps off of the class lead, and very much right in that fight with the 701. So, I mean, the car's running reliably. We're 6 and some change hours in, and, it may not have the ultimate pace over, stint after stint, but it's still out there.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, GP3 oscillates violently between having no cars running and having every car running. So we are currently in the nadir of that.
Great word.
So,
I think it's time for some weather.
We've got a cell. We've got a cell growing to the northwest part of the corner.
Window over Terre Haute.
The window
is
is
8-mile
open.
circle?
Oh, it's close. It's closer than you think.
Objects in mirror are closer than you appear. Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, some of that is a smoke plume, in fairness.
Yeah. No, and the weather is actually behind
Further left.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
It's not far, and there are strikes in it. So I'm not even sure it'll get to the circuit, but there is a chance here.
Just as a reminder of what we've run into in years past, right? So what has happened kind of frequently is that we anticipate this weather, but because it's a pop-up storm, right? It does contain lightning. Lightning is the thing that is the dangerous thing. It's not the rain. We won't shut down for the rain unless it is an absolute deluge. But we will shut down for the lightning because we don't get track workers or anybody who is, we don't want anyone to be responsible for, or we don't want to be responsible for having someone be struck by lightning because they've had to be part of this race, right? So when the race gets within 7 or 8 miles of lightning,
8.
We will basically just shut everything down. So even though rain is on the way, there's a very good chance with the nature of a cell like this, if it does come close enough, we won't have any wet weather running because it may well show up, shut us down for lightning, and then evaporate away before the window opens up to get us back under green flag running. So just, in case you're watching this thinking, there's going to be some rain running going. Not necessarily. We could have rain, we could have lightning, and then we could have all of our running still happen in the dry.
Yes. And I think the first year we were here, that was the case. We expected Alexander Prema in an Audi to go very, very quickly in the wet, and it never happened because it was never actually wet.
Speaking of supercars drivers,
last year, oh my gosh, last year at
Bathurst 1000 and Le Mans Series champion Alexander Prema.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's finally over.
Last year, the only reason we had wet running is because it kept raining. The second red flag we had for lightning, it was lightning, and then it was rain, and then the rain just kept happening. That doesn't usually happen here because of how localized the cells are, but I think we're making some assumptions about whether or not this is going to happen. It looks likely at the moment, but we will keep everybody sort of aware of these developments on the stream here. If things do get shut down, we will go quiet in the PA, and that will be used for safety announcements only.
Real quick, can we hold this camera? Hold this camera. Is this Embry-Riddle in the distance? And, Brendan, can you point out which building you lived in?
Yeah, I lived in that beige-colored building.
You're going to need to be more specific.
The middle one or the right one?
So there's, if you look, center camera is a white building. To the right of that is to the right of that is another white building. And then I lived in that very beige complex, to the very far right of the beige complex that sits to the right of that.
Okay, so left
to
of
the
the
left
pylon.
of the time. Yeah.
My room would have been basically right behind the pylon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Adams.
Okay, I just wanted to get that that info.
Which I'm now it was one of the newest buildings on campus when I was there. It may now be the oldest building on campus. Or
the
close
slum
to
one.
it.
The one you don't live in.
It's still nice, or it was nice, but
I don't know that we're getting the same audio that the listener is getting. But I do hear every once in a while somebody come through turn 1 with just it sounds like a hybrid regen whistle. I don't know who that is. That is a wild sound.
Wow.
I'm not hearing any audio.
Oh, it's a melee. Oh my goodness. Okay, good.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Thank
now I
goodness
hear
they
things.
have tire warmers.
There we go.
Okay, so 29 was given a pit lane / fueling infraction for basically for dumping fuel in the pit lane, and then that was overturned on the basis of, oh, that's just because your car is dying. So, fair enough, I suppose.
Oh, it is fuel. What? Interesting.
I don't know how. I don't know how that hasn't caught fire. If it's, I don't know what it's leaking out of.
Humidity, maybe? Question mark.
I honestly, I have no idea. Like it looked like it was a ton of oil. The color of the trail going up, up into the paddock, looked very much like it was leaking oil out of the center of the car. But I guess now that you say that, it would have been a lot of oil if it had sped it all out in the pit lane.
I'm just trying to figure out how it could have dumped that much fuel and not flashed, I guess.
Right. Well, and how did it not leak it on the way in? Like, if it was a fuel leak, why wasn't there a trail of fuel coming into the pit lane? So
was
I don't
it
know.
Evaporating on the way into the pit lane?
It's possible. Maybe something like failed as they were, adding fuel back into the cell.
Yeah.
Some coupling broke or something.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
I don't know. You're right. We've twice today gotten away with some fuel dumps. One for the Random Vandals car that Mo was talking about earlier, and then again for that number 29. So we've been pretty lucky, all things considered.
Yes, GP1. Almost everybody other than I'll take that back. Everybody except for the 25 for MMR is circulating. So well done to everybody in that class for keeping that moving. Well, I will say GTO. I don't know if we want to try to find this on track. The 99 and the 34 are right on top of each other right now for the GTO lead, and neither one of them is pitting soon.
Yeah, I think we might as well. You're looking for the blue BMW and the blue aqua-ish Toyota Supra that I think are making their way through. Nope, that's the NFC car. Into the bus stop as we speak. About 2/3 of the way down the back straightaway. That is the pair. Just on the brakes now and into the left-hander at the Le Mans chicane.
The angle here, if you're trying to prognosticate with the weather, you really do not want to be caught a lap back here.
No, not at all.
So you are going to want to extend as long as you possibly can, or get your fuel done like right before you think the Lightning is going to enter the zone where we're going to have to shut this down. Yeah.
I mean, if you're GTR 99 and you're Hitman, I think you're the only two cars on the lead lap.
No. I understand that, but I'm talking about. I guess I'm reminded of that by looking at the leaders. That there are going to be a lot of people here, who are going to be affected by where this battle is on track as the 99 goes deep into turn 2, and that's going to lose them about a second.
By the way, this lead margin is nearly 2 full laps. Oh, problem for GTR? They're not really up to pace exiting turn 2 and into 3.
They had made an extra stop at one point.
Yeah, definitely a problem, guys. That car is not accelerating off of turn number 3. Now it looks like it's reset something and has carried on its way.
Is that
deja vu all over again? No, I don't think it is.
I don't know.
No, right, because what we're listening to is a different feed. We're not listening
Got
to
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Copy.
What feed are we listening to?
It is the. It's the. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's fine. This is nice ambient noise anyway.
That was my thought exactly.
Yeah. So a little splutter there. Splutter.
Ladder.
Cough.
Well, just remember, cast your mind back to this race last year, and the sort of issues that car had at Daytona.
Yeah. I wonder if there was some kind of maybe that was some kind of ABS issue headed down into into turn 2 because it was very all of a sudden. It didn't really affect them down the straightaway here. And it would seem like an odd time for it to just sort of happen. But it looks like everything's fine now. See how much time it costs them. My guess is going to be in the area of 8 to 10 seconds. Oh, not even.
So there is rain that is right on the cusp of Ormond Beach, right north of us. Depending on the direction that goes, we could get clipped by a decent little shower here.
Yeah, there's a couple of rings depicted on the big board over my left shoulder, and I'm not sure exactly which one's which, but I'm definitely within about 15 miles.
This is going to raise the temperature of this race in a big way because a lot of people are going to be antsy about this. If you're on the pit wall, I don't even know that I tell my driver that this is happening.
I don't think so, because there's not any even like a guarantee that it's going to get here. Just the way these things go. But what else do you do, right? Other than run the race the best way you can run the race. Like I think we knock people a little bit for strategy miscues when we know a red flag is coming.
Yes.
Right, when we know that we're going to have to shut down for a quiet hour, we know exactly what the rules are. Here's, how you put yourself in the best position, stay on the lead lap, all these things. And then you go and do the opposite of what we would project. Those things, there's no excuse. Like, you know what the right answer is, or it's obvious. It should be obvious. Here, you're kind of trying to catch a moving target and trying to judge how much it's actually going to impact what it is you're doing. And in this case, like, a lot of the margins that aren't direct position battles are kind of spread far apart. So you've got the 2 leaders out in front, 2 laps ahead, more or less 2 laps ahead of the 111 and the 124, who are more or less 2 laps ahead of the number 170. And then the 58 behind them, who's doing battle with the 909, the 511, the Renegade Racing number 88. Like, there's these clumps of cars that don't really feel like they're close enough to make a big swing at strategy or to try to get it right. Just focus on your pack, focus on doing what you're doing, execute that well, and worry about the weather stuff when the weather stuff happens.
What camera are we on? Yeah, I mean that is the one that's one I was going to point us to. Zach has pointed us to the West Horseshoe, where we're looking due north, and that's the direction of the cell that is on its way toward Ormond Beach.
Back into the left of that shot.
And that is the other one, and I thought I saw it a little bit
That's due east there. We're looking more or less due east.
Southeast,
I guess.
Due east decimal system.
Okay.
It'll be the big cloud sort of behind the grandstands. Unfortunately, I think the best we're going to do there is probably camera 3. Like, it's between the camera 3 and camera 4 shots, basically.
Ugh.
Well, there's the smoke, but you're looking...
No, but like looking at the clouds, though, like that doesn't look good.
Looks like a lot of energy.
Yeah.
A lot of cape.
I was going to say, is that the convective available potential energy?
Oh, you bet it is.
Yeah.
I assume. I don't really know.
Can we just be cape racing?
Absolutely.
Hitman's last lap, 2:03.352. GTR's last lap, 2:09.6. The lead's gone from 6 seconds to 12 seconds in a lap. Some of that could be traffic. I didn't see another issue for that number 99.
I think this is coming straight. Sorry, not to harp on the weather thing, but I think this rain is coming straight for us.
Welp.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on...
Oh, heavy rain and a thunderstorm starting 8 minutes according to AccuWeather. Okay.
Yeah, other applications are available. So that's
ones that are paid for by my tax dollars.
So here's the thing that's going to be interesting. This is going to hit us. The direction that this is coming from, it's going to hit us on the front straight first. It's basically going to hit the trioval first. The stretch from NASCAR 4 into the trioval. I think this is a great shot to stay on, actually, because I think what's going to happen, the way things are sort of progressing right now, it's going to make its way over those grandstands, and then it's just going to slowly creep from northeast to south, or northwest to southeast. And I think the slowly creeping bit is the thing that's really going to catch us here. If this doesn't produce lightning, it's going to hang around for a minute, and things could get a little hairy. That is the part where I do think you tell your driver, we might not get lightning. We might actually have a wet race to contend with here. Keep your head on a swivel for raindrops. I know you can see the rain clouds out to the northwest, but there could be a lot here.
Yeah. I think our chances of there not being lightning in this are relatively slim, but
I agree.
We'll see.
Ooh, if only. If only.
There's not a lot of urgency in race control to my left, so I think we're just kind of letting this one play out. Pit stop for the 89X Camaro. I have concerns that this is going to make the hard left into the paddock, and it does.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there are a couple lightning strikes in this cell. Most recently, out. It's not really by anything. I don't have a point of reference for you. It's really in between Lake George and the coast, between Lake George and Norman Beach. So, and that is moving basically southeast. So if you know your Florida geography, which I do not, what that basically means is that we have a little bit of lightning and rain on the way.
It's all flat. There's nothing to know.
Joseph, do you have time to do a Florida?
yeah. I think we're at the Daytona. This one looks like we're at the Daytona.
This has got a distinctively Daytona vibe to it.
It's got that vibe to it. This is really bad news for whoever has set that brush fire over there, because that's
it's going to be hard to reignite.
Yeah,
that's no good. Maybe that's why they lit it.
Maybe.
Burn, and they know that, like, okay, well, it'll get put out, and we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't have to waste water on this.
None of the aircraft doing pattern work at Daytona Beach International Airport seem particularly concerned by what's on the way.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll just fizzle straight out before it gets to us.
It's beautiful, by the way, to the south and east.
Oh, yeah.
That overhead shot we were just looking at, like that blue sky, not a cloud around, just gorgeous.
Yeah, if we could actually cut to Cam 7. Yeah, exactly. You would never know that there was anything coming, other than a few fluffy clouds. Doesn't look anything out of the ordinary for a coastal day.
Good shot too. I like that.
Establishing shot.
It's not informative, but it's nice.
Part of the problem of doing 14 straight hours of broadcasting is you don't have a lot of opportunities for establishing shots.
Right.
Everything is just, you're already doing it.
Everything has been established.
There's nothing to establish. I can't establish anymore. There's nothing left to establish.
Sure.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm waiting for precipitation.
That's all we're doing. Just waiting for it to rain.
Thunder Bunny has pitted, I believe. Have they or haven't they? No, they've just gone missing. I don't know if they've actually pitted.
170 is in. They're before the start-finish line, so they don't trip the pit marker. By the way, is tripping the pit marker at start-finish considered reliable pit status information?
I have no idea where it's being tripped.
It's start-finish.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
That will be for a stopped car. It's the 909 stopped somewhere in that sector 6, that flag sector 6.
Still flashing?
No, it's been switched off.
No, okay, so that car has accelerated away from... well, it's now at the exit of NASCAR 2.
I have a proposal.
Oh, okay.
For
yes, of course, Joseph. Yes.
1,000 times. The race of 1,000 times. Yes.
WRL at Adelaide when?
Yes. I think if you are running in a race where tires can destroy themselves and outside assistance is illegal, you should just give your driver an electric wheel gun, and they can just take the wheel off, and you would be better off just scraping that underbody on the ground.
Or find a way to
go
remove
forward
the carcass.
because the diff would be.
Carcass.
The
Just
diff
take
would
the
be
wheel
messed
off.
up. If you take the
Our
wheel
automatic
off, it's
Aston
just
is
gonna
off
spin
at turn 1. And far into the runoff. Like, it has no intentions of completing the lap.
So we know.
Pick up the next. Sorry, can't. Oh, well,
Yeah,
he's
there
turning
it is.
around.
No, something has got to be off with that car.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's electrical, but it may not be. Maybe it is. I mean, they're restarting it pretty regularly, so that also tells you that it's.
So issues in braking and acceleration might suggest to me gearbox, right? Because that car doesn't have ABS.
See that.
So I don't think it has ABS.
What's the play here? What are they doing? Like, what's the end
Well,
game?
that's why I think it's electrical. I mean, I think they're just putting it down the road, as it were, until they can try to diagnose it. That's what they must have been trying to do in the last pit stop, but obviously haven't sorted it yet.
Right, but why did they turn around from where they were and come here, where they now have to make a complete lap instead of only a part of a lap?
Well, because that lap would be deleted anyway. This time, at least, maybe you can get it to the turn 3 access road and pull off that way.
Oh, there's an access road up there. That's right. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I'm like, there's no reason.
Probably a quicker. Oh, the blue light is flashing in the paddock.
And that's a lightning light.
They haven't said anything yet.
Well, I've said it, so I've ruined the day.
Way to
Well,
go,
I mean,
Joseph.
I said it, but there's no double yellow being displayed at start or anything like that. I've just caught the light as I pan through the fan zone.
That's like one of those lightnings when you're practicing football in the summer, and the coach goes, "Nah, that one wasn't real," and you just keep going. And then the second one is what counts. The
Here's
second
the
one
double
is the
yellow.
problem.
909 has pulled off there at turn number 3.
So this might end up being kind of clutch for the 909, or is it
Well,
gonna
they
be
can't
red
work on the
flag?
car, so all they can do is look at any telemetry.
But they can get it back.
Right. And
Right.
not
And
keep
think,
losing laps.
basically.
Well, yeah, and come up with a plan, right? I'm sure you could pull the hood up and well, maybe if
I don't
you
think
get
you
it.
can open the hood.
Well,
If they open the hood right now and then push it,
yes,
then it's already open.
if you get the car back to the garage before
my
the red
God.
flag comes out,
So stop the car on track before the
well,
wreck.
it's already off track.
Take the.
Oh, is it not recirculating?
No,
it's at the
it's
access
pulled off
road
at turn
now.
3.
Oh, okay. I
You
thought
see
it.
it there, just going out of shot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the worst case scenario. If it's behind the wall somewhere where they can't get to it, that's possibly the worst
Well,
case scenario.
That only happens when the red flag comes out. So if you can get it back to your garage area and get the car opened up, you can't work on it, but you can sure look at stuff. You can come up with a plan, put pieces together.
Look at
so
wiring
that
diagrams.
If you need to change something, you need to fix something when the red flag is lifted,
yeah,
you've got the chance to actually execute that. And it might still be a 20 or 30 minute fix, but at least then you're doing the bulk of the diagnosis work without touching the car underneath the red flag condition.
At the risk of helping people find loopholes, I don't know if this is within the spirit of the rules, but if there's an assembly that you can put together without touching the car,
that's not working on the car, is it?
It's not working on the car. It's working on something that's going to go on the car, but it's not working on the car.
I think that's a perfectly defensible situation. Now, the issue is, it's not like something broke, right? That car did not have something fail or...
Well, as far as we know, it could be a wiring loom.
Not anything mechanical. There are no suspension pieces. It's not like they've, lost an upright or anything like that. What they're going to have to deal with is something that is internal. So it's not likely that they're going to have to put bits and pieces together in order to make this thing work again. The 99 has come in, the safety car has come out, and it's picked up the number 34. I'm not going to get too in the weeds with who it picked up or who it was meant to pick up, but I can tell you that the answer is the situation that we have. 99 in the pits.
That is, in fact, who they're supposed to pick up, though, is it not?
34 was the leader.
Oh, 34 was the leader. Sorry, I was thinking 99 was the leader.
Yeah,
absolutely correct.
I understand you wanted to be diplomatic, but, it's correct.
Nope, sorry, absolutely correct. Yep, I had it backwards in my head. I was looking for the 99.
Got it.
Thinking that maybe the 34 would have pitted as well, but not so. And, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of what we expected at some point today. 2:39 p.m.
It is the 3 p.m. lightning red flag.
Well, Joseph is going to lead us in a rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Yeah, it is
part
the
of our 7th hour stretch.
That is an oval. That is not a circle. That is oval.
Okay. Let's square that oval.
Indeed. So are we going to do a live reaction cast while waiting for this to go back to green?
It doesn't feel legal.
Yes, that's the bit. Yes.
No, it's a reaction cast. We're not disseminating accounts of the events.
Okay,
We're
but
giving
that's
our
that's
opinion.
nothing. That is nothing. Just because people on Twitch do it doesn't mean it's a good look for us.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Probably not. We'll see what the situation is here. We're not live in the PA and the paddock anymore, as far as I am aware, because typically that is used for safety announcements once we find ourselves in this position.
Once we're under the blue light special. There are, Zach, if you could throw us over to camera one for a second, there are people that are going to be held here at pit out.
Already are.
Yeah, and that's going to include, looks like the head of that is one of the open throttle cars. I'm not sure who else there. You'll have a better view of that than we will, Brendan. But there are going to be people who are going to be held here. As soon as that yellow flag has come out, will have been held, and we'll assume will be released once we are released from this lightning delay.
So the trick here is you've got to get down to the end of the pit lane before the field comes into the pits. Otherwise, you're going to lose that lap. You'll be released to catch the back of the queue if you get there before. If not, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. The 99's done exactly that. The 511 is in that lane already. 701 is there. The two open throttle cars.
Are you telling me the team from Jacksonville has timed the lightning perfectly?
I mean,
Well,
we only
timed their
telegraphed it for. We only telegraphed it for about 15 minutes, so
right.
I don't think anybody could accuse us of not giving enough information.
147 had the hood up. That's Moorhead Speedworks, and then closed is now sent to go join the queue.
Red flag is going to come out really soon here, so if anyone's
Yeah.
trying to button things up, they need to stop it ASAP.
And I think everybody needs to be made aware of that. I know the pit lane marshals are going to be down there up until everybody's come to a stop and everybody can go find shelter. Oh, there is the number 82. Sorry. It was going to be wheeled out to the end of pit lane and is now being told to just reverse back to its garage. And it does exactly that. Why is there a slow zone here? Like what happened?
I don't know.
Who knows? Oh, is this
Indianapolis?
That? No, there's a board.
No, that's at Porsche Curves, wasn't it?
Oh, you're right. And this is at Indianapolis.
The slow zones are very, very long.
They are.
that
That's true.
long?
They're big. Oh no, it says green right here.
Well, it was double waved at.
Right, but it was green flashing. Yeah, right there.
They should just make random parts a slow zone. just to be like, remember how this bit goes, because it seems like you people keep forgetting.
Remember how we said we weren't going to do a live reaction cast?
Oh yeah. We haven't even gotten red yet.
There's clouds in the distance. But which clouds was I talking about?
Clouds is obviously short for Craig Lowndes.
Clowns.
don't think about it.
But enough about Ferrari.
Huh?
Clowns.
Wow. We are checking.
It's only if you've got Thomas Enga in the car.
Yeah. You probably would have had a longer career if they were both caching and checking. But
Oh
good.
boy.
That's
all
good.
right. So what are we? What's the plan here? Do you want to go to commercial break and we can figure out what we're gonna do?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's go ahead and
we know we're going to be under the red hasn't been officially waved yet, but we know we're going to be under this condition for what 30 minutes at a minimum, right? 30 minutes from the blue light.
Yeah. Special. Let's let's take a break here. We'll run an ad. We'll come back to just a quick pause with a banner. It says we're under a red flag delay, and then we'll sort things out with race control and find out what the plan is here. And then we'll make a call and come back in a couple of minutes here. For
we may come back. I'll float this idea. We might come back with a replay from an older Daytona.
I'd be fine with that. We ran 2021 during 2022's rain delay. So
there you go.
Yeah,
Excellent.
maybe that's the move.
Excellent. and then we can just sit here and chat amongst ourselves. Or
That
are we
might
going to
be
do
the
like
move.
Mystery Science Theater 2000 and like commentate on our commentating?
I've never seen Mystery Science Theater 2000.
Or 3000, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever the heck it is. Whatever the heck it is.
Good
Sorry.
work.
Sorry, RJ.
Good work.
I will be making my swear jar donations to the charity of RJ's choice.
The Kids in the Wall camp.
Yeah. Well, who now have to be told what that word means.
Yes. I think it's hole in the wall, but Kids in the Wall is way funnier.
If Shift Up Now wants my swear jar money, then I will gladly donate.
No, because you'll probably mess up their name too. Good work. For the love of God, run some advertisements before Ryan makes this any worse.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, now officially under red flag, just about 12 minutes short of halfway in the 14 hours of Daytona. Thank you all for being with us thus far. As you see, there are emergency vehicles that are being recalled to the staging area inside of Turn 1. Flaggers being told to stand down, pit marshals being told to go find shelter. No rain here just as yet, but we do have lightning within 8 miles, and as we've intimated over the last 20 minutes or so, this has kind of become a standard thing in the summer in Florida, where lightning inside of 8 miles shuts everything down. We are going to take a break here at the 14 Hours of Daytona, by far our longest event of the season. And this will give us an opportunity to kind of reset amongst ourselves, catch up with the things we needed to catch up on, and to put out some kind of an update as we get it from Race Control and from Daytona International Speedway next door. I am being told we are still live in the pits and paddock. I assume that'll go down once there are announcements to be made, but yeah, certainly go find shelter, stand down for a while, find some air conditioning if you can, and we will butt in when we have something to add of value. For the meantime, down here at Daytona, for the foreseeable future, Zach, are we ready to show the things? Okay, so stay tuned to the YouTube and Facebook channels where we will be replaying
the end of the 2022 14 Hours of Daytona. Some of the highest intensity finishing hours to a race I think we've had in some time on a wet to drying track under the lights at Daytona. Weather in the area and a lead margin up and down, a car battling some technical gremlins and just unpredictability right through the 90 minutes that we've got left to show. So stay here with us, Driver's Eye Live. Keep us on in the background, and if you feel so inclined, take a drive down memory lane to last year's 14 Hours of Daytona. If we have anything to add, we will we'll cut in and we'll do so. Take care for now.
here going into turn 1. So oh.
Thanks, Racer. Caution's out.
Trouble.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Ooh. Oh, good. Oh, the 99's just not gone.
That's interesting.
Is this a traction control, stability control issue again?
It's very slow.
On the 99, he's going to pull into the pit exit lane, I think. Oh, he's just going to stop. So let's cut to the turn 1, or even better, on board the 99. Let's stick here. That car has come to a stop. It's been reset.
Now he's got no lights.
Correct. He's got the tail light. Well, he's got brake lights, but no tail lights, which he'll need.
Maybe a reboot?
That's exactly what it is. Yep, on his way again. For sure, that's the case there for the 99. So this is twice now. When that car's gone to accelerate, coming back from a full course yellow, it hasn't.
Right.
It ended up at the skid pad once. It's ended up down here at turn 1 once. I think we'll also have to be careful of where they choose to stop the car and reset it. Because if you do that too many times in a place that race control doesn't like, just, be smart
even that was
it.
iffy. I would have preferred
That's
to go
my
left of the
point.
cones.
That's my point. Pull into the pit exit lane, or, it would have been tough to go drivers right there. I can appreciate that, but
I mean, it's heads up enough. Grant that he's making the decision in the heat of the moment, right?
Yeah,
to pull off, and so I give him a little bit of leeway there.
Well, and that's the heat of the moment with the race potentially on the line, right? Not just we've gone back to green and we got to go racing again. Now we're just cresting 2 hours to go, and I've got to chase down the 52, which may not be that difficult, but still,
it's a double whammy too, right? Because now he's got to chew through all this traffic.
Yeah. Yep, and all that traffic that might be doing 20 to 30 seconds a lap slower than he's actually capable of. Now, in the banking, it's not such a big deal. You can just put your foot down and go for it. But on the infield, man, you've got to end the bus stop. Braking for the bus stop has got to be a kind of a crapshoot based on who you're behind.
555 is back out.
Yeah, so is the 58. We noticed that. I know they came back out for one lap, went back in the garage.
I hadn't noticed that actually.
Yeah, according to timing, they're back out there. So the gap is now 7 laps in GTE, so that's steadily reducing.
Yeah, that'll be about 15, probably 20 more minutes before that's down to...
Well, no, the 58 is circular.
Oh, it has gone back out.
Wait, according to Race Hero, there's no pit thing next to it.
Yes.
I didn't notice it come back out. So.
I didn't either. Yeah. So I assume the 111 will have gone by the number 99 here.
Everybody.
Yes.
Everybody on that lap except for maybe the 421.
Right, but the 421 had hit it.
No, actually, it hasn't. The 99's come across the line in second.
Oh man, the 111 is
it's very slow.
Yeah.
It was 18 seconds slower than 52 that lap.
Didn't the 111 come in for tires?
It did, yeah.
That's unusual. You would have, to put a fine point on it, it's because you would have expected them to put on tires that were well
It actually did you mention it's been passed by the 99 or didn't get past the 99?
I did.
Yeah.
I think it absolutely would have passed the 99, and then I think the 99's gone back.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, I was distracted by the Racer Motors car flashing its lights all the way from the exit of NASCAR Court.
I've noticed he was doing that for most of the lap.
Yeah.
He's still doing it into the International Horseshoe.
Yeah,
I mean, he's all the way around. He's just taped the button down. To be fair, considering the crash that car had earlier, I don't blame him.
Yeah, but race control will only put up with that, I think, for so long. This isn't Le Mans where that's
still flashing.
Oh, spinner at the exit of 5! Who is that? Turn 6 camera will have that.
Is it the 401?
It might be the 401, yep. It's got green LED strips over the top. It is the 401. Good catch, Joseph.
Have we gone full course yellow?
Nope. No, there's
just the whiteboard that's local.
Yeah, just the local yellow light. Okay.
I think Billy is just making sure that we can identify him from anywhere on the track. There's a slow car out turn 6, getting split by the field. I think
maybe an overnight car? Oh man, that 401. Absolutely.
that was all right.
Traction. No, the rejoin was fine. It was the traction, trying to get traction as they pulled away. So there's an opportunity here for the 52 to kind of settle in.
There is.
696, 221.
Yeah, that car is will to win with 222. But those two cars are far and away the quickest in the field by those things. Maybe not. TLM USA, another 222.
I'm really curious to see.
There are a few guys out there who are figuring it out.
Let's make sure we keep eyes on the 99's lap time though, because we know that car's got some ringers in it.
Where is the GP2 car that was leading the 09?
Here comes the 99. Blue banner, or blue LED strips down the A-pillars. 231.5 in traffic. A lot of traffic.
Yeah, that gap's out to 30 seconds, and obviously that they were in the lead for the restart.
Yeah, 111's down to a 242, so 11 seconds slower, but starting to find its speed a little bit.
It's not like an early downshift for somebody.
On board the 99 again. And the 401 starts its recovery. Slinging around the outside of some traffic down there at turn 1. Now that car, I think, lost out 7th. So the number 01 from Hammer Motorsports.
I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, on that lap, it will have lost that position. Stephen Clemens.
You know, the 421's at risk. Well, not at risk, but the 421's threatening to overhaul the 111 in about 2 laps' time.
That's a good point. Yeah, and that was where that text came from. That's Stephen Clemens, sorry, who's just gotten on board that number 421.
Yeah, he's seems to be wheeling it for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you say that, but he's 13 seconds a lap slower than the car behind him.
So we're all going to compress.
Yeah, well, it kind of looks like it in the top 5. Certainly, the Thunder Bunnies are going to come together, and it looks like Will to Win, as I think they're about to come across the line. So the Will to Win car is following the JTR car around, and they just did a 218, whereas JTR did a 219. So those two cars are circulating very quickly.
The 983 has Cameron Lawrence listed against it.
Front row. We've got
not very good at math, but
we've cleared out the standing water at the chicane, which is good.
Yeah. Oh, Chadwick Moorhead has made it home. Chad, aren't you in Georgia? Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was like 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
We're only a couple of hours south of Georgia, if we did not.
It's 7 hours to Red Atlanta.
Oh, to Red Atlanta.
Yeah.
So if we've got the 348 queued up, oh no, what am I looking at? Hold on.
Joseph's saying a lot of words. Don't mean a lot.
Yeah, sorry. I've got conflicting information because I had the 606 as being right on the tail of the 348, and now I can't decide if that's real or not. Oh no, it is. Okay. Yeah, that's a fight for second in GP2. That is nose to tail.
Yeah, like you say, 348 from Chattanooga Torrenbogen and the 606 from Core Motorsports. Although, no, that's just gone the other way, hasn't it? No, 7.2 seconds
I don't
in favor
think
of
so.
48.
Oh, it sure has on that lap.
Yeah, that margin is about identical to the difference in lap time there. This time around, now that the leaders are completing lap 189, everybody's starting to kind of converge here. The two leaders have done 227s. Thunder Bunnies brought their lap times down another 5 seconds as they sort of get that. Oh, car in the tires at turn 3. That'll just be a long slide off. Is that a Cayman?
It's kind of what it looks like to me.
Yeah, no, you won't catch it on the feeds there, Dave.
Yeah,
it's
it'll
off
be between cameras, unfortunately.
Yep, slid off into the tires.
Reverse lights are on. He's got it going.
Yeah, but this is that off-camber
Yeah, but these
Let's
are
pull
road,
up the
these
exit
are road
camera.
tires, man. We can go.
Trackside 4, I think we might be able to pick it up.
No problem.
Oh, it's a
getting
Pinnacle car. It is a Cayman. It's a good catch.
So that'll be the 127, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
The three. I forget the other number, but I think it's a blue car.
You say these times are converging. The difference in lap time between the 4th and 5th place cars is 15 seconds.
I didn't say for everybody.
Well,
said for the cars on the lead
You
lap.
mentioned the 111, which is even slower than the 4th place car. So
yeah,
we've still got a roughly 20-second spread between fastest and slowest GTO cars.
Oh sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean even between the leader and the fastest car on track is still almost 10 seconds.
So the gap between
Oh,
the win.
lurid slide. That's so great to see.
The gap between the Thunder Bunny 421 in 4th and Will to Win in 5th is down to 1 minute and 6 seconds. And as I say, that closed up 15 seconds on that lap. So we're only going to need another 4 or 5 laps. That'll be over.
Also keep an eye on the battle per second in GP1 between NFC Motorsports and Almonte Motorsports.
Yeah, I was tracking that too. That's tightened up from 9 seconds to about 6.5 seconds on that last lap. And
There goes
yeah,
127 rejoining the screen.
now that'll probably be the ceiling for Almonte. It's about a 6-lap difference, so they would be relying on a problem for big missions 336.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced the 58 car is out there because the gap.
No, actually, I think this is it here, Scott. I think it's just leaving the paddock as you say that.
Okay, so Race Hero wasn't helping us very much there. The gap's gone down below 3 laps now.
Yeah.
But the 58 is now out on track.
So
it's going to be 2.5 laps roughly between the first and second GTU cars. So catchable in 2 hours? Depends what pace the 58
No,
is.
it's not. They're not going to. GTU's not going to be decided.
Does anybody have any crow?
Oh.
Oh, traction
Alright,
control
you really
whips
need
on the one.
Need to cut that exit a bit more, guys. Don't track out so much.
You don't even want to in the way. You want to come off with this in a straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I keep seeing them go out towards the white line there. Right around where they're hitting the white line, you'll see them slide a bit.
Guys,
Okay,
do you have a sense of where the 127 is on track, and is that going to make it back around?
The which car?
Oh,
the Pinnacle car that we saw on the wall.
The one that went the wall.
Oh yeah. That car. Once you got out of the
it seemed
runoff,
fine.
it was,
Yeah.
Well,
I don't even
it was
think he's coming to the pit.
noted as slow by race control at turn 6. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
It got out the grass.
Yeah, there's nobody
as quick as you would want to.
Okay.
Nobody around the banking.
Oh, that's got to be a dicey area right there. Coming back onto the banking out of 6.
I look at how dicey it is on the track map.
The 421 has found some more pace. The 421 is down into the 228, which is roughly the pace the leaders are at.
They're going to overtake the 111.
Yeah, this lap.
Oh yeah, so they are. Will to Win is still catching them at 8 seconds a lap. So that 983 Cayman is really flying.
Yeah, Justin here in the 348. He's taking the rain line. I do wonder if he's maybe overdoing it a bit.
One car that is not flying is the Ginetta. It's like 255. I don't know. I don't think this is the JTR car.
No, they weren't. They're just watching them exit 3 a moment or so ago. They're just taking it very easy.
Yeah, 252 on that lap.
Crossed up a little bit.
That's them going to turn 1, holding up a big train of cars.
Oh, Thunder Bunny still knows the tail. They actually haven't swapped around because the 111s found a little bit of pace. Down to the 233s. Still 5 seconds off of your race leaders. GTR's still 224. It's getting there.
That's not even particularly fast. There are guys under 220.
Oh, no. I'm aware of that, but at the
Just that the gap
moment,
is shrinking.
yeah, at the moment, those cars aren't. I mean, they're in the picture long term, but there's a lot to play out over the next hour and 45 in terms of.
By the way,
track
this queue we're watching going through the International Horseshoe on the screens is all held up behind the Ginetta. Which is,
It looks like they're under safety car.
Yeah, they are 30 seconds off the pace, which is a lot. I think that probably makes them the slowest car.
Well, I mean, everyone knows that there's no reason Ginetta would ever race in the rain, so.
It's impossible. Yeah, they are genuinely the slowest car on the track, other than one of the overnight motorsport Boxsters.
Tell you what, this 983 does not even look like it's racing in the way. I mean, the lap time is obviously different, but he is as committed on the brakes and, you know, sailing it off into the corners as he would be.
Closed up another 11 seconds on the Thunder Bunny cars that lap.
Yeah, this car is now very much a contender, regardless of the fact that it's not on the lead
Yeah,
lap.
because not only it is on the lead lap, it's overtaken the leader.
Has it?
It's a it's a minute 56 behind second.
Behind second, exactly.
Yeah, sorry,
so
I misread
where?
that. But it is going. It's going.
It's a minute. It's a minute 56 behind the leader.
No, it's
it's on second.
Ignore that. It's not to P1. It's to the car on that lap.
Having said that,
because it would be on the lead lap if it were a minute 56.
No, I think Joseph might be right because it just second place just came across the line and it didn't change. So
it won't change.
But that car is
Brendan, my timing gives me laps and time, and I don't have a lap deficit.
What does it say? Just a minute 56?
Yeah.
Well, that car is also 6 seconds faster than the leader, so it's completely realistic they could have caught and passed the leader in the last couple of laps.
Well, let's flush this out on track, right?
Yeah, let's find it. That's the way to do it. So we should have the 111 coming across the line relatively soon with the 421. So we don't know which order that's going to be in actually, but that will be the race for third, and then Will to Win are going to be something like 30 seconds behind that.
There's the 986.
There's the 111, and the 421 came across first, so that's a change for third overall.
Correct.
So we should have 30 seconds before either Tangerine Associates, there's the Ginetta getting planted, well, just getting passed by everyone. That car, by the way, the reason I'm talking about that car is because it's on the outskirts of the top 10. JTR are coming up behind the map 35 seconds a lap faster. Capstone in the pits.
Yep.
I think we might avoid the lightning, you guys.
Yay. There's JTR. Cutting between.
There's the 983.
So that car is on the lead lap.
The pass for GP1 second place has happened. That's Almonte, number 9, has overtaken the 123 for NFC Motorsports.
Good showing for Almonte.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sponsored by Mac Aviation.
The leader still hasn't come across the line, by the way. So the 983 is comfortably.
Oh, yeah.
And they are only 30 seconds behind. They're going to catch both Thunder Bunny cars in the next 2 laps. Still no sign of the leader. There they are.
I imagine Joseph's script can't account for a wet track between now and the end of the race.
It can try, but it's going to be so different in terms of the average lap times.
That's what I mean.
By the way,
we could do it for fun, but I wouldn't put too much stock in it.
Well, my point was going to be that even if you ran the projections, I don't think you would see the 983 counted anywhere near the top of the podium.
GTR were 5 seconds faster than the leaders on that lap, and the 52 car, which is in the lead, had a completely clear track.
Well, I think they've had to start figuring it out. Also, I think the 01 has gotten by the 401. I saw that change on Race Hero just now.
401 still hasn't come across.
Well, yeah, so that was where I was going with that in about 3 seconds' time. I don't think we've seen the 401, and I don't see any indication of that car anywhere.
I was going straight off through the Ginetta? Through the chicane?
It's not a 401, is it?
No, it's not a 401. It looked like a 2-door.
I think
Here is the 401.
JTR's probably overtaken.
Actually, that didn't change around. I thought that had just changed.
Is the M4 a 2-door? Or is it a 4-door?
I don't know. The M2 is a 2-door.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know about the M4.
I think isn't it that the even numbers are 2 doors?
Everyone knows the M8 has 8 doors, so if you work from that,
they're gonna call you 8-door.
So that's JTR.
All right, you go outside and just think about what you've done.
That was JTR coming across the line. They've passed the incredibly slow Ginetta. Although the Ginetta has picked up about 10 seconds a lap since we last looked. But yeah, JTR.
I think that's because they did have to cut the chicane.
Yeah, it may well be. They also got overtaken on that lap. The JTR car started that lap 20 seconds behind and overtook them and crossed the line 5 seconds ahead.
So the 111's down into the 229s, but they are now the slowest of any car ahead of the Ginetta.
Correct.
Yeah.
GTR has
starting to figure it out. Although the 983 had a bad lap that time. I think they've now caught traffic.
Are they figuring it out, Scott, or is the track just getting drier?
It's a healthy dose of both.
No, I don't think the track's getting dry, because JTR have been going around on their own, and they're actually slightly slower.
Don't confuse drier with dry.
Well, their times aren't any better than they were 5 laps ago. That's what I was getting.
True. Yeah, that's true.
So no, I think it's drivers figuring it out. That makes sense to me. And also the field's spreading, and we're not getting these clumps of lapped cars that guys are just getting stuck in. I wonder how the
we're gonna get
GTU's progressing.
Yeah, if you guys look towards the west, there is the hint of a nice sunset.
No, wouldn't that be nice? For all we put up with today.
The west would be behind us, right? Oh, yeah, we can't see that.
It actually might have already gone away.
By the way, the GTU battle is going to be interesting, because right now Racer Motors in second. They're 3 laps behind, but they're 20 seconds a lap faster than the Stratus 58. So that will close up pretty quickly at that rate. As is this Stratus. And this is Racer Motors coming across the line to set another 228, which is again 21 seconds quicker than Stratus 58. 2 laps behind. So we'll have to check back in on that.
Whoa.
20 minutes or so.
Sorry, I thought we were about to get a big slide there.
That was
99.
that was one of the
MPO1s.
MPO1s were
Yes,
doing it.
yes, it
Maybe
was.
wasn't Stratus cars.
It wasn't
59?
Racer Motors, because they were just going into turn 1 at the time.
I
59.
think it was the 59 because
59,
it looked like the
yeah, I'd buy
58
that.
was on track.
That 99 we were on board with, I think, was about to catch a huge slide out of turn 4.
There it is. It is the 59.
Yeah, good catch. Nice, nice done.
The 59's on pace with Racer Motors, but obviously it won't be this lap. They have 13 laps to catch on Capstone for third.
Have we mentioned fourth is going to change hands this lap? Between the 111 and the 983?
Right, interesting.
Gap's 10 seconds.
Yeah, and they're gaining at 13 seconds a lap.
Right, and this is very impressive on the surface, because this gap has come down very, very quickly, whereas the 111 had been in third. The 983 was down in, I think, 6th at the restart. Okay, things have changed hands.
This is a relevant car to follow, by the way, because there's about 6 seconds back to the core Mustang, and that's going to be a fight for second in GP2. The gap the gap up to the Harrison 146 is 2 laps and change. So, barring something happening to the 146, this shouldn't be a fight for the lead, but anything's possible.
Another battle that might change positions on this lap is for the overall lead.
Yeah.
GTR 99 was 9 seconds faster on that lap, and they are 10 seconds behind.
What happened to the 52?
They're just not as quick. Like,
yeah, they were in the 24s.
Were they?
Yeah.
Find me a 24.
26, 25.
Yeah,
they were in the 25.
Yeah, they did.
But that lap was a 30.
They're
they
probably
did
coming
a
back around to.
25.
It might be a traffic thing. They might have just come up to a clump of traffic.
Yeah. I actually don't. I think they're on relatively clear track.
Yeah.
But yeah, whereas GTR are just trending towards lower 20s.
Anyway, just to put a point on the 983 111 deal, the 111 is one of the slowest cars in the league gaggle. The 983 is arguably the quickest car on track, at least consistently. So it is now going to be slower progress for the 983 to catch the lead. With that being said, the margin up to the leader is down from 1:56 to 1:40. So it is still closing.
So that was the 421 coming across the line. We're now looking for either the 111 or the 983. There's the 111. So then 983, there it is. So that position will change.
This might be done by turn 2.
But yeah,
it is
around the
It
outside.
is. That is ridiculously late on the brakes relative to the 111. What was the margin at the line? 2.7 seconds?
They gained that before the apex of turn 1.
That is unbelievable. And I get that it's faster car and slower car, but that is genuinely incredible.
I wonder if he even knew that was a pass for position and not a GP2.
Does he need to know? Is a philosophical question there. Just pass. You see a car, pass it.
Pass every car.
Yeah, and then keep going.
One of the interesting things we saw on the onboard for Chattanooga is seemed like they were avoiding, and by they I mean Justin, was avoiding the entry curves, not so much the exit curves. I don't know if there's a different composition in terms of anything that's laid down there. Is that the 7? Is it the
There's-
606? The 606 is through, yeah. So that pass has happened as well.
Okay, the 99 did not have anywhere near as good a lap time, so the gap's down to 7 seconds. The will to win car, the 983, is also going to pass the 421 in a couple of laps for third.
As lap times change here, I caught this just now, and as we were talking, I don't know if we ever made mention of this. Did we mention we cracked the 201?
348 slow. 348 slow. Coming out of turn 5.
Oh, that is properly slow.
Oh no.
Where has that car wound up?
Maybe a bad gear.
Looks fine now.
Yeah, there's nothing happening around the banking that would suggest that there's a problem.
Then maybe he's just been spooked.
Had 4 off, continue.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
So that must have been.
Oh, spin at turn 6.
We won't be able to
Cars
catch that on
roll
camera.
back offline, although they tried to rejoin right into the side of someone.
That AOA MX5?
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah. I think he may have tried to rejoin him right in the side of the leader, because he's now right in front of the 99.
That's how you get airtime.
If you want to go on board
it
with...
launched into the sky.
Yeah, if the 99 on board is still alive, there is the car that we were just talking about. 3 cars up from this is the overall race leader, I believe. It's difficult to tell this time of night. Luckily for us, the 52 is quite brightly coloured. The gap at the start of the lap was 7 seconds, with GTR somewhere between 3 and 5 seconds a lap faster.
I just want to make the token lightning observation. It is moving. Looks like it's moving northeast. It is currently
Back at Daytona International Speedway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty resumes the 14 hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. Happy to say that it seems to be kind of an isolated lightning strike that set us back there. And now, 6 hours 35 minutes remaining, without having ever seen a drop of rain, we are ready to go back to racing. The field has been sent from the pit lane. The first half a dozen cars, or so, 8 cars, I think, in total, have left ahead of the safety car. They will catch the back of the queue. In that group is the number 99 from GTR. And that'll be actually pretty interesting because I think the 34 from Hitman Racing owes us a stop. So
we'll never know because everyone will have crossed the transponder.
Well, but we know that car didn't pit, right? So whatever this passed.
Yes. So their last stop was on lap 165. Add 31 to that. That would put them at 196. So call it 10 laps. So it's not imminent, but they are due. Yes.
Sorry, my race hero is just so far behind. There we go. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you probably just stay out and run until the tank's basically empty. Go use the clean air to your advantage, which, I mean, is not a slam dunk that the 99 is going to cycle through to the lead.
No, and remember here, we will now be bunching up the entire field again, and everyone's going to be. Everything will be cold. The drivers will be cold. Well, the only thing that won't be cold will be the air temperature, but everything else, cars, drivers, everything will be. We're gonna need to take a minute to loosen back up, and so we're gonna kind of set everybody loose in a mixed class field. It is one of those things where anything can happen.
Yes, and it has in the past, up to and including the fact that we're not necessarily out of the woods here with rain yet. We're discussing offline that there is the possibility that some of these showers, as they dissipate and things sort of go from being full-on thunderstorms to just little rain showers, that we might catch a few strays here. But we'll wait and see on that. certainly a lot of heat and energy in the track, which might ward off some sprinkles, at least in the early stages here. And with the field now headed down towards the Le Mans chicane. Expecting a restart now within the next minute. Usually it's just one lap out and in and straight back to racing. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrack, and Ryan West with you throughout the day today, as we have been 7.5 hours in. And Zach Johnson with us on production as well. Scott Michaels would be with us, but he's busy complaining about Le Mans. So no Scott.
Not actually bicycle racing as he intended.
Yeah, I think that's partially due to a broken /lacerated finger.
He had a complaint about that as well.
Jersey.
Indeed.
No, Zach, I won't hear any of that.
I don't think I knew that he was from New Jersey.
No. I am so deep on trashing New Jersey. It's in my blood as a Pennsylvanian.
Or a New Yorker.
I am not a New Yorker.
Well, I mean, you would have a lot in common, I guess that's my point.
Oh, true. Yep. Pit stops. Sorry, we're not going back to green. Pit stops are going to be underway from a pair of Toyota Supras. The 34 and the 111 are both in, which I got to be honest is kind of, well, maybe not.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't think that they were going to have the opportunity to do it. I thought we were going to go straight to green, but because we are going to get a full pace lap, this absolutely makes sense for really everybody who's doing this.
Yes, agreed. Especially when you consider the fact that the 99 hasn't even caught the back of the queue yet. The open throttle car that's sort of leading that second pack around is not really at full pace. So at most, the 99 is going to have, like a 10 to 12 car gap between itself and the number 34. The 124 from NFC Motorsports, not really in contention just at the moment. It is... I gotta parse all this. There goes the 99. Hitman's not come through. NFC has come through. So NFC is off the lead lap now, as I think they were before, but this is now very definitive for a restart procedure here. That storm to our northwest now completely fizzled out.
Yeah, we are in that uncomfortable part of the afternoon where everything is just going to pop up, and whether or not it hits us is going to be a little bit of a lottery.
Yeah. Whether or not.
That's a good Alan Bestwick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we got a big one to the east or west, whatever that is.
I'm
from California. I'm predisposed that inland is east and ocean is west.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I mean, technically, this is inland. It also happens to be on the shore. Yeah, it's all about your frame of reference.
It is.
The 34 has been released. They're doing tires on the number 111 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra.
Good time for it. I mean, if you're expecting rain, then especially if you've got a little bit of time in hand here, you switch out the tires. That way you can have new tread.
The sharpest sipes you can handle.
You pay for all the sipes, but you'll only use the edge, question mark?
Okay.
No? Because when you turn, it's like rolling over the shoulder of the tire? No?
Alright. Sure. Okay.
Alright, cool. I'm happy with that.
I was just going to let that one play out.
Well, I'm just kind of recentering.
I wasn't going to make it any better, but I certainly wasn't going to make it any worse. So.
111 leaving the pits now, so they've handled both of that. I'm really curious to see how much time that actually ends up costing them. Because where are the leaders? I don't see them. Coming into NASCAR 3, and I think lights are out. So 111's going to have to book it here. They're coming around the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, the 34, which I guess is the primary car of concern, is exiting NASCAR 2. So it'll just about get to the back of the queue by the time we go green. Lights do appear to be out on the Dodge Challenger safety car.
Yuck.
Okay.
Bill Elliott driving that. Just kidding.
I like that Dodge gives you the opportunity to buy a 30-year-old car.
You don't have to.
No, it gives you the opportunity, though.
Sure. Yeah, well,
And
hey.
fleeces people every
Race cars in. Wow, that's crazy.
We're into that. Yeah, weird, huh? Green flag waves again. The Ford Mustang leads us back to green. It's number 171, being passed around the outside by the Stratus Racing number 59. As Joseph mentioned earlier, everything's kind of jumbled on the restart. Multiple classes of cars. We've got some cars that have just pitted, some that have not. The 909 automatic Aston Martin rockets around the outside into turns 1 and 2, picks up a couple of spots, and crucially gets past the number 99 GTR BMW. Oh, no, that car's lost a lot of time. It's not that crucial. Forget that. Slow MMR Aston Martin out of the pit lane, I think, is just letting the field by here.
I just want to clarify. You just said that was an MMR Aston Martin.
Sorry, MMR Ford Mustang. One
you.
of those letters is correct.
It's not an AMR. It's an MMR.
MMR Ford Mustang. Yep, there we go. That one I got right, accidentally. Yeah, sorry. No, the automatic Aston Martin did pick up a bunch of spots there, or at least track position-wise, but did not really help its case much. It is still 6+ laps off of the overall lead. The 82 Random Vandals BMW that was previously in the garage has been out and now back into the pit lane. In front of me here, the front end of the number 98. Oh, that is the MMR.
Yeah,
Ford Mustang
smoke.
again. Yeah,
possibly out of the corner, definitely out of the rear.
Sorry, 98 Birmingham Road and Race BMW has the front end jacked into the air, and it looks like maybe they're doing brakes or a right front brake. And now the tire goes back on, and that car will be sent here momentarily. So back to green with 184 laps complete. Joseph, I was listening back to the end of last year's race. I think our target lap ended up being only like 230 or 240 laps. That was how much time we ended up losing.
Yeah, we had 2 stoppages, right, last year?
Yeah, we're both fairly long. I think they were both over an hour. So happily, this one has just been sort of that quick flash and done. Which means I'm going to have to go out while we've got cars on track to go change out batteries.
Hey.
Manageable, but I had hoped that I could do it when it was a little bit quieter. Slow Aston Martin, the number 172 from TLM USA, I think has just been a little bit wide at turn 2. Back up to pace by the time we got to the breaking point for turn 3.
Renegade Racing has crept up into P5 in all this. And were they one of the cars that managed to make it in before we went yellow, I wonder? Or at least before we went red?
They did. There's 2 pit stop laps there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's helped them. I mean, it is basically about when they needed to pit. Really right on the numbers, actually. So that's just worked out really well for them. That's not necessarily something that they've timed. Moorhead, that 160 that leads GP2, is still on its outlap. Or has maybe come into the pits and is now on an outlap.
Sorry, the number 160, you say?
Yes, that'll be the GP2 Moorhead entry.
I didn't see it, but I wasn't looking.
Okay. Other cars that are listed as being in the pits, so maybe on their outlap, would include the 98 for Birmingham Road and Race, the 880 for Apex. Wow, that GP3 field is having a day. Is what I'll say about that. The 585 for AOA seems to be circulating finally.
With a class.
Yes, which does somehow mean that we now have a blank class in our in our system, but that's that's all right, I suppose. I think that's going to end up practically being a replacement for the 55 because the 85, I think, is back out on track. Question mark. The 75 never stopped circulating, so I think the 55 is going to be out there basically to give seat time to the drivers of the 585.
702 is into the pit lane from 11th in GTO. I think this car's got a problem. The last lap was the 241. The crew is not ready for it. And it's just been into the pit lane at the full course yellow. The trunk and rear wing assembly comes open on the car. And we're not seeing anything in the race control log that would suggest that the car's been off. So I think maybe just slowing, and then ducked right into the pits. Even that 241 is a little long for a trip halfway down the pit lane. Should not have lost that much time.
The prevailing weather direction has kind of rotated around on us. I know we just got out of a weather delay, and that's maybe why I'm fixated on the weather right now. But it looks like a lot of the stuff that is kind of out, I don't know, you call that maybe 50 miles west of us, is starting to fizzle. Starting to fizzle and starting to move from a northwesterly direction to a westerly direction.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder what... I definitely thought that we were maybe about half an hour away from another lightning delay, and I'm less certain about that now. I am fairly certain that it's probably going to be super, super humid out there.
I mean, it has been for most of the day. I haven't been outside since the last time I changed out camera batteries, but it doesn't look pleasant, that's for sure.
It doesn't look terrible. I mean, it looks like a nice day.
I mean, you say that until you're out there. And
I know.
Like, oh, yeah, I know this is why I hate this.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Got a couple takers of the pits. Again, who is that down at start finish? Is that the... What the 88 is?
No, it's the 979, Black Forest, whose
right,
name
okay.
haven't really called in a positive light yet today.
No, yeah, they had
a tough all day.
Had mechanicals early.
And late, as a matter of fact.
Yes, mechanicals aplenty. Harrison, speaking of cars that have had early issues, has just overtaken the 171 for Core. That's back in 7th in GP1. That is the attrition battle area of GP2, but they are there.
Sorry, just a sad sight here in the paddock is the Rolex chute is there's a car that I can't identify that's being pushed by its crew towards the paddock. The 979 has just driven straight into it, and then the 702 is being pushed by its crew members back into the paddock now as well. Just 3 cars in a row that are all they've all had tough days already, but it's just gotten tougher and longer and hotter and sweatier and just all of the wrong things.
Both Caymans for good measure, as it turns out.
Yes.
We do have an update that Steve Park is currently in the number 5.
Yeah, we think was in the 5 when the red came out, we think.
I actually missed that car had come back out.
Yeah, that might have happened while you were coming back from equipment maintenance.
Yeah, 1 hour 26 lost in the pits there, lap 76. Steve Park, huh?
Yeah.
Crazy.
How about that?
Pretty wild.
So, big gulps, huh? I don't think it's me.
No, not me either.
Is it you?
Definitely me.
So that MMR car is circulating, which, temporarily speaking, means that we have every car in GP1 circulating again. And to be fair, we've only really got a handful missing from GTO at this point.
True.
Yeah, so like the cars that are having issues in GTO are kind of the cars that have already had problems.
Yes.
Like we're not seeing, even though we're seeing cars with problems, it's not like they're, new customers to, the row of woe, as it were. It's not, we're not dropping contenders like flies. It's just the cars that are running well, still running well. Cars that aren't, still having problems. Which has kept things kind of nice and predictable at the front, with the exception of that number 88, which is a surprise visitor to the top 5, I have to say.
Yeah, when you know what stable that is unofficially a part of, it makes more sense.
And which stable is that?
Am I allowed to say? Is that kosher?
No.
Oh, is it not?
No, let's not talk. No, move on.
Oh, okay.
Entered
when I was in person and interviewed him, he was very clear. So
really,
yeah, it's a problem. So move on.
.org. Well. The Junior, the third car, sitting in. I'm having too much fun with that, and someone's going to yell at me, and that's fine. Sitting in P8 in GTO. Remember, that's a car that lost at least a lap to. Lost probably a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps to a long pit stop very early on, and then lost another lap to a passing under yellow penalty. So think about where that car might have been. Also an Aston Martin. And that might actually now be the top running Aston Martin in the field, because the TLM cars have all kind of fallen away with their own issues. That Rekka's car that brought out our first full course yellow now leads the 172, breaking into the top 20 in class. Obviously lost the Screaming Goat car earlier as well, probably with an engine issue. 702, as Brendan mentioned, we lost 12, or at least has gone back behind the wall. The 12 also went behind the wall relatively recently, or no, quite a long time ago, but then came back, still sitting P12, I think. Is that right?
For which car?
12.
No, P12 is
the 12.
Oh. Sorry. Oh, I'm looking at class order. That's why.
So GTO has been, yeah, as you say, GTO has been kind of a split. It's a race of attrition. It's kind of coming back to, in a weird way, the GTO that we knew, and I haven't decided how I think this has happened, but GTO is sort of turning into the GTO that we knew in 2017, 2018, just very souped up, in that it's kind of become an attrition class, at least for today.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't think anybody in the top 4 has really had any major problems. We just know that the Mercedes has dropped a little bit of time. Well, both the Mercedes and the Toyota Supra from Thunder Bunny have dropped some time. And other than that, like, until you get down to choice racing, I don't think there have been any major issues. Did we ever get to the bottom of what happened to the Junior 3 car?
Well, two things.
Time loss?
Two things. One is a passing under yellow penalty. That came later. Earlier was a very long, like a 3-4 minute pit stop that put them a lap and a half or so behind everybody. So that's kind of it's a little bit of a what might have been, but also that's why you have to play these things so perfectly.
Yeah, and we did talk about the penalty situation. I mean, pass under yellows, it's one strike and you've got the penalty. There's really no warning situation there. But
No,
14 hours does provide an additional 6 hours of opportunities for penalties.
They sure do. Also, opportunities to make back time that you've lost in those penalties, to be fair.
Yeah.
But the other thing, they did lose quite a bit just on pace. I don't think any of the drivers, or the drivers that got in after Mike Skeen departed after the first pit stop, were not on the same pace. So some of that is truly that I think you've got drivers that are either learning the car or otherwise just coming up to pace.
Yeah, I think for teams that are maybe new to the World Racing League, it's easy to just say, oh, well, we have experience in other series. It should be, quite easy for us. Or we run more complex cars than this. But coming to terms with, the pace of the race at the front of GTO, coming to terms with the pit stop rules and the regulations and how everything is officiated upstairs here, I think can be eye-opening for some. And it doesn't make them any less capable, but it does maybe require a shift in mentality as to how you approach a race and as to how you execute it. And I can think of maybe one example in the last couple of years where a ringer has come in and walked it, and another example where they thought they did and then were penalized at the end of the race anyway.
Yes.
Right? But again, that's the same. It's the same thing. Everybody's playing to the same rules, and unless you really understand what they are, it's very easy to get caught out.
That Moorhead car in for the 160. I haven't been tracking this closely enough. I can't decide if I think they have come back into the pits, or if, since the last time we mentioned them, or if they've just been stuck there, because they are maybe 2 laps away, maybe less than that, from being overtaken by the 721 for RRT Racing. Overnight is another one that has pitted more recently than I was maybe expecting. 28 laps. I guess that's not too unreasonable for that car. I guess I'm a little surprised that some of the GP2 cars are pitting so frequently. I think the Black Forest cars come back around and back into the pits.
Unclear at this time.
Okay.
I thought Brennan was going to pick you up there, and then he didn't. And
Yes.
I wasn't clued in. I'm looking at the rundown right now, trying to think of reasonable things to talk about.
Rundown Ryan West.
Black Forest has pitted, in fact. So yes.
Again, straight into the paddock again.
A rundown? Sounds important.
I am. If now's a good time, gentlemen.
No, I'm feeling run down.
Okay. Well, then don't do a rundown. Unless you have time you need to fill, or whatever. I have some freshly charged batteries that I am going to go send back out to the corners.
Joseph and I have probably spent 50 hours filling by ourselves in the last year and a half.
Arguably doing a better job than we do when I am here.
All I do at this point is I switch my brain straight off and go into let's just talk about numbers that I see. I feel like I'm just in the Matrix, and I'm just looking.
My first year at Thunderhill, when I said I don't have any views of the racetrack, like I could only see what was literally like,
because you were down on the ground floor.
I was ground floor, yeah, so I could see like the bottom of turn 3 and start finish. Somebody made a comment, I'll never forget it. It said, "Oh, good, spreadsheet racing."
Yes.
And
was that someone Declan Brenner?
No, those insults came the next year.
Oh, okay.
Who had a lovely "back when I was a flagger" comment, by the way, which I really loved on Twitter. Anyway. No, I've always kind of kept that with me for the days when, endurance racing didn't really translate into what we were trying to do, and the message and the environment that we were trying to convey on DriversEye Live. There were some bleak races in there where we're trying to make something out of nothing, and it still does happen sometimes. But spreadsheet racing, I feel like, is what you're doing there, Joseph. I got some numbers and I got some words, and I'm gonna put the two together. And
every once in a while, you know what? Okay,
side by side supers into one.
2 supers for the price of 1.
There they are. Hitman's come out best. Oh no, sorry, Thunder Bunny's come out best.
We've got some debris coming out of the West Horseshoe.
That's Briss.
Yes.
Which one's that again?
That is the
International
one.
West Horseshoe.
Yeah. The West Banking Horseshoe International Airport. It's actually just on the curb, like right where the yellow curb starts on the outside of the corner. It's really not even on the exit trajectory. Like it's before you would really get to that part of the curb. So it should be fairly safe there until we get another full course yellow.
All right.
Anyway,
I believe that.
Camera batteries. I'm going to go do the thing.
Go to them.
Yep. If you need anything, let me know.
Let you know?
Let me know.
I can.
You know, if the camera goes down or something.
Yeah,
know.
camera 8 is down. Go fix it.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Wow.
Okay, I guess I don't need to ask you for anything. If that's going to be your reaction.
I don't even know what happened. I think the battery's like shutting off in the heat, even though I have the reflector on it. I don't know.
Is it a black battery or a silver battery?
I don't remember.
Oh, I gotta do the silvers.
No, it's the black. I did change that one out. It's the black little anchor battery. Yeah. Tough life.
It's a hard knock life for Brendan.
Oh, did we mention Steve Park and Johan were out together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna go leave before I make an idiot.
Get out of here. Fix camera 8 and get out of here.
Bye.
We are looking live.
You are looking live. Yep. So let's follow up on the 160 because we just got an update on that from Moorhead.
From Karen at Moorhead.
Presumably. The 160 has had an expansion tank crack. That is being fixed at the moment. That is the reason why that car is stuck in the pits. And the reason why the 721 is making hay. That will a bit. Anytime you're
in
not
Florida?
Okay. Sure. I didn't have a witty riposte to that. So anyway. No, they're doing well. They're still putting in good laps in that car. Some of the fastest that they've run all race. The 197, which will assume inherit P2 in that class, running similar laps, but that car's got a lot more potential pace in it. Ran about 2 or 3 seconds faster in the earliest stint of this race. So I would say, you know what it might be time for? This will help us kill some time.
I was going to ask if it was too soon from the red.
Oh, no, never. We have enough information at this point. I mean, we've had a full race at this point.
That's fair. All right.
So, I mean, ish. Red flag notwithstanding.
Well, right. That's why I wasn't sure if it had shaken out the stints correctly.
No, I don't think that's necessarily a problem because we've had so many proper stints.
When is it going to collate data from every track? Can we?
When I get paid enough to do that.
And then, we know at Daytona they run 12% less long, so.
Yeah, when I get paid enough to do that.
Okay, sounds good. But that is on the table.
I mean, it's on the table, but do I care enough?
We'll talk. Because then you can have pre-race projections, and that's a whole other layer of stuff to talk about.
That's not. I don't know. I don't think that's as fun.
Oh no, you do both.
I think when you tell people how it's gonna go, I don't know. It's also wrong, right? So
exactly, Zach.
So I'm.
I also want the Michelin Green X challenge, but we need to have the disclosure sheets to get that.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Singular Wireless crew chief asks, who do you think is the top, most likely winner in GTO today? If you had to put your money on it, right?
Am I going with gut or brain? Or what? Am I guessing for myself, or am I trying to guess what the system says?
I want to know what you think, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to align expectations.
Right.
The rubber's going to meet the road. We're going to loop everybody in.
I think it's going to be the 34 or the 99. I know I'm putting myself way out on a limb.
That's pretty radical. Can you explain your thought process there?
They're the only ones on the lead lap.
Thank you. Okay.
But I think the 34 has enough ultimate pace given the driving lineup versus the 99, and I know that the 99 is aware of that. They've also had a couple it's kind of weird, things going on today. Whereas I just don't bet against the 34 in this kind of position because we've seen them do it time and time again, where it's like, oh, well, they're like a minute back, but we'll see, and then they end up winning. So
yes,
the 34.
Yeah, and that's what the model says also.
Okay,
with a 75% chance.
I know that the model really likes NFC.
That
really likes NFC.
That is
time and time again.
That is historically true because NFC has one really strong, which I think we've decided is Aaron Povolato.
Yeah.
They put Povolato in the car, and he is a rocket ship for the first stint basically.
Right.
And then the other two drivers are less rockety.
Sure.
So.
Do you remember when we used to cover the other series and we the drivers on a chart?
Yeah. And we should do that again. They should give us the driver information.
No,
that is absolutely
so bad.
No, it's absolutely valid information.
Anyway,
listen, the entire point of this is that not everybody is as good as everybody else. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
And that's fine, but we don't need to categorically embarrass people with data. You can keep that amongst yourselves.
Well, Tracy Kron's not in this race, so
that's true. That is true.
No, the thing that was always interesting about when you had driver ID is that you could tell, and we know now, we can figure it out, but it's good to have actual confirmation of, oh, well, this is this is the driver coach versus the trainee, right?
Right.
What we have now is sort of we can kind of tell, but if somebody's nursing a mechanical problem, we don't really have say Hitman. Hitman was always a good example of that, where you could tell if Lyle or Jason were in the car versus somebody that they had brought as a customer and as somebody who was taking advantage of their coaching services. We can tell that now also, but there's also the mixture of oh, well, somebody who should be fastest in the car, and they're turning laps that are 3 seconds a lap slower. That's probably an issue with the car. That's probably not because they've had a driver change, which is something that we're always speculating about it. Anyway, it's just nice to have the actual data behind it. Any hoozle.
Right.
So, model gives the number 34 the advantage at the moment. The number 60. Sorry, I got distracted by. I believe it's the 44 has cut the infield, according to a pending race control log. We'll pick the bones out of that in a minute. 99 is would be your favorite for P2, followed by the 111 favorite for P3, and then you get into the 511 and the 124 being competitive with each other. Basically, it gets kind of it gets a little fuzzier basically the further you go back in the field. But in terms of your favorites, you would give it to the 34, followed by the 99, and then the 111 for Thunder Bunny, despite the fact that they are nursing a lap penalty for, I believe it was passing under yellow.
Yes.
We had that stop number 66 in the bus stop chicane.
But if we get another yellow, I mean, everybody's vulnerable to a infraction.
Of course,
as well as a pit lane infraction, and
Yeah. I mean, it's none of this is decided. This is all probabilities, and it doesn't consider the possibility of somebody getting a random lap penalty, which happens.
Can you program that in as well? A percentage of penalty likelihood based on past penalties given?
Okay, that doesn't really make any sense though.
How not?
Okay, because for one thing, pit lane penalties are no. I don't like to program anything in that is race rule specific logic.
I mean,
And
it's
all-
the likelihood that they end up. I mean, you could just say the
What would that-
likelihood that they lose laps unexpectedly. Like, oh, this is a car that loses about 2 laps per race. Given
Again, I'm not doing race to race unless somebody wants to give me a lot of money to do it.
all right, we'll talk numbers.
Okay. GP1, I don't think will be a surprise to anybody. It's so funny how this always ends up coming back to. PC Racing has just done their fastest lap of the race in GP1 at a 131.5. That's an improvement of 34.35 seconds. I'm not sure that lap is kosher.
Yeah, I'm thinking no on that.
Yeah, so that's going to be adjusted in short order. But so at the moment, unless the 44's got an issue, which is a possibility, that's the only reason why you cut all that time, I think. Actually, Zach's got that replay available. Let's go to that replay. I'm springing that on you a little bit, but if you can pull that up, that's going to be a little bit relevant to what we're talking about now. The part we're looking for is going to be a blue. It's that car right there, straight through. Interesting.
Good.
So they're just going to park it up here. Kind of. No, not really. Okay. Well,
I imagine that lap will be deleted.
Yeah.
That's my supposition there.
Cool. Since it's under investigation, I think we have investigated it. The 160. They back out? I think they might be back out. He asked expectantly. I don't know. So we're waiting on the 160 and GP2. GP1, 147 looks really good right now. It looks especially good because Johan was in the car most recently, and may still be, for that matter.
Right.
Then it's the 44, then it's the 98. That Birmingham car. If there is a problem for the 44 for PC Racing, there's still something like a 10-minute lap between the 44 and the 98, but they are there. There's enough time left, just under 6 hours, where that can be made up pretty easily if somebody has a problem.
Yep.
GP2, RRT is looking really good right now for the reasons that we were just talking about.
Yep.
Which I think would be the best result that they've had. I don't know that they've won a race yet since they've moved over here.
They have either. And that would be a great result for a E36 as well, the older style BMW. Palomar, of course, also run the E36. They are not here this weekend. This is probably the longest possible tow in the country. In fact, I guess you could go to Homestead, but like for Palomar specifically. Do you think Seattle's further, or do you think San Diego's further?
Huh?
Palomar Racing, they're based in San Diego.
Yeah.
Is this the longest possible tow that you could do?
I think
for
Seattle would be
WRL?
long. Like if.
Or do you think Seattle's further? I bet it's close.
I mean, you'd have to go south.
Yeah, but you do it gradually. You don't do it like you hypotenuse it instead of
you still.
adding. Huh.
13 is still more than 12.
Right, but I know that Northern California is not that much further away from Minneapolis versus LA because the Earth is round. It's like only an extra hour or something. Because you're traveling more east than you are north. Anyway.
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is it's still longer. I'm not saying it's like an extra year of travel longer.
Right. Regardless, Palomar not here. They run the E36. They've had some teething issues as well with that car, if you can call them teething issues on a 25-year-old car. But they've had some issues recently.
They're denture fixing issues.
They've had some issues with that car in the recent past, and I think understandably not here, whether because of car issues or because this is just a very long tow for them. So anyway, good to see the torch being carried by RRT for the older car. That sums up that thought. Joseph.
Great. The outcome of this GP2 fight is going to be really dependent on how long the fix takes for the 160. Right now, you would still have them in with the shout, but that's only because it assumes that any service is halfway through. He was requested, the 45, which is one of the Chandler School cars, is requesting a meatball flag for their car. Unsure if they're due for a pit stop or if they've got some sort of mechanical issue that needs to be sorted out. That's Oliver Rasmussen, who is a professional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 197 for overnight looks really good, but they don't seem to have the pace right now to overhaul the 721 for RRT. At least not obviously. I mean, there's 3 laps between them. I call it 7.5 minutes. 6 hours. You would need to basically be putting in pretty quick laps on a regular basis.
Consistently.
Yes.
Yeah, especially with traffic here too.
GP3 looks really funny because the only chance that the 65 has of being overhauled is if they retire the car.
Right.
So,
that car has been really stout. I don't know what it is they've done. That car is a very good, I think it's a spec E46 that they're just choosing to run, I think, ballasted up a little bit more. Or at lower power or whatever.
It is the
2.5.
Is that a sedan?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a sedan, and that's the other thing, is the sedan is not the one you want for endurance racing because it's harder to get in and out of because the door is shorter.
It's the only sedan in GP3. Make that point really quick.
I mean, specifically, it's not even a coupe 3 Series. It is truly a sedan.
Well, sure. The point I was going to make, so we basically have Miatas in the AOA camp. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
And then you've got the FRS in the 880 and the BRZ in the 66, which are basically the same car.
Right.
Are there any other oddities in the other classes? I think that's the first time that I've noticed that car is so out of place in GP3. It wouldn't have been a few years ago. It's just the direction that GP3's gone.
Right. Well, it would be odd to see a regular 3 Series, like a 3 Series coupe in GP3, but like this one's a sedan. It is a 4-door.
Somebody needs to put together a Miata. I will donate my Ford Focus to somebody's stupid plan if they want to run it in GP3.
There was a team that ran a Focus of that vintage at one point. One of the first times we covered Coda.
That was a Fiesta, I think.
No, there was a Focus too.
Okay.
It might have been an ST, but I'm not certain.
Oh, that would make a lot more sense. No, mine is a sedan. I want to see a sedan Focus.
Sedan
in
Focus.
GP3.
Why would you? Somebody is selling a sedan Fiesta Spec B car right now.
That's pretty good. B-Spec cars are... Somebody needs to bring a Clio Cup. Oh my goodness, it is chucking it down. Not in Daytona, elsewhere. Somebody needs to bring a B-Spec.
In Minneapolis.
Yeah, in Minneapolis. A B-Spec into GP3, because I think it actually might do okay.
I think it's a little too slow, but they're starting to do this thing that I'm in a group for called C-Spec.
Okay.
It's supposed to be like Corollas, Jettas, Focuses, like that size of car. And I think that might be bang on the money. They're currently running it as T4 with the SCCA to like test it.
I got my trains of thought confused. Not B-Spec, Clio Cup.
Clio Cup, okay, gotcha.
I want to see somebody bring a Clio Cup and run it in GP3.
I'll go one step further, Joseph. I want to see somebody bring one of those, what's the RS01 Cup?
Oh, like the Renaults? Like the Super Megans?
No, the step over the Super Megane. It's the RS01. It's like a rear-engined, goofy-looking...
That might have to be in GTO.
Oh, certainly. And so would the Megane Cup car, which is like basically a hyped-up TCR. That might be the car. That might be the car that brings the front-wheel drive car back to GTO, is a Megane Cup car. Or a TTRS. One or the other.
I mean, there's precedent for us covering TTRSs, so I wouldn't be too opposed to that.
Well, and then DTM has that support series where it's like a tube frame TT, that I think is also front-wheel drive. Have you seen those? It's like the TT Cup or something. I think that would be a good car as well.
And we get a Mark cars.
What was that?
Can we get a Mark Cars chassis?
There we go.
I bet a Mark Cars chassis would. That might make GP1 actually.
Well, it's a.
Oh no! Lots of bad decisions.
Performance built. Yeah, that was. Yeah. Oh, look at the last name on that too. Oh my gosh.
That one.
That's a driver lineup right there.
Yeah, it sure is. It's something. So that 160 is still in the garage. I don't know if we have an expectation when that car is going to come back out. I don't. I have no concept of how long repairing an expansion tank is going to cost.
I mean, you have to wait for it to cool off so you don't burn yourself. But like, if the car is cold, it's not that hard. But you then have to do it and then bleed it and then send it. Dude, this TT Cup doesn't happen anymore. I bet the cars are cheap.
Okay. I mean, we really should see more like imports. You know what? Are race cars subject to, if it's not going to be registered on the street, are they subject to the 25-year thing?
No, they are not. If it doesn't have a registration thing, then
okay,
you can
great.
bring it.
Great.
Well, I mean, remember that they'd bring that Seat to the thing?
Oh, of course I remember.
Joseph, this thing is 16,000 euros. Or I'm sorry, 16,000 pounds.
Which is probably what, $20,000 now dollars?
20, yeah. 250 horsepower. With the spec ECU, so it is probably closer to a GP1 or GP2 car. But that's pretty cheap. And that's a cool looking car. I just sent you the link.
Yeah, I see that, yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some stuff like that. That's
fun. And you could put a splitter on it, you could do all kinds of stuff to it.
My goal, my primary, first and foremost goal for these broadcasts is to convince people to make bad decisions.
Yes, absolutely. Here, I can convert it to US dollars.
Okay.
21,298.
Okay, that's doable.
Brand new Nankang tires.
That's doable for me. I could do that.
That's what I'm saying. I'd split it with you. I don't know where we'd keep it, but
we would keep half in Ohio and half in Minnesota.
Perfect. Well, no, that's going to be more of a problem when I move here in 3 weeks.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, there's target fixation, and then there's just heat-seeking missile. This is the best race of all time. It's the worst race of all time. Happy Centenary. What is going on down here at... no, that's nothing. That is just a decal. So nothing has happened on the race control log since the 45 was called in. Confirmation. Oh, this has actually hit them quite badly. So the 44 obviously has lost that lap, as we suspected. They were also given a lap penalty for good measure. So they're going to effectively lose 2 laps from all that, or a lap and 3/4 if you like, since they gave themselves one for free. But how close does that put? The 98 really isn't in striking position for the 44. So they can afford that. It's not a great look, but they can afford the time loss. Still looking for that 160 to come back out. I thought it had, and I don't think so. Based off of the laps that it's completed. So it's been perpetually just stuck on lap 170 for quite some time.
All right, here it is, Joe. Oh, it's sold. Dang it.
Oh no.
They wanted 80,000 euros for a McGann trophy car.
That's not too bad. That's comparable. I don't know what it would cost to get it over here.
POA. About $4 to $5 grand to get it to New York.
Okay, it's not horrendous.
The Clio Cup cars, there's a ton, and there are lots for sale.
There you go.
I kind of expected, obviously. Here's one. It's a Civic. Clio Trophy, 11.9.
That's nothing.
It is nothing. Why does every other country have an affordable race series where it's like, yeah, for 19 grand you buy the car and then run it? But like anything you do here in the United States, it's like, oh yeah, well the cars are going to be 175. Even a Miata, a spec Miata, an Indy Cup car, is like $90,000. But like you can go to Canada and do Micro Cup for like 15 grand. You can do a season for like.
Well, we're getting Canadian teams in the series.
We are. I think we should seriously consider investing in a DriversEye Live Micro Cup car, and
I think
like running it very slowly around the back of GP3.
So a couple things this makes me think of, right? Because the entry fees have gone up a bit this year, which I fully I think people who haven't been keeping their finger on the pulse because they've been busy with other things see the reduced car counts and think, something is amiss. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think some of that is in part because the entry fees have gone up a little bit. But that has helped with a couple things. One, these races are a lot less chaotic in a good way.
Yes.
Secondly, I think it's allowed teams to come in who otherwise were getting crowded out because you had a lot of teams that were basically, it was the race to get to the race. It was fast as finger gets it, and we don't have to do so much of that anymore. So now you're getting these teams that are, they can sit and think about it for a little bit and be like, okay, let's think about whether or not we're going to make a trek over to Wisconsin or make a trek over to New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Right.
Those are all. It becomes a more reasonable decision. It's for teams to like sit down and actually give it a thought and think, is this the kind of thing that we want to do? And so I think you are getting, we're getting these new faces that we're not as familiar with, and it does make it a little tougher on us to get acclimated to these entries and get a feel for what their style is. But it's really exciting because I think we're getting these international entries now, and you're getting entries from different parts of the country, like Palomar, and it's all pretty exciting stuff. That is a little bit of an aside, but as the couple things have happened, PC Racing is pitted. Were they supposed to? Question mark. Yes, they were. I think. Yes, that's perfectly fine. Secondly, on that last lap, the 111 for Thunder Bunny has overtaken the 124 for NFC Motorsports. They were basically a hair's width apart at the line. I think, is the 34 into the lane now?
I think so. They're due, right?
Are they due? I
they
saw
gotta
a
be
blue
close
car.
to due.
They're actually not really. I've got them in 8 laps from now. 182 is when they pitted. Add 31 to that, it would be 13, lap 13. So yeah, 7 or 8 laps will be the next stop for the 34. So I hope for their sake that it wasn't. It's not them into pits. No, that might have been the. That wouldn't have made sense. But the 28 and the 75 are both in. Maybe it was the 45 that I saw go into the pits. At any rate, the 44 is in. They're now 4 laps off the lead in the off the leader of the 147. GP3 now. That 66 has come back out, in fairness. Apex V2R has not. They are stuck in the pit lane.
Apex V2R had a long pit stop at one point.
I think they are currently in the middle of a very long pit stop because they were only about 4 laps back. And now they're 32.
Okay.
Which is too many laps.
Yes.
NRG Racing in that number 66 is back out. I'm not sure where they are. They're 23 laps behind the leader. No, that can't possibly be right. That's bad data. I'll wait for that to cycle through. They might be 23 laps behind the 880. That would make a little bit more sense. Lap penalty to the number 45. That will be the Chandler School car running in P13. Speeding in the pit lane. That will have been at least their second pit lane infraction. This comes back to a point that we should continue to hammer, which is that 14-hour race, you still only get the 1 warning before you start popping lap penalties for pit lane violations. And it's not each violation that you get the warning for. If you mess up one of your pit stops, any subsequent messed up pit stop earns you a free deletion of one lap of your choice.
It does. Joseph, would you buy... Well, let me rewind here a little bit. What would you pay for a competitive WRL GP1/2 car?
GP1? God, don't ask me that.
No. What would you pay? What would you pay for one?
What would I pay for one? Okay.
Proven multiple-time winner that I've just come across.
You shouldn't ask me. I'm very risk-averse. So,
that's fine. But what would you pay? 10? 20?
I would go GP1 race winner.
Probably not competitive currently, but probably close.
Interesting. Okay.
Probably close to competitive currently.
My gut feel was in the 30 to 40 range, if I'm honest.
Right. What would you pay?
What would I pay? I would take it for free.
Hate to see it. All right. Because you can buy Montgomery Motorsports' old BMW for $20,000 right now.
That is a bargain.
That is a bargain.
That's a tale of the century.
If I wasn't about to move, this would probably be the direction I went. It is a good thing. Let me tell you guys at Montgomery Motorsports in Montgomery, Texas, it's a good thing that this was not listed at this price in January. Because I would have it in my garage right now, and my wife would be very upset that we couldn't move back to California because I had bought a race car. Because that is a hell of a deal on a proven car that's been run very well. I would absolutely do that.
How many component replacements does it do?
It doesn't matter. I work at a shop. I can do it. It literally does not matter.
Meanwhile, I was excited to have been able to replace my headlight bulb successfully last night. So, we are not the same.
No, we are not the same. No, if I've determined that if I had a lift, like most of what sucks about car repair, if you're just a normal person, is like, especially when you're younger, you live in an apartment complex and you have to get it done because it's your only car and like it has to work. It just sucks.
Sure.
But if you're in like a garage that has a lift in it and you don't have to like be done right this second, it's really not that bad. It's time consuming, but like as you learn how to do it, it's like way better. So this is exactly the type of thing that I would be about. Montgomery Motorsports, let's talk payments.
Well, hold on. Let's talk lead changes. GTR 99 has just pitted out of the lead, and that's re-elevated the hitman number 34.
The 34, but now the 34 owes us a stop, and their stop should be coming soon.
In 6 laps.
6 laps, okay.
So yes, they do owe us one, but this is going to continue to... If the battle ends up being between the 34 and the 99, it's a tough road to hoe for the 99 because they're about 3 laps shy in terms of a stint of fuel.
Right.
It looks like our intrepid producer is in the process of setting up onboard, which is very exciting.
That's very fun. I'm excited for that, for sure.
Which tells me that maybe we have slightly better cell and temperature conditions than we did a few hours ago, which is also very exciting.
Yes, it is. That means we may get to run to the end here.
Oh,
that could be good. I will say Brendan has been out a little bit longer than I would have anticipated, but I hope that means it's because he's gathering intel from the pit lane.
Well, camera 8 is still down, so he needs to gather that up.
Yeah, faster. Obviously.
Yeah. Get moving. I don't know if we're going over the PA, but if you can hear us, Brendan, double birds, please.
We need full flank speed ahead on that.
Speaking of, by the way, there's a really good article in I don't know if I would call it like amazingly written, but like I just love that it was compiled in The Athletic, a profile of Will Power just from asking drivers around the paddock what they thought of Will Power. It's so good.
That's awesome.
It's so much fun to read. Because every single person is like, yeah, Will's kind of weird. Which is great. I mean, that's why I like him.
Wow.
But anyway, they interview Danica as well, and her like enduring memory of him is also the double birds, which is amazing.
You know, you're always on, right? You're always on camera. You're always representing your brand, and that'll do it for you. That was a 5-second portion of his career, and let's be clear, he's done lots of stuff since then. It's not like that was the thing he did, and then he fell off the face of the earth.
He's won an Indy 500. He's won 2 IndyCar championships.
Yeah. That's yeah. Anyway.
But it's so perfect. It is Will.
It is absolutely Will. All right, I'm going to begrudgingly close this tab with the Montgomery Motorsports BMW on it.
Not all of the onboards are working flawlessly, as Zach points out to us.
Correct.
The number 12 is back out. I don't know how far it's fallen, only to P15. But the number 12 is back out after about 38 minutes in the pit lane, which is probably... They must have come back in almost immediately after the red flag then, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think there were a lot of people who were in that kind of in-between window, so it was unclear what was going to happen.
Yes, it just makes it really difficult, at least for me, to be able to track when somebody's in the pits for too long, because they're all coming off of a red flag stoppage where they're all off track. Frozen Rotor is still running, for whatever that's worth. I know they had some mechanical issues, but they're about to... they are making slow and steady progress on the 24.
Right.
As we have recovered the Le Mans chicane camera.
The International Le Mans bus stop chicane.
Yes, and we have an onboard, which I don't think I noticed because I was looking at the weather.
Beautiful.
Onboard the GTR 99, they are right behind one of the GTO BMWs. Identity of which I always forget, but you see the bumper cover missing there. That is the 131?
I think so.
Looks like it to me. That will be one of the Chandler School entries.
Yep. All right, last one, Joseph, as I shut down my browser.
Uh-huh.
What would you pay for Tyler McQuarrie's ST class Porsche Cayman?
Ooh. I mean, for a road-going Cayman, I think it would cost, like, what? Of that vintage, probably 35? 30? So I'm going to say, because it's a race car, add, like, 50% to that, and then I call it, like, 40. 45. Hey, on board with the number 5 as well. This is the car that's got Steve Park on it. I don't know if it's got Steve Park in it at the moment, but they're going around, or rather, on the inside of the 66 for NRG Racing.
40.
Hey! That was pretty close.
Yeah.
Is that the Rum Bum car?
I think it used to be, and I think it's been repainted.
Interesting. It just looks like it.
Anyway.
Yeah. Lap times for this number 5, if we compare them to the rest of the field. That has just had a driver change, so that we might have just missed young Stephen Park of New York State. 147 also getting ready for a driver change. Ari Bailog will be into that car shortly. Keep the Airbnb sponsorship on that machine.
Yep. He, of course, is going to have to make a decision next season in IMSA.
Oh, is he getting relicensed?
No, he's getting his class taken away.
Oh, okay, of course, yes.
So he'll have to decide if he's going to step up to LMP2 or step back down into the LMP3 Cup thing. Oh my!
Swapper on for the 5. remember, this is a new driver in the car.
Yep.
You saw the rear come around a little bit in the left to right transition, and well held as they made their way back onto the back straightaway.
Right.
Junior 3, that number 48, creeping back up into 7th, overtaking the 170 for Thunder Bunny. RRT racing into the pits, indicated on your timing tower with the yellow accents. I believe, is that scheduled? Ooh, I don't know about that. That feels early. That's very early for that 721. Keep an eye on that. That could be trouble. Meanwhile, the 197 being reported for being drivers right off 4 wheels. Basically just read that backwards, don't mind me. We saw the 28 in this shot go wide at turn 2. But someone's gone straight off at the International Horseshoe and recovered. Looked like that might have been the old 197, so we might actually need to refresh Cam 3 while I'm thinking about it. Right. 606 has just put in their fastest lap of the race at a 2:15.6, which is an improvement by about a quarter of a second.
Thunder Bunny up into 3rd.
Yes.
Joseph, you have the timing thing. How far back are they on their a lap down? Because the GTR 99 is 40 seconds down. I think
it's
they're
not a
closing
full
in on
lap.
the podium.
It's not a full lap. It's a minute 48.
A minute 48. Okay. So they're a minute behind the 99.
I'm sorry. I take that back. It's still not a full lap, but it's 2:32.
2:32. Okay, so they're still a little ways away.
That is... I don't trust that that's not a full lap. That should be more than a full lap back. Because Hitman has just done a 2:07. So they should be basically a lap and 25 seconds behind.
Okay. So if they can make up that 25 seconds and get back onto the lead lap and then catch a yellow, it's back in play. Like they're not like way down. They're now like in contention for like, okay, if we catch one good break, then we're in it.
Yeah, and to that point, the 111 has just pitted,
Right.
and the 34 is due very shortly.
That's exactly why I was talking about it, where it's like, we're starting to see the right angle develop here for the 111.
I don't think, let's see, call that maybe
See,
a
here
minute
it says
and a
they're
half
a minute
time loss.
46 behind the 34. Or I'm sorry, they're 2:27 behind the 34. They're a minute 46 behind the 99.
Yes. Call a normal pit stop maybe a time loss of a minute and 40.
And
here.
the 99 just took the lead in GTO. So I think
so
that
that
means Hitman has pitted, and it just hasn't tripped the timing yet.
I agree with that. The 99 has pitted relatively recently, back on lap 208. They're turning lap 214 now, so we won't see them in for another 22 laps or so. .197 is struggling a little bit. We'll keep an eye on the lap times there, but they have just skipped the bus stop chicane, done the correct thing, which is that car is struggling. Looking at the monitor, they've locked up really badly into turn 3. I think they might be due for a new tire or 2.
Okay.
Because they were just, within the last, call it 8 minutes, they've had 3 notes for being 4 off drivers right, 4 off at turn 3. They're really struggling with the chicane in particular, and that driver change has happened. Actually, it might all be that driver, for that matter. So, fresh driver in the car on lap 184. They're turning lap 186 right now. So, driver getting comfortable in the car, they'll either be really fast or they'll lose a ton of time to the 721. Watch this space to find out.
Okay. I will do so. Joseph, do you want to do another weather update real quick and see? Because I feel like I want to say that we're safe, but
it's looking better for sure. It's looking better for now, depending on the direction that things go. I I think you're right. I think things have kind of fizzled out.
Okay, cool.
There are things around.
So the big whopper out
Yes.
there by Gainesville, that could just easily disintegrate as it comes closer.
I think the issue is that it's taking so long to get over here.
Okay, got it. I mean, what is the time frame on this radar thing? Like, is this 5 hours and it moves, or is this like 20 minutes?
Let's take a look.
Oh, here it is. About an hour. Okay. So if it stays, we might see that towards the end. Maybe with like 2 hours to go ish.
The projections at the moment for weather are like towards midnight. So that's sort of why. I mean, that's not that far away distance wise, but just the pace that things were going. Can I help you?
No.
Okay.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You can help a dentist.
No chance. That sounds insane out of context. Just so you know.
I'm aware. The people who know, they know. Yeah, going into the yeah, that was okay. I can't think of a turn where you would less want to be facing the wrong direction. I mean, not a whole lot of options by the time you get down to that apex, that's for sure.
By the way, the only dentist that can afford to do that kind of racing at this point is Colin Collis. So I don't know why we keep calling them dentists.
He's a dentist, end quote. You take the terminology, all right?
Okay.
You don't gotta be like that.
It's not correct anymore.
Well, you know what else is not correct is saying things have been a minute when it hasn't actually been a minute.
Okay, but a dentist is a pretty concrete. There's no such thing as
so is minute.
If
minute
I call
is
somebody
pretty concrete too.
If I call somebody a figurative dentist, that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything.
Right, but a minute isn't a figurative expression. It's like
yes,
founded in data. No, it's not. No mamas. Come on, bro.
You've never heard the phrase "a minute"?
No, I have. I have, and you've never heard the phrase "a dentist in a sports car," and you're like, "Well, actually."
All I'm saying is dinner with races agrees with me. That's all I'm saying.
Oh boy.
Brian Hicks rule is going to be in effect for the number 5.
I don't know how to stop under green. I just don't know.
Well, what had happened, I believe, based off of that, was that they went to the wrong stall. So somebody had a lollipop out. They were going for a lollipop, and their lollipop was actually about 10 stalls down the road. First stop, I think, for this driver in that car. So understandable mistake.
This is a great shot, by the way. I like this one.
It's a very good shot.
Quite like it.
Wish I could hear it.
I wish Brendan would have provided a small potted plant. So that
you could see the air go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. The cars that are going through might be far enough away. Yeah.
I would just do it more for the meme of it being the IndyCar shot.
Sure. Well, that's Pocono. That's really a Pocono thing.
Oh, then why do they do it at Indy all the time?
Indy actually borrows 4 of its corners from Turn 2 at Pocono. Isn't that crazy?
Is that true?
No.
Oh, okay. Like they're the same geometry. I mean, I don't know. You could have sold me on that.
I mean, the inspiration behind Turn 2 at Pocono are the corners at Indy.
I never would have known that.
Yeah, apparently. I think Turn 1 is supposed to be Fontana or something. I forget. It's kind of a weird little combination.
Fontana now, or?
Well,
the Fontana short course?
Yeah, well, it might have been, what was it called?
Cow Club, or whatever.
No. We're being told that there's a replay.
All right, let's see it.
It might be contact between the 99 and the 28, if race control is any indication. Take a look here into the West Horseshoe, coming out of the kink. And it sounds like we've got some kinks of our own. We're going to roll this forward. Big lock up. For the 197. Almost
overnight.
took out the 82. That car is really a handful. I would not be shocked to see them pull that in. I mean, the tires have got to be absolute octagons right now.
Right.
Lap times that are being put in that car are not quite the slowest that they've seen, but it is well off the capabilities of that car. Whether that's down to driver or down to tire, I'm not sure, but it's certainly about to be down to tire. 147 has gone missing. Why? That they would be roughly
they said
on
they were
schedule
going to
for a
come in
pit
for
stop.
a pit stop and driver change.
Yeah, and it is this lap that they're due in. So they're just another one of those cars that is boxed before start finish.
Right.
But this was not the replay that we pulled down. But there is a incident under investigation between the 99 and the 28 for contact into turn 6, or possibly out of turn 6. And that could obviously be huge because the number 99 is your leader at the moment.
Right.
A penalty to them would elevate the 34 up to the lead pretty quickly, and
that should put the 111, I think, right there with them.
Yes, not ahead of them for sure.
Right, but it would
something
definitely
like
be for
20
position
seconds.
at that point.
Oh, you know what? Double check that. But with the 99, I don't know if I trust that. I'm showing a gap between the 99 and the 111 of under 2 minutes. If that is the case, and it is less than a lap, that car is behind the lead. Remember, of course, that car has a lap penalty that it's carrying that has already been applied. The 147, if I understand that correctly, with Baylog about to go in and Johan Schwartz about to get out, is that is going to be a tough act to follow. But
Right.
they do have about 11 and a half minutes in hand over the number 44 for PC Racing. Number 5, car smoking coming out of turn 6. That has, I think, moved up the banking?
No, it's back down now.
Okay. And that is smoke out of the left front, which is, if you'll recall, where we saw it smoking in the first few hours of the race. Brendan has returned triumphantly.
Are you telling me that you can remember things between race hours in your commentary?
I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
crazy.
I
was listening to some other stuff and just blowing past things that could, like, not remembering things from 20 minutes ago, never mind hours ago.
Well, I like to do a little bit of a Johnny Palmer, where I just return very specific information. I really like Johnny Palmer. I think he's really good.
Okay.
That's all.
End of statement.
That's all. It's just he has a good meter, he has a good flow, but also he does a very good job of retaining information.
That is so shockingly rare these days.
Oh. They cut away.
And no, it's never a good sign when Ollie Caldwell is one of the most competent drivers on the track. That's a good F2 slam. You're welcome, both of you who watch F2 and this.
The 5 is headed back into the paddock. It's made it round. And like you mentioned, Joseph, a shockingly similar look to what happened. Oof. Was that hour 3, hour 4?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
It was. I think the second driver was in, and not quite the third. I remember because I was very excited for Steve Park to get in the car, and then I was pretty convinced that Steve Park had not yet been in the car. On board with the Chandler School number 45, that car sitting E14 at the moment in GTO.
Did we not ever get ambient audio back? Or did it go away again?
No, it never came. I mean, I would kind of be fine with that if I'm honest. If it's gonna be a minute of downtime. But
Can we run an ad? Can we run an ad and then recycle the?
You know, if we could, if this were like a Twitch style thing where you could just run an ad and then come back. Zach, who does have audio, is telling us that he's short shifting like crazy. You, the listener, can hear that. We, the peons, talking to it, cannot. That 45, you saw it go through shot there, is it's a former Kyle Petty.
That is correct.
Is it a sprint car? It's a sprint liveried car.
It's Wells Fargo. Based on what Dana told us earlier, it is the 2007 Daytona 500 car. I don't know. I don't know.
Insane.
Well, yeah, so I don't know what the exact lineage is. There's probably a little bit of. Wow, isn't this cool? It's only done 500 miles right here at the Speedway. I don't know what the exact history in the logbook of that car is. But if it's true, you're taking a super speedway cup car.
Yes.
To a road course.
Yes.
Cutting the power. Actually, probably not by that much because it already had plates on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's an ARCA car.
I'm pretty sure it's a cup engine though. Just with a bigger restrictor plate on it.
Isn't that what the ARCA engine is? Is like you get the rebuilt cup motor, and then it doesn't matter that it's rebuilt because it's plated down.
Zach points out that NASCAR probably keeps the plates. Oh, good framing, Brendan. NASCAR likely keeps the plates, which makes sense.
Is that car's still carbureted, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the only carbureted car in the field, it's got to be, right?
Probably.
You think so?
Yes, I do. I don't think there's anything older. Even the stuff that would be older wouldn't be carbureted. Like, you had fuel injected. You had MFI in E30s.
What was I going to say? Train of thought's a great thing to lose when your whole shtick is talking. Oh, that is good news.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, we'll wait for Zach to get everything ready. But, Brendan, would you like to set that up for the viewing listener? Viewing listener? Yes.
The listening viewer?
For the viewers' listening pleasure.
Yeah.
As in us as viewers. Our listening pleasure.
Help.
I can do some of these things, yes.
I want to really harp on the incident under investigation between the 99 and the 28, Brendan, which you probably
weren't no awareness.
Yes. So we haven't seen video of that yet, but that's a team report, which is usually a pretty slam dunk situation, rather than I say usually, but sometimes there's a little bit of a mutual. Well, hey, I knew what you were trying to do. No harm, no foul. Team comes in with it. That's usually whoever the offending party is going to get slapped with the penalty. So keep that in mind, because that number 99 leads the field right now. Would fall back to P4 as things stand if that were applied right now, and would give the 34 a huge advantage. And would open the door back up in a major way to the 111 for Thunder Bunny.
Indeed, it would.
Brendan, I hear you have a special somebody with you.
Yeah, is now a good time for that? I know we're coordinating with Zach on getting things switched over to part 2 here, but
I just work here, man.
Okay. Yeah. No. Let's do the interview here. We'll let Zach get everything in order. And I'll get everything set up here while we're chatting with the fearless leader.
and yeah, we can kind of get things squared away for the evening hours. So, RJ, go ahead and put that on. If you need help, let me know.
Special someone, put it on, etc.
Happy to say we are joined now on DriversEye Live by the Vice President of the World Racing League, RJ Till. Hello, RJ.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, well, in a way, this is kind of your show, so you're calling the shots here.
Yeah.
First off, before we get into any business, is tomorrow your birthday?
Yeah, it is.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's why there's no race
was.
tomorrow.
That's why, exactly. So now the important business.
It's St. RJ's.
Of Till. RJ of Chattanooga. So now that the important business is out of the way, let's talk racing. We find ourselves at very close to the midpoint of the 2023 World Racing League season, powered by Hagerty. We're at Daytona. It's kind of the ideal scenario here. All things considered, a good 2023 so far?
Yeah, it's been an excellent 2023. Every year, every race seems to get better and better. Just the level of competition, the drivers, the drivers, everything is just keeps getting better and better.
We're pretty focused in and locked in here on talking about the race, about the on-track action, about the battles. When you're next door here or wherever race control happens to be, you're much more in charge of putting on an event, right? And that's not necessarily meaning like spectators and all of that, but it does mean you're working with, you mentioned earlier, compliance, right? You're working with tech, you're working with the pit marshals, race control up here, corner marshals, all of those things kind of fall under your umbrella. The racing we've enjoyed the heck out of so far. It seems like you guys are finding a pretty nice rhythm despite some personnel changes and everything that you've got going on next door.
Yeah, everything's running pretty good for us over here. Obviously, we have a very, very good team of very experienced people, which is why these events can go off without much of a hitch. I just kind of try to make sure everything's going in the right direction, but for the most part, I'm following along. I spend a lot of my time actually looking at compliance stuff. I'm counting how many laps different cars have gone on fuel. I'm downloading data out of these black boxes and looking at that stuff. So I'm really focused on compliance now because, with the excellent staff that we have here, the races pretty much run themselves. So, so that's pretty much my focus and just kind of making sure everything stays pointed in the right direction.
I think since we got back involved with WRL in 2020, despite maybe some team opinions to the contrary, WRL is a pretty heavily data-driven series, right? Every tweak that you guys make between seasons, or if a tweak needs to be made within a season, is driven by what you guys collect as far as data goes. The way you drive the series forward is pretty heavily based on actual evidence, right?
Oh yeah. We're always blackboxing cars. We're looking for new ways to try to get data and information. We're always looking at things like fuel stint time. Obviously, there's a bunch of factors that go into all sorts of that drive all of those things, from drivers to cars to conditions to how much fuel they can actually pick up. So you've got to kind of try to parse that information. But yeah, everything that we do, we try to drive it with data. It's easy to look at something and be like, man, that's off. But until I know why, until we cumulatively know why, we typically don't make changes without being able to tell you exactly why we're making them, backed with some information that we've collected at our events.
So GTO is kind of self-defining, right? It's a power-to-weight class. There are no real modifiers based on what you do to the car. There's some basic modifiers based on concept in there, but not so much the nitty-gritty. But we're headed to Road Atlanta at the end of next month, the last weekend in July, for classes that are very much built on what you do to the car in terms of individual little tweaks. It's the first production-based, all-production class event in the World Racing League down at Road Atlanta. You guys pretty excited?
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Obviously, the general production classes are what kind of WRL was started and founded on. GTO pretty much always existed, but until we kind of got a couple things dialed in with the fuel and the horsepower and power to weight and the way that we determine those things. Once all of that got really tight, I mean, the results speak for themselves. The racing is super close. And then obviously we saw that grow, but the general production classes has kind of been the bread and butter of WRL for the longest time. That's where I come from, is racing GP2 cars, racing GP1 cars in WRL before I kind of, found myself too busy working to drive anymore. So it's really exciting for me to be able to offer that. I think it's going to be a really good opportunity for teams who haven't tried WRL before, that are coming out of some of the other endurance series, to come and try us in a format that might be a little more inviting to them versus the big 5-class races like we have here at Daytona. I think once people do see the format, see the way that the races operate, all that, I think that will ease their minds and probably make them a little more likely to come join us for some of the our bigger full field events.
Is there kind of a stated goal within the series to try and do more of these split events where you're giving more of an opportunity for GTOs to go up against GTOs and GTUs and the general production cars to go up against like types? Or is this sort of a trial, let's see how it pans out approach?
I think this is something, I follow feedback. As much as I follow data, we follow feedback. So if we're driven by two things, it's data that we collect in the cars and feedback. And a lot of times the feedback drives the data that we collect, because I really like to listen to what everybody has to say, because ultimately they're the customers, and they say they're always right, and they're not always right, but usually usually there's always truth to everything that's being said, some part of it. So I listen to everything that everybody says, and we'd heard that recommendation for a long period of time, and we decided, we have a really good relationship with Road Atlanta. We have a shop on site with our sister business, ACI Motorsports. So we were actually a renter from Road Atlanta, not just the track, but also property. So we talked to him, and we were able to put that together and then offer 2 spectator dates, which is another driver of that. But just splitting the classes up and seeing what happens. If we have an opportunity to do something that's been requested, we're always going to try it if it's a risk that we think that we can take. And I think it's important, to me, as I always tell everybody, the GP classes are where I come from. I come from a background of building cars in my garage and going out and racing them and breaking them and fixing them in the garage again with all my buddies in Chattanooga. But yeah, we're super excited for it. I think it's going to be a really good format. Obviously, the GP1 class is exploding in popularity. You can see it VIR. We've got 20-plus cars registered in GP1. The other GP classes, we've had big fields. GP3 was our second largest class multiple times last year. So, the GP classes are still alive and well, and I just want to make, our goal is to continue to promote them as much as we're promoting everything else we're doing.
Sure. It's very easy to go out and buy yourself a GT4 car and go find a place to race it if you want, but to build up a car is still a lot of people's passion, right? And giving those guys a place to come and play, I think is important. And like you said, GP1 has just been fantastic. It's been, kind of reminds me of what GTO was before the GT4 cars, the TCR cars all kind of took over. Just a little more finely tuned and puts on some awesome racing. So really excited for Road Atlanta. I'll be down there at the end of July. Happy with the way Daytona's panned out so far, lightning strike notwithstanding?
Yeah, the funny thing about Daytona and the lightning strikes, which everybody, it's like, oh, it's still sunny outside, but I think it was in 2020 they went from only tracking ground, sky to ground, cloud to ground. Now they do cloud to cloud, so your standard heat lightning will also be a trigger.
Oh, interesting.
For a shutdown. So yeah, you can have blue skies and 2 clouds that are angry at each other, and then we've got to shut down for 30 minutes. So yeah, we have to follow the rules that we're dealt. Plays into the strategy, plays into all the stuff. So unpredictability is part of what keeps us fun. So
sure. As far as some of the things we've seen, trickle their way into the WRL this season, how's the spectator experiment going? Is this something likely to continue?
Yeah, I think the spectator experiment will certainly continue to go on. We were happy with the turnout that we had at Road Atlanta, despite it being February, raining, and Super Bowl weekend. We had a number right around just past 1,000, I think, with their members.
Not bad.
So it was decent turnout. And everybody was in a car because it was raining, so there were just cars everywhere spectating. So that was neat. Sebring last year, seeing the the run down to turn 7, just I won't say it was packed with RVs, but there was a solid canvas of RVs down that run. And just being on track and just a rental car messing around in the DE, it was super cool to see that, having been raced at Sebring in the past and not seeing that, So that's something we're trying to bring. I think it brings value to the competitors. It brings value to the tracks from us, which helps us get better dates and the things that we need so we can pass those on to the competitors. So it's kind of, we always look for the win-win-win situations when we can. New Jersey Motorsports Park, they've got some excellent promoters there, so I think that one is going to be a pretty big spectator event. I think they quoted us something in the range of 5,000 that they get for lemons.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think we'll see that should look like a real spectator event. And I think it's due to the promotion they do at the track, the population that exists around the track.
Sure.
But yeah, we're still planning to do that one. Hopefully Sebring this year. Still waiting to get confirmation on all that. Next year we are planning to do spectators here at Daytona.
Awesome.
That's no secret now that I responded to somebody on Facebook that was like, well, I would have been there. I was like, well, but it is a process. Every track is different. There's costs associated with it. Again, we're totally willing to take risks and reinvest and try to make things better. That's our goal. So we're just trying to follow the logical path.
I can comfortably say now that we're in our third full year of covering World Racing League and all the changes that we've seen over the last couple of years that we appreciate and have seen all of the little improvements that have been made along the way. And like you said, back at Sebring last year, you drive down turn 7 and you've got RVs and campers and people staged up along the left-hand side. It felt like you were at a race, and more it feels like we're not just coming to cover a club race or an amateur race. We're coming to cover a race, an event. So that's been it's been very, very cool to watch. On a personal note, any hope for the return of 24-hour racing in the World Racing League?
That's kind of the ultimate expression of endurance racing. So, yeah, it's constantly on our radar. Having the opportunity to do the first ever 24 at Sebring, I just brought that up. That was like in an in-person meeting, and he was like, "Well, hold on. We just changed ownership, and it used to be a handshake that we wouldn't run through the night, but that doesn't really exist anymore." And I was like, "Well, I'd love to be first," and so that worked out. But it's absolutely still on our radar. Again, we follow feedback from customers. I'd say for us to have one or more a year, or maybe even one every 2 years, might be too many 24s. But I think if we space them out correctly, if we do them at the right place at the right time, we could get the support to make it a good event like our 24 was.
I will let you return to your lair just on the other side of the glass here. But RJ Till, thank you for coming and joining us. Thanks for everything that you do, both up here and down for the paddock. I know a lot of us really, really appreciate it. You've been very good to us here at DriversEye Live and giving us a platform to kind of build out what amateur motorsports coverage can be. We're certainly really grateful to everything that you guys do for us and well beyond that. So go enjoy the rest of your Daytona 14-hour and, come chat with us again.
All right. Thanks so much.
RJ Till, of course, they're the big cheese for WRL. Taking over that responsibility after the change in ownership a few years back. He's done an excellent job since then. 4 hours and 55 minutes remaining here at the Daytona 14-hour event. Looks like we do have a car off on the backstretch here. We're going to maybe get to see a look at that, but we actually have to do some technical housekeeping here. YouTube, of course, has a limit to the length of time that we can have a recording on, so we're going to have to transition that from one link to another, is my understanding. Somebody can give a more technical explanation if they so choose, but for you, the listener, the only change is going to be that you'll have to go into WRL's YouTube page and search for Part 2.
We'll actually provide that link in the comments for this one.
In the chat?
As well, yeah.
Excellent. All right. I'm happy with that.
But yes,
when you say we, is that a Brendan task or a Joseph task?
It's a me task.
Okay, gotcha. Are we all ready? We'll wait for Zach. Considering he's the one doing it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook will drop for just a second, although our viewership is a lot smaller over there. On YouTube, we're going to wrap up part 1 here. Joseph is going to post a link in the live chat for part 2. Come join us there in, let's give it 2 minutes. It may be up sooner than that, but let's give it a full 2 minutes. And we'll be back with the remaining 5 hours from the 14 hours of Daytona. The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, rolls on DriversEye Live, back in a few minutes.